26 through 30. I think that was.
That's right.
Yeah.
Long.
Hey,
Good morning.
good morning.
How are you?
Doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Miss
That's
Sandy?
good. Hey.
Oh, you're looking so pretty in your pink. I like that.
Hey.
Oh, was that Phyllis? Did she sneak on and fall off?
Yeah.
Oh, gonna
Sure,
have to
she
get
didn't
after
fall
her.
down.
No.
Mark's playing favorites. He's just letting me know who his favorites are.
I think Phil told him to.
How are you this morning, Sister Phyllis?
I'm doing really good, and I'm so happy to see everybody. How are you all doing?
Oh, we're doing great.
Miss
Thank you.
Sandra, you're beautiful too. You're wearing your hair differently. It's beautiful.
Morning, family. I'm just grateful to have a strand left. It's good to have a strand left. Hallelujah. I
Hallelujah.
love you. I love you. You look beautiful, each of you.
Thank you.
You too.
Love seeing your smiling faces. You're glowing with your hooch. That was a good monotheistic number 3 study we had last night, huh? It was very powerful.
It was awesome.
Yes, there's a lot there. I'm definitely going to have to go back there to retrieve some of those notes. He was spitting off those scriptures so fast I couldn't even get them typed out, and I typed pretty fast.
Well, you know, it really reminded me of how much flesh, how much flesh, you know, like mankind, how his plans are against you. I mean, he's just like totally like it's just like a bunch of man's wisdom that's just totally confusing and totally against Yahuwah, has no idea of what's really going on. It's just the reasoning. It was like evil reasonings continuously from one extreme to another, And it's like, remember in the Tower of Babel, he confused them so they couldn't establish themselves. So it's like they were trying to, it's like the mankind trying to establish what he thinks, how he feels, and not really get into the many-sided wisdom of Yahuwah, which is his oneness. It was like, wow. This is just the way the world is operating, and that's what we're under today.
I did a little study myself this morning, lying lips. And I thought, okay, so what exactly is lying lips, you know? So, but I was convinced when I sat here for probably about an hour, and everything led to anything that comes off your lips that is against the Torah. The word is he is giving it. That's lying lips right there. And I was just like, wow, never saw that before. You know, we just think in terms of our culture and, you know, America and, you know, how we're raised and everything. But I said, wow, you know, he's really stating this over and over and over again, that those lying lips are anything that is spoken against his word. That is not actually his word. So that was pretty amazing. So, and all that came from, you know, last night, listening to all that. So that was just amazing. So it was good to see your friend Dean Ross show up.
Yeah, he joined the channel about 2 weeks ago, and he started asking questions and stuff. And I think he's the one that said he was going to be here on a Sabbath one time, and then he started doing comments on the videos and all. And then when he started asking about that yesterday, I gave him the videos to Mark, and then I was glad that he started asking stuff last night. Yeah. You know, so Yeah.
Well,
It's a beautiful thing.
it seems like that his attention has been grabbed, and hopefully maybe he'll join us today.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yes, that would be good.
There's a lot of people that comment on the channel, and some of them are just so much into JC, and they're into the W too. You know, where they correct and say, "Oh, there was a W," but so. There was actually this, well, that's the one I had sent Mark last week, but the that same man I had conversation with for a few times, a few days on TikTok. And then finally I sent him the scripture about the name being taken out of the mouth. And then he shut up and he never wrote back, you know, on the messaging. And because they know that that's a true scripture. Some of these people are just into theatrics, though.
You know, I listened to all the old Shabbat studies from up to a year and a half ago. I'm currently in Yahukanon, and Yahukanon chapter 16 was really good. If anybody wants to go back and look at that from over a year ago. And so I just love it. I feel like I have been with you guys, and then others that I've got to know. I feel like I've been with you all week long. I just think that's so amazing how you can watch these videos of a live Shabbat study from over a year ago, and you get to know people. And I'm like, oh wow, these are my brothers and sisters, you know, and then you start missing people that you never were introduced to begin with. It's just so neat. It is just so neat. So I don't know. I don't know where Joshua's went, and so, you know, I'd like to say hi to Joshua and Draz and just Victoria. I mean, and Kinsley, and then just wow, I just get to know these people, and I'm just like, wow, I just love these, my brothers and sisters. So just having those things. I mean, I even put them on when I'm in the car, when I'm driving. So Joe told me one day, he says, well, are you finished listening to all your friends? He said, because I'm sitting over here. I said, oh, I thought you was listening with me. I'm sorry. But he enjoys, he watches a lot of them with me too. So, and we've not seen Ike and Sharon in a while. And then I think Luann, was it Luann that used to come on? Yeah. So there's a lot of us that's missing. Hi, Chance.
Oh, it's so nice to see you guys. I love you all.
Yes,
Beloved.
we love you and your little babies.
Yeah, I just put him down. I ain't gonna get started on him, boy. Woo. He's a steam train now.
They're just so precious.
He's not, my boy is nothing like my little girl. My little girl was so nice and polite and gentle and kind. My little boy, whew, he brings the heat, boy. I'm telling you what, if you don't give him what he's looking for immediately, man, I hope I wasn't like, I think I was like that too when I was younger. So, but he definitely has the hot sauce, man. I got to really, you know,
He got a
got my
double
hand.
dose of your testosterone there.
You know, I had an epiphany. I was making some sugar cookies with my kiddos, We sit at the table and I'm making cookies. He's like a little me when I was younger. And I remember when my mom, she would be whipping up cookies or cake and she'd let me lick the spoon. Man, he didn't even ask me for the spoon. He just came, took the spoon out the bowl and dipped off around the corner. And he's just going to town. I said, that's a little me right there. I said, man, it was like I got to look at myself when I was a year and a half, year old, 2 years old. And I just couldn't believe it. I said, oh, my mom's going to really get a kick out of this. She'd be like, that's a little chance right there. Oh, you know, you know. Even I got the epiphany, you know. So I've been making these video. I made this video and I'm a little nervous and shaky. So I ended up deleting the video off YouTube, but I made a new one this morning and I prayed last night and I was like, man, Abba Yahuwah, I'm not cut out for this. Yeah, I don't know how to show my face to the world. It's really nerve-wracking. It's not easy. I thought it was going to be a cakewalk. I don't care about my flesh. But boy, does the flesh like to rise up in these matters. You know, because you're just looking at I got these cheap little phones, you know, like, what am I going to do with this thing? So I'm trying to make these videos and my flesh is trying to rise up and I'm like, man, stuttering. I had all this pure teaching that I want to do and I'm all hyped about it. I get up there at center stage and I'm choked up. Excuse me.
Chance, brother, I can't imagine that. But do you have you being choked up, I mean, do you have a channel?
Yeah, Yahukin. It means sealed seed of Yahuwah. According to Ruach, it's Yahukin.
Okay.
My video is still downloading right now. I took the one I had off. This one says an hour remaining, but it's Yahuwah, the hand of existence, our creator, the greatest name ever spoken. And it's just scratching the surface on some of the stuff he's revealed to me. And hopefully it's edification for the body. So when we're like giving the name of Yahuwah and Yahusha to the masses, that we can come up with better ideas on how to reveal the name, you know. And I've been coming along across a lot of it. Like, do you know Yahuwah Yahusha? I get a look like this. You know, who is that? So why not be able to grab a piece of paper and write out our Father's name in his language and start revealing that stuff to him? And they have a piece of paper in their hand and you reveal all these prophecies to them. And they're like, I get it all the time. That is so interesting. Wow. I've had people tell me my brain is tingling. They said that to me. They said, my brain is tingling. I said, oh, that's Yahuwah working in him. I just walked away. I said, hallelujah. I had another guy say, or a woman say, I feel it all in here. I feel it all in here. I said, oh, that's Yahuwah working, you know? And I'm like, wow, you know, it's like he's, you know, it's exciting to see that. It's like when you sow some seeds and you can see them, you know, Yahuwah working on them. She's an 80-year-old woman. She said, I feel it in here. I said, wow. You know, I'm like, wow. I said, really? She's like, yeah. You know, I feel Yahuwah, my breath. He's my breath. She's at home like this, just going to town, hands up. I can hear the breath. Yahuwah. I can hear the breath in his name. He's the gift. You know, she's all for it now. She got her hands up and I don't know. It's just really great. This is like music to it's like a stringed instrument in my heart. You just striking the string. Ring. I hope for this for everybody in the world is when they come to that enlightenment, that light in their eyes. Oh my goodness. Just to see it with your own eyes. You know, I'm not worthy, but when I see Yahuwah working in somebody right before my eyes, that is such a blessing. I just love that, you know. So, I'd like to share something with you if you guys don't mind. I'll quit babbling here. So I got the priestly blessing in the Abarit tongue. And bear with me, I'm still learning. This is a lot. Okay, this is quite a bit. This is quite a handful, but it took me a while. But I'll just say it. Yahuwah Ya Baraka. Bayash Maraka. Ya Yar, Yahuwah, U Chanukah, Ya. Hold on, let me restart here. Yahuwah, Ya Barakah, Ba Yash Marakah, Yahuwah, Yar, Paniu, U Chanukah, Yahuwah, Yasa, Paniu, Aleka, U Yasam, Laka, Shalom. That is, Yahuwah will bless you and he will keep you. Yahuwah, he will cause his face to shine and be gracious to you. He will lift up his countenance upon you and he will give to you peace. That's what I just said. Well, I'm still learning at it. As you can see, there's quite a bit here. But it came across me as I was
Thank you, Chance. That was wonderful.
Mhm.
nice to see you all, beloved Karashin.
It does, the way that you put the phone up closer to it, you can see it much better.
And I thank you for being there too, Roz. I know you do videos all the time, and I was like, man, I put one video, it's blurry, another video, it's blurry. So
It can be like that.
you know what I had to do is I had to take a kitchen chair and put it on my bed and then put a pillow on top of the kitchen chair and prop the phone just perfectly. And now I actually got some tangible words that you can see, but I had my first couple videos were great. I'm like, cool. I feel the ruach. I'm moving around. I'm doing really well. The video blurry. Doesn't work. I'm like, oh man, that was the most powerful video and I can't even read it. And I was like, dang, so I can't do that one. Had to go back into it. And I shouldn't be doubtful of myself so much, you know. That's another thing is self-doubt. That's the flesh trying to rise up against me. But
Is
yeah,
that
hopefully.
YouTube? Is that
Huh?
doing it directly onto YouTube?
Nope. I make a video through my phone and then I upload to YouTube.
Yeah.
That way it's, you know, if I do make it, at least I can edit a little bit, a little editing. I don't want to be on there picking my nose or something and be like, oh, dang, this went out to the world. Just kidding.
The one
Now,
that's
if
easy
we
to
look-
do that with.
Okay, I'm sorry, Roz.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If we click on your channel, like when you're in the chat room, will that take us to your channel? Because I know
It's at 18% right now. It's a it's a 30-minute video. I kind of I got a little whiteboard right here. And Ross seen it. That I already erased it all because I went into a few other words today. Kum, rise, break forth, you know, shine, break forth, rise. Anyways, there's a lot of words just kind of familiarizing people with what I've been revealed to me, you know, and giving people an understanding of how these. I did the word Mashiach. That one is so amazing. Have we ever heard, like, you know, according to the language, have we ever heard what Mashiach means other than anointed one or sent king savior? Would you like to hear it? This is so powerful. I could hardly sit in my chair. I was so blown away by this. So Mashiach, the M is a mem, it's the water. The sheen is teeth or fire. The yad is a hand and a ayin. And then the hot is a wall. So the word Mashiach is, you know, it has to do with blood and water. So the one that came by blood and water. The teeth is to destroy and consume. Yahusha was destroyed and consuming our crimes. The yad is the hand. So he saved us with his deeds. And then the hot is a wall from the separation of death. So what does it say? The one that came by blood and water and was destroyed, consuming our crimes to save us from the separation of death. That's Mashiach. I can't. I'm not worthy of this. I mean, if we could, I'll repeat it again. This is so powerful. Okay, Mashiach. It's Mam Shin Yad Hat. The one that came by blood and water and was destroyed, consuming our crimes to save us from the separation of death. Mashiach. That's his. So when we say Mashiach, it's the anointed one, and this is what he did for us. When we say Mashiach, I mean that's hallelujah. That's above and beyond me right there. That's so powerful. I can't even. I'm so excited off of that one. Woo. I got another one for you. It's called Takuma. It's the resurrection. Ta kuf ua mem ha. Those marked with the name of Yahuwah shall break forth and rise up to life. Takuma. Those marked with the name of Yahuwah shall break forth and rise to life. That's called the resurrection. Takuma. Wow. Wow. That's something else right there. I'm just so blown away by some of this stuff. I'm not worthy. I prayed and Yahuwah answers. You know what I mean? That's it. It's not me like, I don't know. Hasid means compassion. Hat Samak Dalit. It is a wall surrounded with thorns. So you can't go inside that wall unless a door is open to you. So the Dalit is a door opening into the wall of thorns. So it's saying Yahuwah he surrounds the wall with thorns. Nobody can go in unless he opens a door, and that's his Hasid. He opens a door back into his wall. So compassion. That one got me pretty good too. If we heard the word scatter, remember being scattered or an outcast? To be scattered. Door, wall, man. It's daka. It's saying, go out the door from my wall, man. He's saying, here's the door, here's the wall, man. Basically saying, I mean, it's literally like that. It's a door, it's a wall, and it's a man. So if we look at it, go outside, man. That's what daka, or out, scatter or outcast in the Abarit tongue. Go outside, man. Literally, the door, the wall, the man. Go outside, man. That's what he's saying. Get out of my sight. Get out of here. Go outside. Scatter you. Wow. All right. I guess that's I could keep going. I got a whole notebook here. I've
got somebody asking to know how to say the different names in there, so I've got to start doing that.
Which name? Are you asking me or you?
No, I'm saying I've got somebody that's on the channel and that wants to learn how to say the names, and so I have to start doing that on there. So
nice.
that would be something that you could do too.
I would, I send all my stuff to you, Roz. So if you'd like,
I can't.
I know that you use
yeah on there, but I can share it to people.
Okay. Well, you just message me or whatever, Ross. If you want it, it's all yours. We're all, it's all yours. So.
But there's a
so chance with scattered to be gathered.
That's a good one.
Is what I got from what you said. Scattered to be gathered. That's what's going on in Barashith. The scattering. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
To be gathered to his oneness. Hallelujah.
If you were on TikTok, I could download it off of there and be able to put it into that and share it. But when it's on YouTube, you can't just download it unless you pay per month for it.
Okay. Yeah. I struggle in publics. I don't know. I don't think that's one of my greater gifts is being in front of a lot of people. I can't even look at my dang cam. I can't even take a good picture without looking funny. People like, oh, smile. And I'm like, I never have been able to do anything like that. You know, I got a good one for us here. This is the tribulation. You want to hear tribulation in the Abari? It's called Zara. Yahuwah, judgment comes and Yahuwah falls on top of man. Wow. That's what the Zod, the Rosh, and the Hay. It's the picture of a man falling down, and the Rosh is the top of a head. And then the Hay is a man like this. What he's saying is judgment falls on top of man. Tribulation. Woo, Zara. That one's pretty powerful right there. Oh, I like this one too. Here's pride. This is what Yahuwah sees in pride. This one hit home for me. So it's the picture of a foot and the ox head and a man. It's called Gaha. It says, man lift up his own horn. Lift horn man. So a man is lifting up his own horn, his own power. So when you say Gaha, Yahuwah is seeing a man lifting up his own horn. You know, that's what pride resembles. Man lifts up his own horn, his own power. Yeah, I'll send all this. I tried to do it with you, Ross. I know that it's hard for you to see on your camera, and you got to do it on your tablet and stuff. But
Yeah, it's just a matter of changing it. I've got to do like switcheroo like 3 times to get it onto my iPad. But I've got it on. Well, I has it posted yet on your?
man, it's still got. It's only 26. It's 30 minutes. This one was steaming today. I was on fire. The Shabbat video, man. I was on steam this morning. Whew. It's still got 1 hour. Be careful with that one, Ross. That one's on fire. There's a lot of steam in that one. You better wear a glove or something before you click that video. There's some heat in that one. There's a little steam in that one. You want to wear an oven glove, you know?
Miss Sandra, would you bless us with a song?
Of course, my most favorite thing in the world to do. How's about let's see. I got this song when I was reading earlier.
I don't know why I call you Miss Sandra and I call everybody else sister, but I just defer to your eldest as the eldest, I guess, because
It's okay. You can call me anything. Just don't call me late. It says, I think this is beautiful. In you, Tehillim, chapter 31, Psalms 31. In you, oh, yeah, I've taken refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me. Deliver me in your righteousness. Incline your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be a rock of refuge to me. A house of defense to save me. You are my rock and my fortress. For your name's sake, lead me and guide me. Bring me out of the net which they have hidden from me. For you're my fortress. Here we sit in darkness all around us, and your truth is being torn down. Yet through the turmoil, and the vanity, the lies and deadness we're surrounded by. You are a shield and a great high tower. Deliver us, hallelujah, what you've done. Into your hand I commit my rock. You have redeemed me. Oh, yeah, all of truth. I hated those who observe lying vanity, but I trust, I trust in you. I exalt and rejoice in your kindness, for you have seen my affliction. For many will be our affliction, but you deliver us. Oh, you deliver us. Oh, you deliver us from them all. You have known the distresses of my life. You have not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a large place. Show me favor. Oh, you, for I am in distress. My eye, my being, and my body has become old and with grief, for my life is consumed in sorrow. You know, man born of a woman, born of sorrows and much grief. And my years in sighing, my strength falls because of my crookedness, and my bones have become old. I am a reproach among all my adversaries, but most of all among my neighbors, and the dread of all among my friends. Those who see me outside, flee from me. I have been forgotten, like someone dead from the heart. I've been like a missing vessel, for his evil report of many. The news is blasting all over about what mankind is trying to do to prevent your second coming. But there's thing they can do. Your eyes are in every place. You're beholding all good and evil. The man of the lawless has been revealed. Help us to look up and see our redemption drawing nigh. Oh, it's gonna be a great day, a great day, a day of sadness, a grave darkness. Oh, but yet a day of the eschaton, the final, hallelujah, victory. Fear is from all around. When they take counsel together, they're counseling against you, Father. They plot to take away my life, but I have to put my trust in you. I have said you are my all in. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemy and from those who pursue me. Make your face shine upon me, yourself. Save me in your kindness. Do not let me be ashamed. Oh, yeah. For I am caught up on you. Let the wrong be ashamed. Let them be silenced in the grave. You know, the wicked won't rise in the judgment. Let lips of falsehood be still, which speak recklessly against me, against the righteous with pride and scorn. How great is your goodness, which you have laid up for those fearing you, which you have prepared for those taking refuge in you, in the sight of the Son of Man. Here we are taking refuge in him, in the sight of the sons of man, in the secrecy of your presence. You shall hide them from the plots of man. Brothers and sisters, in the secrecy of Yahuwah's presence, we are hidden from the plots of the sons of man. No matter how the enemy is raging right now, we are in his prison, hidden from their plot. You shelter them in a booth from the strife of tongue. Blessed be who for his name. Marvelous his kindness to us in a strong city. You know, the new Jerusalem is coming down. And I have said in my haste, I'm cut off from before your eyes. Yet you heard the voice of my prayers when I cried out to you. Love you, ooh, all you can run for your ooh, God's the trustworthy one, and exceedingly repays the doer of pride. Be strong and let him strengthen your heart. All you who are waiting for, yeah, be strong and let him strengthen your heart. Be strengthened in the inner man and in the inner woman. More like Yahushua. I mean, thank you for listening. I know it was a little lengthy, but
Amen. Thank you. I'm so blessed.
we are. It says it in the next verse. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Praise him for the blood of Yahushua. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So I sung that in Shigniot. Remember the Shigniot? Different melodies, different phrases, tempos and stuff like that. I did a Shigniot.
That's a different word.
I think is it in Habakkuk that we studied about Shigniot and what it is? Habakkuk. Habakkuk. It's hard to say.
Habakkuk. Yeah, Habakkuk. But what are you saying like the word that they don't say very well? What is that word? Shigna.
It's one they can call him a minor prophet. In the 3rd chapter, it says he received a prayer of Habakkuk, the prophet, on Shigniot. And Shigniot is a temple singing songs and praises at different and moderately tempos. You can come real rapid, real slow. It's just different tunes. That's what a Shigniot is.
Oh,
It's a musical direction.
thank you. Thank you.
All praise and esteem to Yahushua for enabling us. I thank him we hear. We thank you we can talk. We thank him we can see. We can move and breathe and have our being. He return our breath to us. Hallelujah.
Andrew, was that the voice of an angel? What was that?
It was
That's
the
not
best that I could do.
Oh,
It was
except for the times that you topped out the microphone, it was beautiful. Sometimes your microphone couldn't take it. It was just too beautiful.
Well, I give all esteem and praise and honor to Yahuwah for any successes because, it was through him. Our goal is to esteem him. Hallelujah. I thank him for enabling me today. I thank you that you guys were kind enough to listen. I'm still operating on praise Yahuwah Sabaoth, for Yahuwah is good, for his kindness is forever. For those bring the offering of praise into his house. And his house is the covenant. That's what I heard Brother Mark was teaching last night. His house is the covenant. And then when we come together, we're being his Mishkan. We're little stones in the building. And we're supposed to be praising him in our bodies and in our being, both day and night. Hallelujah. Because he's working it all. He's the one that's going to get the victory. He's the one that's going to fight the battle. He's the one that's going to bring the deliverance. Hallelujah. We're just here so that he can work through us. Hallelujah. To proclaim him and believe. And the more we believe, the more victory we get over the enemy. Hallelujah. Because these are during the times that he said, know this, the perilous times are going to come. So we're in those perilous times. Hallelujah. I'm sorry my phone keeps ringing. Oh, Brother Mark.
Shabbat
Nice
shalom,
of you to
everybody.
join us.
What's up?
Boker Tobe.
Speedy been messing with my mic again. I tell you what, Speedy. All right, everybody.
I never seen something so dead move so much. Just speedy.
That Speedy, he's so fast, you can't even see him move. That's how quick he is, faster than lightning. Lightning goes 200,000 miles per hour. Speedy goes 400,000 miles an hour. He's faster than lightning, double fast than lightning. You can't see Speedy move. What you talking about? All right, let's get into Genesis here. We're in Genesis 26, man. Abraham's dead, and we're getting ready to read about Isaac. Okie dokie. Who wants to start us out? June, go ahead.
All right. And there was a scarcity of food in the land, besides the first scarcity of food, which was in the yeoman of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, sovereign of the Philistines, in Gerar. And Yahuwah appeared to him and said, do not go down to Mizraim. Live in the land which I command you. Sojourn in this land, and I shall be with you and bless you. For I give all these lands to you and your seed, and I shall establish the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. And I shall increase your seed like the stars of the Shemayim, and I shall give all these lands to your seed. And in your seed, all the nations of the Eretz shall be blessed, because Abraham obeyed my voice and guarded my charge, my commands, my laws, and my Torah.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So here we go. If there's a scarcity of food, besides the first scarcity of food, which was in the days of Abraham. And so this was like a famine, sort of, I guess. Lack of food for sure. And being in this area that they're in, it's a wonder, what's going on here with the famines. But what do you think this is saying? A scarcity of food spiritually. What do you think that would be talking about? How could we see that in a spiritual application? Sandra?
No truth, no word of truth, which is the bread of life.
Right. Okay. And so do not go down to Mitzrayim, live in the land which I commanded you. Why is it that every time there's a famine, Egypt seems not to have one? Raj?
They're right there by the Nile, the river. So
Right. So they're by let me see if I got a map. Maybe this one here, maybe. Let me see. Yeah, this one will probably help a little bit. I'm going to do Speedy's most favorite thing in the world here. And screen share. So here we go. Speedy, get ready, because here we go. So this kind of shows it somewhat, but notice, it's green up in here by the Sea of Galilee, Joppa up in this area, especially through this Jordan Valley area here. But then it kind of gets brownish down in here. And this is about where they're at. Here's Philistine. So they're in this area here. You can see there's not a lot of grain. And then as soon as they cross over here and over into here, look how green it gets. See this Goshen right here, which is Goshen. That's where the Hebrew were at when they were slaves. And so they were in this wadi, if you will, of Egypt, where all these rivers that come in from the Great Sea and water all this area. And it's very, very fertile. Matter of fact, they say it's where the best cotton in the world comes from, up in this area right in here. So you can see why they're starving here. They're heading that way, right? Okay. It says here that and in your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because Abraham obeyed my voice and guarded my charge, my commands, my laws, and my Torah. Okay, so what does all that mean? Did they have the Bible back then? Speed been there messing my stuff, man. That's just aggravating me. All my stuff's messing. Sandra?
So basically, he's following up, incorporating him into the covenant of Abraham, the Abrahamic covenant. He's including him in that covenant. And the voice of his word is the instructions that Yahuwah had given Abraham, that he is telling Yishak, if you also follow and obey the voice of my word, I will also include you, being the seed of Abraham, into this covenant. In other words.
Yeah. What's all my commands, my laws, and my Torah mean? What's that mean? Anybody know? Phyllis?
All the right rulings that he has set down for them to keep, the Torah.
Torah means instructions. And so we have commands, which would be I don't know the difference between commands, the laws, and instructions here. That's what I'm that's what I'm asking you. Do you know what that is?
What he say, do it.
Well, that's all three. You can say that. Go ahead, Talita. Well, I can't hear you, man. Talita, we can't hear you.
I guess it.
Okay, Roz, go ahead.
I think he was passing it down by mouth to everybody. And so he, because nothing was written down, the Torah or the Tanakh or anything like that. It was just starting out. And he was giving it verbally, like all the ancestors used to do.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Is it my turn? Still? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't know. When I read my charge and then he lists the other things, it's like, to me, that means just like anything that he's ever said, basically. Like anything and everything he has ever come out of his mouth that he's ever said, we should be obeying.
Yeah. Right. I agree with you. I think it's he's covering all the bases here, isn't he? First, second, and third base, right? Go ahead, Phyllis.
No, it's what I was going to say. What Talitha said is perfect.
Yeah, I think that's just about right. So, where did we leave off at? What verse did you stop at?
I stopped at 5. I was getting ready to start 6.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and read 6 and 7 here real quick.
And Isaac dwelt in Gerar. And when the men of the place asked about his Asha, he said, "She is my sister." For he was afraid to say, "She is my Asha," thinking lest the men of the place should kill me for Ribka or Rebecca, because she is good looking.
Hey, stop. She's good looking, man.
And old, well, she's older in her 40s probably by now.
Yeah. Okay. So where have we heard this before? Somebody else did this. Who was it?
Sarah and Abraham.
Yeah, his dad, huh? So here we're going to do Speedy's most favorite thing in the world to do. We're going to screen share this. But you can see here, here's where this, where he's at. And this Gur R right here is where he's at. Okay. So if you can see that right there, very close to Gaza City of the Philistines, right there. All righty. So what? I mean, father like son here. What's the problem, Phyllis?
I had a question before that it's out of context now, but I was curious how far it was if they were to go to Mitzrayim. It's just a question. If they were where they were, how long would it take them to get to Mitzrayim? Wouldn't that be quite a trek?
Yeah, probably a couple 100 miles, maybe. Not real far. It's kind of small and condensed over there. You know, like Europe, for instance. You know, you think Europe, you know, and you think like the United States is, right? But you can actually take the whole continent of Europe and fit it into the United States 2.5 times. You know what I'm saying? So it's really condensed area. It's not an expansed area like the United States is or Russia is. The whole continent of Europe is tiny. And so the Middle East is even tinier. It's real small. I mean, I think Israel is about the size of Rhode Island or maybe New Jersey, something like that. Very small. By foot, it would take a while, you know, but, you know, how fast does a man walk? 2 miles an hour, 3 miles an hour, you know? So it could take a little time on foot, but relatively speaking, it's a short distance, really. Go ahead, Ross.
You got to factor in the fact he had all of those camels and donkeys and all the lambs and everything too, and that would take them a lot longer. That's
right. Yeah, they'd set up tents and then tear them down. They were dragging women and children with them, all kinds of stuff. Animals, livestock, herding goats and sheep along, stuff like that. Yeah, so they didn't move fast, but it was, like I said, it was still, relatively speaking, a short distance. Wasn't like they were going from New York to Los Angeles or anything, you know what I mean? Okay, so what's up with this like father like son thing? What are y'all thinking, man? Any thoughts on that? Okay, June, let's go ahead and keep reading, and maybe something will come to your minds when we continue on here.
All right, verse 8. And it came to be when he had been there a long time that Abimelech, sovereign of the Philistines, looked through a window, and he watched and saw Isaac caressing Rebekah, his Asha. So Abimelech called Isaac and said, "See, truly she is your Asha. So how could you say, she is my sister?" And Isaac said to him, "Because I said, lest I die on the account of her." And Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people had almost slain with your Asha, and you would have brought guilt on us." And Abimelech commanded all his people, saying, "He who touches this man or his Asha shall certainly be put to death."
Okay, stop. All right, so what's going on now, man? So here Yitzhak is doing the same thing as Abraham did, because their wives were so beautiful that they were very attractive, that men wanted to know about them. And yet, instead of saying, "Hey, that's my wife, don't touch her," they said, "Oh, it's my sister," leaving her wide open for men to advance upon. So then after they found, and this is the curious thing here, after they find out that they lied to them, okay, what did they both did? They did the same thing, didn't they? Did the same exact thing. They said, "Why'd you do that? You brought a curse on us, right?" So basically the same thing. So what's the point here? Why are we reading about Isaac, Abraham, and Isaac both doing this with this this guy, this sovereign? Do you notice the same sovereign? It's the same sovereign. They lied to both of them lied to the same sovereign about their wives. I mean, did Isaac not learn from his dad not to lie about it? Why would he? What's going on, Phyllis?
What if he was being shrewd and thinking, well, maybe it'll go through just the way my dad did, and I'll leave with a herd of sheep and goats and whatever he gave him.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't think he was being that cunning. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, is it because he knew those around him it's like we are today. He knew that they were beastly, they were aggressive and covetous. And he was afraid that they would not respect her being his wife. He could lose his life because of her. So because of that, he was trying to shield or cover her or cover himself from having to experience that, because during that time, the nations were wild and aggressive. They did whatever they thought was right in their own eyes. And he knew that was going on.
I kind of buy into that with Abraham, but not with Isaac. Because when it says here that he said, one of my people almost laid with your ash, and you would have brought guilt on us. They had some type of rules here. They weren't totally crazy and wild people. I mean, he didn't want to commit adultery, obviously. He was against it. So they were under some type of morality here. Okay. And this was the same king. Got to remember that. Same king. And he had the same values with Abraham, because he says to Abraham, why did you lie about her being your wife? Well, and remember, he gave Abraham all that stuff. So there was morality there. You know, they weren't wild and crazy and just grabbing women by the hair and dragging them off in the caves here now. You know, he had some type of standards not to mess with a married woman because that's what he says. And even in 11, he commanded all his people, he who touches this man or his wife shall certainly be put to death. And so he was against idolatry. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have another question to add to that. If he thought the king would kill him for his wife, then what did he think would happen when he discovered he lied?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Why do you think this happened this way? I mean, because you think he would have learned from Abraham's mistake, right? Was he alive at the time Abraham did that? Was Isaac alive? Or he not born yet? Even if he wasn't born yet, which I don't think he was, he surely have heard the story, right? I mean, to me, that's not something that you did one time and you never talked about again. That's something that, to me, would have come up a lot in conversations around the campfire, you know? I mean, what else did these people have to do? They couldn't go flick on the TV and watch the World Series or go turn it on, watch number 1 Ohio State play Penn State this afternoon. I mean, they didn't have a whole lot to do. They didn't have cell phones. Go ahead, Ross.
It's kind of seeming like Yahuwah set it up for his esteem.
Yes. This is something coming from Yahuwah to esteem himself. But what? What could it be?
The protection
over
the wife, both wives,
over
and
bride.
over them, yeah, and
Right.
over
Right. And so now, are we starting to see the spirituality now? See what I'm talking about? So there's the spiritual end of that. See, we go back into 20, where the same king, the sovereign of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. See what I'm saying? He sent and took Sarah. That's in 20, Genesis 22. In 21, it says, Yahuwah visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahuwah did for Sarah as he spoke. So Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son. See, so that happened before Isaac. Okay. But yet Isaac had to know about this. And he repeats the same mistake that his dad did. Okay. So to me, this is kind of speaking about, even though we make mistakes, even though we sin, we do unrighteous things, that Yahuwah still has his eye on his bride, and he's still going to protect her, no matter how many mistakes she makes. Something similar to that, spirituality-wise. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? I mean, this is really weird. You got to admit, and Chance, it's because she was good looking. Same with Sarah, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to get a clear understanding. So Sister Roz was saying that it was because it was he did it because in the spiritual, Yahuwah is establishing his esteem of protection over his bride. That's what you're saying, Sister Roz? And so it has nothing to do with the fact that he was afraid and didn't trust Yahuwah.
Well, I think that just like he did with the Pharaoh and hardened his heart and softened his heart, I think he made Yitzhak fearful and then unfearful, and went back and forth with both Abraham and Yitzhak.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It makes good sense.
Thank you. And what's Yahuwah's esteem? His body. And who's his body? The assembly. And what's the assembly?
Us.
The assembly.
The assembly is his body, right?
Right. So the assembly was inside, sort of, both wives in a way.
Okay. I get it. I get it. I think I
You know, when you
understand.
were talking last night about the body, that Yahusha's inside the body, we're inside his body, everything is encompassed inside his body. And then he speaks of the body of everybody, you know, at the end of everybody being put, and everybody's got a different part of the body that they're in. He's actually talking about his body now.
He is. And yeah, and so we can't rightfully say that the Father is the Son, okay? But we can, or the Father is the body, but we can say the Father is in the Son, or the Father is in his body. Y'all picking up what I'm laying down on that?
So does that mean we're encompassed in him?
I guess in a way. I mean, we're in him, but he's in us. Yeah, I mean, in a way. I mean, Yahuwah does walk around inside of himself, in his own body, in himself, walks around in himself while he's in his own body, right? Because he is the primer of life. So you see, okay, so if we imagine, I don't know if I can, yeah. If you can imagine a body, okay, just say a big body figure of a man, okay, and then inside of that body is a little man, okay, so that would be his body walking around in himself, which is why he's everywhere at once, even though he's not contained within his body, because he's in himself. So he's not contained within that body, okay, because he's in his body, the big picture body, the perimeter of life. Are we seeing all that? So he's telling this, he's telling his people, whoever touches this man, his ashes shall certainly put to death. So has he got a fear of Yahuwah here? Is he fearing Yahuwah? Why did the king give that command in verse 11? And look at 10 and 11. Why is this you have done to us? One of the people almost laid with your wife, and you would have brought guilt on us. See, so there's morals here. And then he commanded his people, saying, don't touch this man or his wife, or you're going to be put to death.
Maybe he's remembering what his experience with Abraham.
Yeah, he has a fear of Yahuwah for sure. And what does this coincide with? Does this bring anything to mind? He who touches this man or his Asha shall certainly be put to death. Ross?
Protection of his Yasharal. That whomever touches Yasharal, that he will protect.
Yeah, you touching.
I mean, he'll protect Yasharal.
Yeah, you're touching the pupil of his eye. In other words, you're poking Yahuwah in the eye if you mess with it, Yisrael, which is what? His bride, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's his Asha. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is like, I mean, the beginning stages, if you will, of Yisrael, but it really goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. Were set apart in the garden from the rest of mankind. So what's the garden? Think about that. What's the garden? Paradise, right? What's paradise? Eternal life.
Yeah. Is it everlasting life?
Yeah. Yeah. The reign of Yahuwah, everlasting life. right? Okay. And so his body, his Asha, gets everlasting life. And so he who touches this manner's Asha shall certainly be put to death. Seeing that? Are we connecting the dots here? I feel like I'm not expressing the way I should be doing it. Go ahead, Roz.
Something just came to me a couple of weeks or so ago. I saw a picture of an Egyptian hieroglyph, maybe, and a female was across the top, and that represented the firmament. So, in essence, maybe they knew that they were in the body of Yahuwah, and that's why it was like that, where they had a being across it.
Mm-hmm.
That just came to me with that.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it really, if you think about the rainbow, what is the rainbow sort of or is a symbol of eternity, of Yahuwah's everlasting life with humanity, because of what you're saying there. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look at Carlton. I got to show you all this. Carlton, he cracks me up sometimes. Carlton Russian says, good looking means extremely beautiful. Okay, Carlton, get off of that, man. We know she's good looking. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions, man? All right. If not, let's go ahead, Jim.
Okay, we're chapter 26, verse 12. And Isaac sowed in that land and reaped in the same year 100-fold, and Yahuwah blessed him. And the man grew great and went forward until he became very great. And he came to have possessions of flocks and possessions of herds and a great body of servants. And the Philistine envied him.
Okay, stop. All right, so here we go, man. This is amazing. Okay, so they're in this land of it has a famine in it. It's a scarcity of food, which really would be, to me, as a scarcity of the word of Yahuwah. And maybe, possibly, only Isaac and his little encampment knows about the words of Yahuwah, we'll just say. But look at what happens that same year. Okay, he plants, he sows, he reaps 100-fold, and Yahuwah blesses him, and he grows to be a very great man, and his possessions are enormous. He becomes very rich, to the point where the Philistine, who are very close to this area I showed you on the map, is envy of him. So what's up, man? I thought a lot of people go around telling you, it's a curse to be wealthy. Don't look like it to me. What's up with that, Roz?
Showing the favor of Yahuwah on him.
That's right. Is it a sin to be your receiver of Yahuwah's Baruchs?
Mm-mm.
No, it's not. Yahuwah can shower you with riches beyond your wildest imagination, and it's not a sin to be a receiver of Yahuwah's blessings. I mean, that's absurd to even suggest something like that, but yet people like to do that. Act like you got to be walking around with nothing in your pockets and in sackcloth or something, But it doesn't seem to be the case here that I can tell. I don't know what Speedy did to my microphone, but man, I'm going to get a hold of him in a minute. He's going to miss my stuff. Okay, so Yeah, it seems Abraham was wealthy, and so here his son is too. And at this particular point, it appears that Yitzhak is walking in the same pattern as Abraham. See how parallel their life seems to be up to this point? Why? And notice back and forth, and I shall increase your seed like the stars of the Shemaim, and I shall give you all these lands to your seed. Ain't that the same thing he told Abraham? It is. Same promise. So he's passing that along as well. So it seems to me that Yitzhak is walking in the same exact path that his father walked in. His life is almost identical here. Is there any reason for that? I mean, it almost sounds like we're reading all about Abraham all over again. Go ahead, Roz.
Because he's doing everything that the Father wants him to do. He's listening to him. He's doing his bidding. He's doing everything.
Anybody else? I mean, doesn't it seem like we're reading all about Abraham all over again? Roz?
Actually, he's in a way seems like he's a little more wealthy than what his dad was, because it said that he had a 100-fold. So what he had and he planted, he got everything grew, all of his animals produced, everything multiplied.
Mm-hmm. Yet in 5 it says, because Abraham obeyed my voice and guarded my charge.
Mm.
All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance?
I just looked at Rabka's name, and it's the beginning of Yashrael breaking forth and revealed. That's the name of Yasak's wife. When you break it down, it's the beginning of Yashrael breaking forth and being revealed. Wow. That's all.
Well, whose mother is she?
The twins.
Right. The two
Yaakov and Esau.
Yeah, 2 nations of people. And so, yeah, from her comes Yesharah, right? Because Jacob's name gets changed to Yesharah. And so that would make sense. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, June, let's continue on so we get into next here.
Okay, verse 15. And the Philistine had stopped up all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the Yemen of Abraham his father, and filled them with dirt. And Abimelech said to Isaac, go away from us, for you are much mightier than we.
What? Hang on. Okay, so what's going on here? What is this telling us? The Philistines stops up all the water wells that Abraham's servants dug. Can you imagine the work put into digging a water well? I mean, I've dug foxholes, I've dug graves for dogs, I've dug gardens, and I can't even imagine digging a 30-foot well by hand. That's insane, man. Can you imagine the work involved in that? Obviously, they're doing this at a bucket at a time with an ancient tool resembling a shovel. They ain't probably ain't even close to the type of shovels we have. And they're digging this all out, maybe even scooping this dirt out as they're digging. I mean, wow, the manpower, the work involved in this, digging these wells. So, but anyway, these Philistines stop them up by filling them up with dirt. Anybody get anything out of that spiritually? Phyllis?
The enemy is trying to hide and bury the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see that. You can see the enemy at work here. Look at the history of the Philistines in Israel here, man. Is there any wonder that they're still at each other's throat? I mean, this is crazy stuff. Notice that the Philistine territory overflowed over into what we see as Israel today. So this Gerar was in Philistine territory. So he fills it up with dirt. There's no water for them to drink or feed or water their flocks with. And now this king who has a fear of Yahuwah and basically gave Abraham permission to dwell in the land wherever he wanted to. And so therefore, his son Isaac inherited it, and he was living there as well. And all of a sudden, now he's telling him to go away from us, for you are much mightier than we. Are you seeing anything there? Oz?
Well, what comes to me is that, I mean, Isaac, in 1 year, he reaped 100-fold. So he multiplied 100 his wealth or wherever he had. So if he had 10 chickens, you multiply that 100. That's a lot of wealth in 1 year. Like that's if it's like the 100-fold, right? So what it comes to me really is like wealth comes with its challenges. And you're gonna have people who are gonna, try to definitely like they're gonna envy you, and I think it comes with the to being wealthy. Not everyone's gonna like you, but obviously he has the ruach that they are accepting that he is mightier than them. But I don't know. To me, it's like that's crazy. That's a lot of wealth in 1 year. So
Yeah,
he became probably like one of the wealthiest people around there. In no time.
I think Abraham had 1,000 people in his, under his control. So that would be 100,000, right? People.
100, yeah.
And everything else. I mean, it could have been more. I don't know how many people they had, but for some reason 1,000 sticking in my brain. But
that's in 1 year.
In 1 year, 100.
So there is like, so far, no one. I mean, all of Yahuwah yields that percentage of profit in a year.
So filling the living water with dirt, basically burying. Okay, would you see burying the life, burying the life? We'll just say, and go away from us because you are mightier than we. Is this similar to the Philistines? Are they representing darkness here, the devil? And they're saying, go away from us because you're mightier than us, because you're the light. Get away from us. And it's kind of funny how they filled in the living water, which could be the word of Yahuwah, with dirt, covered it up and hid it. They didn't want it. So therefore they buried it and told the light to leave. Is there something like that going on here? into the spiritual realm. Sandra?
So it made me think of the replacement theology, trying to bury the truth with poison waters, and they knew they recognize the Yahuwah in you is greatness. So they recognize that great. They recognize Yahuwah in them, and that's why they did it, because that's what's happening today. The truth has been poisoned, lied upon. That's what your monotheism number 1, 2, and 3 is about. Surrounded by all those lies. That's the same thing that's happening today. All those lies to try to disguise or hide the truth from people. That's why he removed his name, everything. It's the essence of it all.
So we have the Philistines, who we'll just say represents darkness. And then all of a sudden we get the 12 opposition tribes of Ishmael, which also represents darkness. And so now the darkness is surrounding the light and trying to be mightier than it and overwhelm it, but it cannot, because even one little tiny match exposes the light, right? But yet they're trying to. And then Yahuwah takes the light, scatters it through the world, and lights up the entire world. Are we all picking up what I'm laying down on that?
That is so powerful. Thank you.
Okay, so let's continue on, Jim.
Verse 17. So Isaac went from there and pitched his tent in the Wadi Gerar and dwelt there. And Isaac dug again the wells of water which they had dug in the yeoman of Abraham his father, for the Philistine had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. And he called them by the names which his father had called them. But when Isaac's servants dug in the wadi and found a well of running water there, the herdsmen of Gerar strove with Isaac's herdsmen, saying, "The water is ours." And he called the name of the well Esek, because they drove with him, or strove with him.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so this is interesting, man. He still seems to be walking in the same path as Abraham. So he goes over here to this area, and where the enemy had, filled up the wells, stopped them up with dirt, and he digs all the same wells back up and names them the same thing. Is Isaac? Is it me, or is Isaac walking in the same exact path as Abraham here? He is, isn't he? And we need to find out why. And we got a good idea of why, but there's something deeper here. What's going on? So just keep all that in mind. And notice here now that Yitzhak's servants dug in the wadi and they found a well of running water. What does that mean? What do you think that means? So go ahead, Roz.
The living water of Yahuwah.
Oh, yes,
maybe there's people over there that remembered Yahuwah, and he was able to tap into that.
Yeah, that's spiritually. Yeah, that's good, man. Okay, so literally there, when they dug this well and they hit this running water, it created a stream. You know what I mean? So, or a lake, we'll just say. It's like if you have an underground spring on your property, right? And you dig down and you hit that spring, what happens? The water comes up and creates a lake, and it's fed by underground spring. Because under the ground, there's rivers under the ground. Everybody knows that, right? So when they dig down and they drill a hole for a well, and they're digging, they're trying to hit an underground river. That's the source of that water. And so they know where the rivers are running underground, and so they dig there. And sometimes they have to go deep, sometimes they don't, to hit the river. And then that's how you get your water if you have a well. Well, in this instance, this one here, they hit it, and the water came up and started overflowing, and probably created a lake, a good-sized lake, or even a river of flowing water. Okay, something to that effect. And so the enemy, when they saw, they hit that running water, they wanted it, because water was probably the most important thing at this time for survival. I mean, you can live for 30 days, maybe 60 days or something, without food, but you can't live too long without water. You can only live a few days without water, you're going to die. Water is extremely valuable, especially in this environment. So now, with all that saying, springs of living water coming up out of their stomach, is that ringing any bells? The Roz hit on it. Go ahead, Oz.
It's more, I don't know, to me it sounds more like, like he's going, he is wealthy in the most blessing possible way, and it just proves that, he doesn't have to try hard to find the wealth, like whatever he digs, wherever he just like anchors the shovel, he hits, the spot. So this just proves that he more than wealthy, he is a blessed man.
There you go. That's
you don't like there are some people that they're just blessed that way. Everything they do, it's just like, it really just like, works out pretty well, pretty perfect, and everything, they're blessed. It's like, I mean, how you do it, man? I don't know. It's, to me, it shows more that it's like he is a blessed man rather than just a wealthy man.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So what this is showing is that Yahuwah is with him. Period. Right? Yahuwah is with him. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So the running water, okay, is showing us that Yahuwah, Ruach HaKodesh, is with this man. Period. Real good, Oz. You're spot on that, man. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
Yeah, it's do you suppose everyone thirsts for the living waters that come from the fountain of life?
No.
Everyone's being probably thirsts deep within a spiritual water, the living waters that come from the fountain of life.
They may, but it's stopped up, isn't it? What's stopping it up? What's stopping up the flow of living waters and everyone? You're right. Everyone should have that, and they probably do down deep inside. But what's stopping it up? The dirt. What's the dirt? It's our flesh. That's what's stopping up the living waters from flowing. So who's doing that? Who's throwing all that dirt there? The devil. That's what the Philistines are representing here. Everybody picking up? I'm laying down on that, man. Okay. Let's go, Jim.
Verse 21. And they dug another well, and they strove over that one too. And he called its name Sitnah. And he moved from there and dug another well, and they did not strive over it. And he called its name Rehoboth, and said, For now Yahuwah has made room for us, and we shall bear fruit in the land.
Okay, wait. So now what's happening here? Somebody elaborate on that one. 21 and 22. Phyllis?
He moved far enough away from the Philistines that they didn't feel threatened by him anymore, and they just left him alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they dug another well and they fought over that one. And so he moved from there, which I don't understand because he was mightier than them, but this is Yahuwah as well. So they moved from there, dug another, and they did not strive over that one. Okay, and he said, "For now, Yahuwah has made room for us, and we shall bear fruit in this land." And so, what's up with that, Sandra?
Is it part of the journey?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What else?
So
Where are
it's part of the journey, and it's a separation too.
Set apart.
Set apartness.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it seem like Yahuwah's with them the whole time, but he's making them move farther and farther away from the world so they become more set apart. And then once they get to the point where he wants them to be with his will for his people, and then they stop there. And Isaac seems to understand this because he says, "You has made room for us, and we shall bear fruit in the land." What fruit? What's he talking about here? What's in the Hebrew mindset? What's he talking about? Fruit. Check that one out, Chance. What's fruit?
Bringing forth beings. Growth.
Growth, right. So growth, increase, expansion. Fruit in Hebrew mindset is children. Children can be fruit. So the children of the light will increase in this set apart place. Phyllis?
They're probably referring to righteous children so that they also can bear fruit and spread the word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anybody else? Chance, you got anything on fruit, man?
You know I do, brother. Good behavior, Kadash behavior, like you're separated from the world. You are shining light bright by your active obedience to the Torah, therefore which your behavior shows your fruit. That would be in the spiritual, context for me. Active obedience helps you bear fruit, in your behavior. People can easily see your behavior. You're not running with the same crowds, not an orgy, smoking, going to parties, being wild. You're Kadash. You are separated from rest, and you're not running along with the rest of the world. You are separated, Kadash, by your behavior.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I took the liberty of looking up Rehoboth. It means broad places, it's a plural, wide streets or room, signifying expansion, spaciousness, and blessing of ample room to prosper. He says, remember when he had, during the 7-year captivity, he told them to be fruitful and multiply. So this is like the fulfillment of that plan. It's I thought that was interesting that he named that. That's why he said, because Yahuwah has made room for us and we shall bear fruit. In other words, we are about to grow and prosper now. Hallelujah. This is awesome.
Anybody else? Look up Setna, Sandra. So fruit can be there's the spiritual fruit. Okay, it's not. This is not the fruit of man. It's spiritual fruit. That fruit belongs to Yahuwah and Yahuwah alone. If you read Paul's explanation of the spiritual fruit, you'll see that the first thing he does is let you know what the works of man are. And it's like the opposite of the spiritual fruit. And so if a person bears spiritual fruit in their life, what is that? Does that mean they've become a goody two shoes? They're all clean shaven, wear shiny shoes, put on 3-piece suits, and squeak their way down to the church every Sun's day? What does it mean? Roz?
They're walking in the way of Yahuwah. They're getting closer to Yahuwah. They have his fruit.
There you go. They're not getting closer. They've actually combined with him.
They begin to manifest.
Yeah, right. So they're manifesting Yahuwah. So if they're bearing spiritual fruit, that's evidence. Okay, it's evidence. It's a sign that they have been immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. That's what that tells us. It doesn't tell us that they're a goody two shoes and they've reached some higher level of piousness. That's ridiculous, because man can't do that on their own. They just can't. Impossible. Sandra?
So they are increasing into his image more and more like Yahusha. So fitna means hostility, enmity, opposition, strife, or accusation. So this is sort of like how Shaitan is in Revelation when he was trying to, he came against the woman because she was with child, trying to hinder. That's what this is kind of like, a prophecy of that.
So if you're in the world, you're in set, correct? And if you're out of the world, if you're set apart from the world, you're in Rahaboth.
Yes.
Statement? All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions?
Hallelujah, hallelujah.
Be careful. You're going to get Speedy riled up over here. Go ahead, June.
Verse 23. And from there he went up to Beersheba. And Yahuwah appeared to him the same Layla and said, I am the Elohim of your father Abraham. Do not fear, for I am with you, and shall bless you and increase your seed for my servant Abraham's sake.
Wow.
And he built an altar there and called on the name of Yahuwah. And he pitched his tent there, and the servants of Isaac dug a well there.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so notice Beersheba, man. Beersheba's got a lot of history, doesn't it? And so he went up to Beersheba, and Yahuwah appeared to him that same night. What does that mean, Yahuwah appeared to him? I thought Yahuwah was invisible. So if Yahuwah is invisible, how is it that he appeared to him? Phyllis?
In a manifested body. Or what is that word that you taught us?
Ephanies? Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, I don't know what, like, I don't know. I don't have an answer for the question you're asking. But something that it caught my attention was that at the end, Yahuwah makes the statement that he shall bless you and increase your seed for my servant Abraham's sake. So if you go back to the question that we had originally on 26:4, because Abraham obeyed my voice and guarded my charge, my commands, my laws, and my Torah. He already is stating that is because of Abraham, right? All this is happening up to a degree to him because of Abraham's covenant that he has with Yahuwah. So then when we go to the part of like, how did he multiply 100-fold his wealth? You know, it doesn't seem, or why he lied to Abimelech about his Asha, calling her his sister. I don't know. It sounds to me like because I don't know. Of course, I'm speculating, but he already knows that Abraham, because of Abraham, he has some sort of blessing to, I don't know, move around with certain things and certain decisions. You know, it's like Yahuwah keeps stating that it's for Abraham's sake that he has all what he has. Like, it looks like, I mean, of course, here it says that he saw that land and reaping the same year 100-fold, but maybe he doesn't necessarily, like he's being blessed, doesn't necessarily needs to work maybe as hard as potentially a regular person could work to multiply that. And he can probably like lie a little bit the way that he lied about his Asha and not have the consequences, because it's all in Abraham's sake, not because of his sake. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Like, you know, he doesn't hold the same consequences because he is being told that all this is done because of Abraham's sake. He seems to have some sort of like, I don't know, shield towards certain things.
Yeah.
Is that like possible that he doesn't have to face the consequences that everybody else has to face because his father? Because of his father, he has what he has, and he, you know, it's like he inherited that. He inherited the blessing and the wealth.
Yeah.
So, Oz, are you getting to the point like he didn't earn it and it was just bestowed? Like we haven't earned our salvation either.
Yeah, we haven't, but at the same time, for his own sake, he came and bled on this earth for the redemption of all men's heart. Like we didn't earn it, and we probably can't earn it. It's only for his own sake that we might earn it.
Okay. So now you're getting to where I wanted to be. So Abraham and Yitzhak is in the same exact footsteps as Abraham. Okay. For some weird reason, right? Well, what's the reason then is what you're just hitting on, is because they're a type or foreshadow of the Messiah. You see that? And so as they're walking the same path, okay, as the Messiah walks when he comes, it's the same path leading to the same place. You seeing it? There's no two paths. The path is, there's one straight path and the gate is narrow. Okay. And they're on that same path, which is leading up to the Messiah. Okay. So that's why Isaac's walking in the footprints of Abraham. Well, was Abraham not a type or foreshadow of Yahusha? Yeah, he was. And he is. And so is his son. He's walking in the same exact path, man. Okay, so Beersheba is like southeastern from where they were at. And so he kind of went farther east, but south from where he was at to finally get away from this, from the Philistines. Okay. And Yahuwah appears to him that night, and it doesn't really say what he appeared like, but we can only assume then that this is the messenger of Yahuwah. So this would be his body, Yahuwah in his body, because appeared means to reveal, to be able to see something, right? He appeared, that means you can see him. So he's got to be in some type of, some type of theophanies, like Phyllis was saying. But I'm going to get, and it doesn't really say. It could be anything, but I'm going to just assume that he's in his body here. He's appearing in his body, the same body that he walked in the garden with Adam and Kua, with the same body that he will later on show Moses. And, over 100 people or nearly 100 people in the Tanakh has seen this body, this manifestation of Yahuwah here. So to me, it's the same. So we can safely say that Abraham and Yitzhak both have seen Yahuwah. Although scripture says no one has seen Yahuwah, right? Doesn't scripture tell us that? So how is it that no one has seen Yahuwah, but yet Abraham and Yitzhak have seen Yahuwah? How is that? You know what's really strange is when Yahuwah appeared to Abraham, he must have been in the body of flesh, because he sat down in the shade and he drank and he ate and with him. And so here it doesn't really say if he was in his body of flesh or his body of light. But the whole thing of it here is, are you noticing that Yahuwah can appear in his body in either fleshly or in his body, a spiritual body of light? Whichever he wants to do, he can go back and forth with it. Let me ask you a question. When John, Yehukanan, had a vision and he looked up into the Shemayim and he saw one person sitting on the one throne, who did he see? I mean, was he speaking of the Father? Because the Father's invisible. And so if it was the Father sitting on the throne, wouldn't Yehukanan have said, I saw up in the Shemayim and there was one throne and nobody was sitting on the throne, but yet there was a lamb standing next to it? Wouldn't he have said that? He didn't say that. He said, there's one throne and one sitting on the throne. Who's he talking about? The Father's invisible, isn't he? Chance?
Yeah, you're bringing up a pretty sensitive thing for me here, Mark. I've thought about this so much, So Yahuwah, the hand of existence, is so great and powerful, right? We exist inside of him. He had to create himself some sort of body to interact with his creation. Otherwise, he's invisible. We can't see him. So let light come to be. Yahusha, and his name is the light. You can see where it is. Yahusha is literally the physical manifestation of Yahuwah, period. That is his body and how he interacts and deals with his creation, so we can see him in whatever way he desires to show himself, whether it be in light, whether it be a fleshy body, whether it be whatever. Yahuwah does what he does and what he pleases to do. So my understanding is it's It's how he desires to physically manifest himself to his creation. You know, it's his body to deal with us. That's all I got. I just emptied the tank for you. That's all I got left.
Okay. You're exactly right. Does anybody else got any thoughts about who he saw on that throne?
The Ancient of Days.
Yeah, look at Revelations 4. Revelations chapter 4 says, I looked up and saw a door having been opened into heaven, and the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me. Come up here, and I'll show you what has to take place after this. And immediately I came into the Ruach, and I saw a throne set in the heaven, and one sat on that throne. And look what happens. He tells you what he looked like. And he who sat there was like jasper and ruby stone in appearance, and there was a rainbow around the throne, like an emerald in appearance. And around the throne, 24 thrones, and on the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting, dressed in white robes, and they had crowns of gold on their head. And out of the throne came lightnings and thunder and voices. Look at that. Yahuwah is sitting on the throne of lightnings. Can you imagine that? So this was no doubt. He was seeing his body sitting on this throne. He's seeing him in his body. And then the amazing thing is 5:5 while we're here. Let's look at that. So look at Revelations 5:5 here, where this scroll is being shown, and it has it's written on the front and the back, and it has 7 seals. And they're saying who's worthy to open and to loosen the seals, but nobody in the heaven or on the earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or even look at it. Couldn't even look at it, man. So he weeps. And then look in 5, the lion. So he sees a lion. And then he sees a root, and then then it goes on down and it says, and in the midst of the throne, there was 4 creatures, and in the midst of the elders, there was a lamb. He saw a lamb standing there as having been slain. So he sees a slain lamb, but yet it's alive because it reaches out and takes the scroll out of the hand of the right hand of the one sitting on the throne. So look at all the symbolic things that Yehukanan has seen here. And they all mean something, don't they? So here, I think, in my opinion, we're getting a description of Yahuwah's body of light sitting on the throne and his body of flesh, symbolically of the lamb, the slain lamb. Meaning that the body of the lamb, the flesh, was not Yahuwah. It was the sacrificial Passover lamb, because Yahuwah did not die. And there's why you see there's a separation there in this vision. The lamb died, not Yahuwah. So we're seeing a separation between life and death, between his 2 bodies of flesh and his body of his spiritual body, which means that here in back to Genesis now, that when Yahuwah appeared to him that same night, he probably appeared to him in his body of flesh like he did his father, because he's in the same pattern as his father. So I would say Isaac here saw the lamb of Yahuwah, same as his father did. Go ahead, Chance.
So would it be safe to say that was the offering to death? The
Cool.
lamb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, I would say so. Yet,
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. That was some heat, boy. I need an oven mitt for you. Damn. You better calm that fire down and tell Speedy to sit back, man.
Speedy's not real happy today because his friends left and went trick-or-treating last night. So they're all out there eating the candy stuff. Speedy's mad at them. And he even told me this morning, he said, I don't really care because they're a bunch of Trinitarians anyway. I'm sick of them. So I don't know. Speedy's having problems with his faction. But at least he's here with us, right? All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point?
I have one.
Okay.
This place where Isaac has come to, is this the same Beersheba where Abraham strove before with them and planted the tamarisk tree where he first called out, and he called it Beersheba?
Yeah,
So-
it is.
So it was in this place. I know they said they were striving over a well with Abraham, but it says Isaac went to the trouble of building an altar there and called on Yahuwah. And then the servants dug a well. So, I was just kind of wondering, had the previous well been filled with dirt also? And, maybe he dug a well there nearby. I don't know. I was kind of wondering about that, because this seems to be the same place where Abraham was at when he called out. So it's like he's come back here to, this is just like kind of full term. It's all kind of full, kind of like you'd say full circle, but come back to exactly where his father was at when he called out on him. And then he shows up here to speak with him.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. It's the same place. Yeah, he's walking right in Abraham's footsteps for sure. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was considering that this Beersheba is a gateway to cross over, because that's where Yahuwah is there. It's like a gateway to him. Each time that anyone's there, like Abraham was there, he spoke to Abraham. When now Yishak is there, he reveals himself there to Yishak. So it's like this place is a set apart place to enter into his presence, or he presents himself there to you.
Yeah. I mean, I think so too. I mean, there's something about this Beersheba for sure. There's something there for sure. And notice that it means 7. What did we say it meant before? 7 something wells or something?
Well of 7. So it's sort
Well,
of like completion and perfection.
Right. And notice there's 7 eyes on the lamb and 7 horns on the lamb. And then there's the 7 lamps, which are the 7 spirits of Yahuwah going out into all the world and all that kind of stuff. There's something there with this Beersheba. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it does represent his throne area or something. Something.
Well, there are many gateways that we don't know about. I'd say that this was just one of them.
Yeah, there's something there for sure. Could be a gateway. There's definitely gateways of light, arches of light, gateways for sure. Going in and out of the different dimensions, if you will. The demons, people, they claim they travel through portals, but I think the other ones travel through archways of light. There's people that have actually seen them. Just like there's people that'll tell you they've seen portals with demons going in and out of portals. There's been people that have seen archways of light as well. My wife is one of them. She has seen one. Go ahead, Roz.
I was thinking the well was maybe a portal too because of the living water.
What's that?
The well, the water, the living water.
Yeah.
That could be a portal too
Mm-hmm.
to the Father.
That makes sense. Yeah. Could be. I mean, it makes sense. All right. What's this? Oh, all right. Well, thank you, Lou. Appreciate that, Phyllis. Thank you. I'll plant them, and maybe in the spring, I guess, be the best time, and see if they grow. See what happens with them. I'll have to put them somewhere I can't mow them over. I'll probably put them in the back there by the pond somewhere, maybe.
For those who are wondering, they're actually seeds that came from the tamarisk tree by the Lost Luna stone.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that particular tree is native to the Middle East. And so you got to say, well, what's that doing in New Mexico, right? Out in the arid desert, right? You know, Mexico's a weird state, man. I mean, it's arid, it's a desert, but yet it snows there. And the reason is because of the Rocky Mountains. You know, you get those air currents coming down off the mountains, causing the snow and the cold weather there, although it's an arid place, you know. And I think that maybe that Los Lunas area where the Hebrew settlers actually went there, it maybe reminded them of the Judean hills, maybe, and maybe that's why they settled there. Good possibility of it.
Just out of curiosity, Mark, was there a well or some water or a stream bed or anything around that area?
No, well, that's a good question because that was on my mind really constantly the whole time I was there. But there is an old dried up river bed there. Let me see if I can bring that up and show it to you. And I guess used to be the Rio Grande. It dried up, but back then, that was 3,000 years ago. I guess the Rio Grande did flow up there, and then they call it the Rio Grande. It may be seasonal, I don't know, but it was definitely dry when we were there. Let me see if I can find a picture of it for you. Maybe this is it. Let me see. No.
I'm sure the Rio Grande had a lot of water. I mean, it's called the Rio Grande, which means big river. So I'm sure at some point it was like a pretty big river.
Yeah, well, they call it. If you look on a map, you'll see they have it. The Rio Grande. Here it is. I got it right here. They call it the Rio Grande River. If you look on a map. Settle down, Speedy. Speedy going nuts. He said, hey, we're going to screen share. You can't see him, but he starts running around in circles like a maniac when we screen share. He gets so excited. He's too fast to see. All right, so there it is. And so this was the dried up riverbed there that used to be the Rio Grande. You can see the riverbank here, and it flowed all the way out, but I'm not sure. I think it ended right here and this right here. So right here to this bank here, the Rio Grande. So they said they probably sailed up there because they had such small sailing boats back then. They could have sailed right up the Rio Grande, and this area reminded them of the Judean hills, and so they settled here. But they could very easily have walked. It's only 258 miles from the Gulf Coast up here to Los Lunas, so they could have walked up here fairly easy. There was no wells or anything to speak of, no water. I guess the only way they got their water, maybe they had dug a well somewhere. Maybe they got it out of the Rio Grande when there was water in this riverbed, possibly. But I don't really know how they got their water. But they did, because don't forget, man, there's Indian tribes that live all around here. They had to be getting water from somewhere too. The Indians. So, let me see. Let me see if I'm going to show you one more thing if I can find it here. Oh, y'all got me off on this tangent now. Let's see here. Where is that?
Could where that Los Lunas stone is, could that have been like a path of water, a river of water right there, or a stream of water?
Where what is?
Where the Los Lunas stone is? Could that have had some water go through there?
I don't think so. I mean, it's on a hill.
Oh.
There's it comes down off a hidden mountain. There's the Covenant Stone, and it keeps going down, and there's a plain there. I can show you that too. But here, let me show you this real quick. Okay, so I think this is it. At least I thought it was. Yeah, it's it. Okay, let me blow it up here. All right, see right here. You see that right there? That's a little single house out here, way out here in the boonies, man. And if there's a house here, and this might be another one here, I'm not real sure. It's on the other side of the road we came on. Right here's the road we came on. Goes right through here. And you can see an electric pole right here. Now, where are they getting water, man? Did they dig a well for them? Did they have a well? Or maybe they have water trucked in and put in a cistern? I mean, I know there's people in Arizona that have to do that. So it's hard to say. But maybe they have a well here, maybe not. Maybe that water's trucked in and put in a cistern, some type of cistern for them, and they come out with a truckload of water and pump it down there and let it go down into the well, into the cistern, or something like that. I don't know. But let me see. One more, and we'll get back to what we were doing. Where is that picture? They're so hard to see sometimes, Oh, I think this is it right here. Let me look. Yeah, this is it. So here you go. Roz. So this is like down over here by this flat rock, down on the other side of that thing, is where the Covenant Stone is. And so if you look here in this picture, you could this going this way is how we came down. Actually, it was right over here somewhere. No, it was over here. But if you look down, it runs down. Okay, and then it goes this way through between these hills, and then on down to this plain. You see this flat plain right here? That's where we came up from. That's where that road is that we were just looking at down here. So we came up from this flat plain area, and we're up here on these hills. So I don't think there may be, when it rained, water would run down this way. I don't know, but there was no running water or anything up there that I could tell. It's pretty brutal. You can see how rugged it is. Very rugged area. Look at this weird looking thing right here. What do you think that is? That's something odd. Maybe it's a stone. I don't know. Let me blow that up. Look at that thing, man. This looks so weird. Like there's like edges or something on this thing. I don't know what this is. I didn't notice it when we were there. That's as much as I can blow it up. Yeah, weird though. It's kind of shiny looking if you look at it back here like this.
That rock that's if you keep on going further to the front, no, to yeah. That's flat rock right there.
This
That's
one?
usually like water. Yeah, the one that's to the front.
Oh, there's a lot of them slabs. I mean, a lot of those big
Uh-huh.
slabs everywhere. Big ones, small ones. But these round rocks here are really amazing. Look how perfectly smooth and round these are. Man, it's just really weird, isn't it?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that indicate there was water there maybe 100 years ago or less?
It could be proof that of the flood, the deluge, as well. Something happened there for sure. It's just kind of really weird. Let me show you one more thing here. Let me see. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah. This will give you a better view, Roz, what's happening here. Oh, Speedy going nuts. All righty, so there we go. So you see, this is where here's those round rocks, and we were looking this way. Okay, we're looking down this way on that other picture. So you see that it does look like there's some type of water because all these rocks, and it goes up here, and right there's the covenant stone. You see it right there? And there's a little flat area here, not too big, right here. And then you see that tree right there leaning up against this big rock? See what's growed up against the rock? Okay, that's where those seeds came from that Phyllis sent me. They come from that tree right there. That's that tamarisk tree. It's native to the Middle East. This is the covenant stone with the 10 commandments written on it. And then it goes up this way, and it continues to go up this side of this hill and around this way. And then back behind this hill right here is Hidden Mountain. It's back there. So they don't call it Hidden Mountain for nothing, so you can't see this mountain. You go up here and you go around, and then you can go to Hidden Mountain, get on top of Hidden Mountain. You can barely see the range right here. It goes back there behind that. So there's a better view of it. If you look real close, right here, there's that illuminated gold box with the Zadeh on it. It's right there, hidden in that tree right there. You can see it. We didn't see it when we were there. But there it is.
That definitely looks like a little river. If it's not something that's always there, it's something that's when the rains come.
Yeah, it probably is coming rolling down off of these hills down here into this, valley like there, I guess. It probably reminded him of the Judean hills. Jerusalem's built on 7 hills, right? So Jerusalem's built on 7 hills and 3 valleys.
Is that how many hills are right there?
I don't know. How many hills is there? Let's see. I want to show you one more, and then we're going to get back to, if I can find it. Well, maybe not. Where are you? Here it is. Let me show you this last picture, and we'll get back to what we're doing here. Here's that gold door, this porthole, whatever this is. I don't know. But I blew it up and cut it, and this is what we got. That's that little golden box in that tree. Right here. And look at it, man. It's illuminated. Like it's glowing. You can see it's a box. Look how square. You can see the points. You know. And you see that right there on there? That's a rabbinic Zadi or Sada. TS, meaning righteousness, is what it stands for. They use this in rabbinic writings, especially in the Talmud. It's like a legal letter that they use. Somewhere around the 5th century, they use this rather than the flag pole with the little banner on it. It's the same letter. It's just drawn differently on the side of this box. It means righteousness. That's what it means. But look at that thing, man. It's glowing. It's blurry. I don't know. It's odd. Notice it doesn't blow up. So watch this tree. Watch this. Is that tree blowing up? Look at that box. It really doesn't, does it? It's just weird. No idea what that is. No idea. But it looks like it's glowing, like it's lit up. It's illuminated, for sure. Anyway, let's get back to what we're talking about. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point? Chance?
No questions.
Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Sorry about that. Anybody else? If not, Jim, let's go ahead and continue to read.
All right. We're still in chapter 26 and we're on verse 26. And Abimelech came to him from Gerar with Akuzath, one of his friends, and Pakol, the commander of his army. And Isaac said to them, "Why have you come to me, seeing you have hated me and have sent me away from you?" But they said, "We have clearly seen that Yahuwah is with you." And we said, "Please let there be an oath between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, that you do no evil to us, as we have not touched you, and as we have done only good toward you, and have sent you away in peace. You are now blessed by Yahuwah." And he made them a feast, and they ate and drank. And they rose early in the morning and swore an oath with one another. And Isaac let them go, and they departed from him in peace. And on the same yom, it came to be that the servants of Isaac came and informed him about the well which they had dug, and said to him, "We have found water." So he called it Sheba, Therefore, the name of the city is Beersheba to this yom. And when Esau was 40 years old, he took as wives Yehudith, the daughter of Beri and the Kittite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Kittite. And they were a bitterness of Ruach to Isaac and Rebekah.
Okay, whoa. All right, thanks, June. What does that mean? And they were a bitterness of Ruach to Yitzhak and Rebecca. What in world? Phyllis?
They weren't of the covenant. They were outside the covenant and outside the people.
That's right. I mean, even his mom was considered Mount Sinai, the flesh, the fleshly darkness. So you see where these 12 tribes of Ishmael comes into play here, man. There's no doubt to me this is speaking of the flesh and the spirit, or darkness and light. Go ahead, Ross.
That they were worshiping their false idols. That's what I got from it.
I do what?
That they were worshiping the false idols. They probably had idols with them.
Where are you getting that from?
It's just my feeling with it.
Who was? You talking about
The two daughters for Esau.
Oh,
I mean, the wives for the Esau.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. And when Esau was 40, he took his wives and the daughter, and they were better. So his two wives, you're saying? Esau's two wives? Maybe they were. Yeah, but I mean, they were pagans for sure. Yeah, they probably were, because they were pagans. So Esau didn't marry, of his relatives. Like Abraham sent his servant to go up and find a wife for Isaac from his relatives. Esau just took wives of the Gentiles, the pagans that they were living around there. So these two women here, these Kittite, the Kittite women, they were pagan. So you're probably right. They probably were. Any other thoughts or questions on that? Yeah, we're going to see here that, that Esau's dad wasn't real happy with him about marrying those pagan women. Funny, they said, we have clearly seen that Yahuwah is with you. Didn't see that? Why do you think they said that? Chance?
Because the land bared its increase to Yazek, the esteem of Yahuwah was all over Isaac. Also because of Abraham, his dad, also, But I think, during the famine or the scarcity of food, Yazak was able to still produce. I mean, so Yahuwah was esteeming himself with his seed. And I think it was clear for all to see.
Yeah, when they went out and dug water, which was probably the number one biggest thing, back then was water. Did they just start digging anywhere? I mean, what caused them to say, yeah, okay, dig right here? Or did they just dig and hit a dry hole, dig and hit a dry hole, and keep digging until they found water? What do you think they did? Anybody? I think, go ahead, Ross.
The Ruach told him.
Exactly. Yeah, the Ruach Yahuwah told him where to dig, because this is why they think they would came and they said that obviously Yahuwah's with you, because every time they would dig a well, they'd hit water, and they were saying that's not normal. You know what I mean? But yet they found water every time they would dig, no
And
matter
maybe
where.
those other wells were dug to give them some living water, you know, and also to show his esteem on that too, for them, that come on with me and you can have, you know, the riches too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, man, you know, everywhere, no matter where they went, the Philistines thought they would probably perish. You know, they're going to die out there, man. Ain't no water out there, yet they dig a well and find water. So they said, oh, wow, Yahuwah must be with them. See what I'm saying?
This
So
is also leading up to Samson, that because he had to fight the Philistines, even him marrying into the Philistines was something that Yahuwah put into place. His parents didn't know that, but Yahuwah knew it.
Oh yeah, it's a deep history of the, you know, the Philistines and the Israelites. Man, there's a deep history there for sure. The funny, they never drove the Philistines totally out of that land, isn't it? You ever think about that? And let me see. No. Oh well, I thought I had a map to show you, but I don't. Go ahead, Sandra.
I looked up the scripture in Mashal, which is Proverbs chapter 16, verse 33. The lot is cast into the lap, but every decision by it is from Yahuwah. So that's in agreement to what Sister Roz is saying about the Ruach led them. In other words, the lot doesn't have to be the physical lot. It could be things, I think Solomon said, time and chance happens to us all. So situations come into our lives that are allowed by Yahuwah, but the decisions that we make from them come from him. Is what I was getting out of that. Confirming what she said, had already declared. That brought that scripture to my mind.
What was that scripture?
Mashal, it was Mashal or Proverbs 16. Let me relook at it. I turned away from it. Okay. 16 verse 33. The lot is cast into the lap, but every decision by it is from Yahuwah. It's another scripture that says that a man plans his own way, but it's Yahuwah that establishes our step. I don't know where that one is. Let me see. Kind of been thinking about that.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Rob.
There's also in the book of Judges, in chapter 5, and it talks about the water. Remember how you were saying and we were saying about the whales and the fish being in a different, that they weren't killed during the flood, but this also goes with this today. Hear, O sovereigns, give ear, O princes. I do sing to Yahuwah. I sing praise to Yahuwah. Elohim of Yasharel. Yahuwah, when you went out from Seir, when you stepped from the fields of Edom, the Eretz shook and the Shamaim poured. The clouds also poured water. The mountains flowed at the presence of Yahuwah. This Sinai at the presence of Yahuwah Elohim of Yasharel. In the Yomim of Shamgar, the son of Anath, in the Yomim of Yaal, the highways were deserted and the travelers went in crooked ways. But that's when I was reading to that young man that I read to, that hit me about what we had talked about a couple of weeks ago. Plus, it's hitting it for right now, that the water is there where the Father is.
You think Yahuwah is made of water?
No, it's his presence, his
You think his body is? How about his body of light? Is it made of water and light molecules?
it's possible it could be. It's a flowing, I mean,
Yeah, because Yahusha announced that he was the living waters.
He sure did. He also said, I am the light of the world. So in a way, Yahusha's telling us that his body's made of light and water. Isn't
He's
it?
all of it anyway. He's all of it.
Yahuwah?
Yeah.
I'm speaking of Yahusha, the body, his body. What did he make his
Everyone
body?
was saying-
He created his body. So what did he make his body of? That's what I'm saying. Light and water. I'm not talking about the spirit in the sun. I'm talking about the sun, the flesh. We know what he's
Okay.
made out of. He's made of dirt and water, aren't we? Yeah, we
Yes.
are. So how
Yes,
about
we
the
are.
body? It's the body of light. It's made of light and water. See what I'm saying? It's separate from Yahuwah. You can't say that his body that's the Father, but he is in his body.
The blood and the water. Okay.
Roz?
yeah, I was just like she's saying, the blood and the water. When they pierced him, the water came out and the blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blood's just a really intriguing conversation, really. You just start talking about blood. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions before I get off on a tangent here? No? Okay. So that brings us to, kind of funny all of a sudden it starts talking about Esau, don't it? I mean, there wasn't really any mention of him, was there? And all of a sudden, Esau? What? That's kind of odd, don't you think? Kind of out of place there, isn't it? Or is it just me?
So isn't it Yahuwah's design for the separation of the flesh from the set apart ones to the children of the flesh? That's why it started, for some reason, it started talking about, and when he was 40 years old.
Yeah, but am I missing something here? I mean, has Jacob and Esau been born yet? Am I missing something? Because all of a sudden it just starts talking about Esau, and I don't see where it says he was even born yet. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe it's prophesying he's going to come forth in separation.
Mm-hmm.
He declaring the
We
difference.
did. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did read about them grabbing the heel.
Where?
We read about that.
Oh, yeah. You're right. What am I talking about? Yeah, that's back in 25. You're right. Yeah, so Esau was born. That's right. At 25, 26.
So this is talking about the struggle between them. This here is an extension of the struggle.
Yeah, he already sold his birthright and all that kind of stuff here. Yeah, remember we were talking about the red thread, and then June said, no, that was somebody else. Remember? Okay. So all right. So I'm back on track now.
Because, like, remember, the reason why I say that, because see this where it said he was 40 years old. Remember, the children of Israel were 40 years in the wilderness before they actually entered into the promised land. So this is kind of like a prerequisite of that struggle between them.
I think you're right, Sandra. Precursor.
I'm listening to Yahushua. I hope I'm right. I don't know.
You know what that 40 represents, don't you? The fourth millennium and secret prophecies of Yahuwah. What happened at the fourth millennium? The greater light and the lesser light came. All right.
Right. That's when we were set free from our sins.
From our flesh, from darkness, from death.
Right. We were bound for death until that he brought life and light during the 4,000 millennium and became our lamb.
Right.
Our deliverer.
So that kind of coincides with that a little bit right there. You know, we're seeing the darkness here still, you know, in the 40th year, but toward the end of that fourth millennium comes the greater light and the lesser light, right? So that 40 is definitely, there's something there for sure, Sandra. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
Just looking back at chapter 26, I find it interesting how Yazdak is going around restoring all these wells as if he's restoring the living waters to this land. And it's just really beautiful, you know what I mean? He's like walking in the path of righteousness, and the light is being revealed in the midst of darkness, and he's just bright light walking. Yahuwah is with him, and he's restoring all the living water. The fountain of life is being restored to this place. Hallelujah.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. Anybody else? Look at, oh, go ahead, Ross.
Could this also be just like when the Philistines came, that the women came into the picture and the Philistines represented the devil? Could they be representing the devil too?
I think so.
It was also a temptation. That was temptation being brought in too.
Yeah, I think it's a type or foreshadow of the end times myself, in a way. I mean, look at Amos 8. Since Chance brought this up, Amos 8, 11. See, Yamam are coming, declares the Master Yahuwah, that I shall send a famine in the land. And that's send a famine in the land, so during Abraham and Yitzhak. Not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but for the hearing the words of Yahuwah. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from north to east. They shall diligently search, seeking the word of Yahuwah, but they shall not find it. You see that? So I think that's a foreshadow, man. That's what's going on there. And I mean, we go to Habakkuk, page 623. 1 through 5 there. We also see that, especially in 4, therefore the Torah ceases and right ruling never goes forth. For the wrong him and the righteous, so that right ruling comes out twisted. And so we can see here that the Torah ceases. There's a famine in the land for the hearing of the word of Yahuwah. And we go back over to Genesis, I think 40, 41, 50. We see that Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of scarcity of food. And we start seeing the scarcity here as well. We start talking about Joseph here. 7 years of scarcity of food, 7 years, through the end times, right? Be the 7 final years leading up to Armageddon. Scarcity of food. See that? So 7 years of scarcity of food began in Mitzrayim, which is the world, which means the hunger for the word of Yahuwah. You see that? So here we have step by step prophecy, type or foreshadows leading to the tribulation years. Y'all picking up what I'm laying down on that one? Ross, you getting that? Go ahead.
United States is spiritual in Mitzrayim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole world is. Entire world, including the United States. Y'all follow? Joe, you following along with that, man? I got to get Speedy on you over there to tutor you? No Speedy? Go ahead, Chance.
I thank you for bringing that. What was that one in Amos?
Hang on a minute. I'm going to put Speedy in a box, ship him to Joe so he can tutor Joe. Go ahead, Chance. I just had to say that.
Where was the verse? You hit me with something, but you were still talking. What was the verse in Amos again?
11.
11? Okay. What?
Yeah, that's chapter 8, 11 and 12.
Okay.
11 and 12. And then from there you can see Habakkuk.
Yep.
1 through 5. And then back over to Genesis 41, 50 through 57. It talks about the 7 years of famine.
See what
7 years of the tribulation years. Actually, the tribulation years are only 3.5 years, but it begins in the final 7. Okay, there's 3.5 years of peace, okay, if you will, and then 3.5 years of hell on earth. Okay.
Yeah, Mark, you hit me with this. It says, see, the Yomin are coming, declares Master Yahuwah, that I shall send a famine in the land, not a famine for bread, nor a thirst for water, but for hearing the word of Yahuwah. And they shall wander from sea to sea and north to east. They shall be diligently searching, seeking the word of Yahuwah. Kind of like how Yasak is digging these wells, siphoning through all the crap that's been handed down and inherited from all this corruption. And
yeah.
In the name of Yasak, you could find the hand of righteousness revealed in his name. The hand of righteousness revealed, rise. So it just really, when they're digging these wells, Yahuwah is restoring the truth to the land, when, bringing this water back, they're quite amazing. Even in his name, it's prophesying about itself. Righteousness is being restored to the land. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's like there's truth, okay, and then it gets filled up and hidden. There's truth revealed, it gets filled up and hidden. They dig it back up, and people see it again as truth, okay. And so this is the whole process up to the last final 7 years, and the Torah will be gotten to be a famine for the word of Yahuwah. And so it sounds like they're going to collect all the Bibles or whatever out there and burn them all, get rid of them, you know. And it's going to be hard to get your hands on the word of Yahuwah, but the words will be written in the heart of the last Natsarim, the 444,000, and they'll go out and they'll spread the word and the truth throughout the land and feed the people the living waters. They'll dig up the wells for the people, okay? And this is the big picture of what's going on here. You know, it's really kind of weird because if you really research it really hard and through the history of the scriptures and everything, you know, even I'm talking about even before the BIB, the compiled list, even came around, you know, just the scrolls and parchments and all that was around, the vellum and stuff, that there would seem to be light given to each generation, something new that people didn't really understand came up, you know what I mean? And I'll get you here in a minute, Holt. I just saw you. And then, you know, it kind of it mellows out, and then all of a sudden something else gets revealed, and people start understanding that, and then others will come in and they'll twist and spin it and make some other kind of doctrine out of it. And it just keeps going on like that through history, you know, I think to the point where we're getting right here now. And I think that's why it's so important for the last Natsarim to understand what happened on the first day of creation in the beginning, because it's never been told. The people have hit on it. There's a lot of the things that we realize to be truth has been exposed in the past, but I think there's a new revelation now coming upon the earth, and I think the Natsarim are led to reveal it to the people can understand more deeper about who Yahuwah is and what happened on the first day of creation. Okay, and it's going to take some deprogramming before we get there, but we're getting there. Let me let Brother Holt in. I'm not sure. Brother Holt. Okay. Hang loose, man. Go ahead, Chance.
Man, Mark, you hit on it really heavy. I can't really. It's in Shaul's writing. He said, for this last day and age, for the last Nazarim, it's our esteem. He's given us this knowledge. Yahusha, you know, I can't really say it the way I want to, but he's revealed all this to us in his last days for our esteem. When I was younger, I never got to hear about Yahusha. I never got to hear about Yahuwah, right? But this esteem right now, these days, the esteem of Yahusha, Yah gives salvation. When we go immerse in the name of Yahusha, we're telling Yahuwah we believe in his salvation, you know, and that's really important, you know, for those coming into this walk, leaving our fleshy existence down there and coming up reborn to Yahuwah, ready to serve and to walk in his ways. And part of screaming out the name of Yahusha is you're telling Yahuwah, you are my salvation. I immerse into you. You know, forgive me, take me. And these last days, this is coming forth. And Yahusha said out of his midsection is fountains of living water that will spring up. Wait, fountains of living water that will spring up. How does it go here, Mark? Help me out here. Out of his midsection is living water or out of his midsection is a living water or fountain of water.
Flow, living waters.
Yeah, that will spring up into a fountain. You know what I mean? And we're right on these fountains and wells right now, and this our steam, like what you were just saying a little bit ago, to this day, that fountain is now bursting open. That rock, Yahusha, is taking down that statue, and it's just going to turn this world, like Lou likes to say, upside down. He's going to turn this world upside down. Yahusha, the name of Yahusha. You know, it's just coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Brother Holt, welcome, man. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? Your mic's off, man. There you go. Oh, back off. Your mic's off. There you go.
Living. Thanks for asking.
Okay, cool. All right. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions at this point?
Are we in Amos 8?
No, we're going back to Genesis 27 now.
Okay.
Matter of fact, give me a reader. I need a reader for 27. Go, Joe.
Now go, Joe.
27. And it came to be when Yitzhak was old and his eyes were too dim to see, that he called Esau, his elder son, and said to him, "My son." And he answered him, "Here I am." And he said, "See now, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Now then, please take your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field and hunt wild game for me. And make a tasty dish, such as I love, and bring it to me to eat, in order that my being does bless you before I die." And Rebekah heard when Yitzhak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt wild game and to bring it. And Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, saying, "See, I heard your father speak to Esau your brother, saying, Bring me wild game and make me a tasty dish to eat, and bless you in the presence of Yahweh before my death. And now, my son, listen to my voice according to what I command you. Please go to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, and I make a tasty dish from them for your father, such as he loves. And you shall take it to your father, and he shall eat it, so that he might bless you before his death." And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "See, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth-skinned man. What if my father touches me? Then I shall be like a deceiver in his eyes, and shall bring a curse on myself and not a blessing." But his mother said to him, "Let your curse be on me, my son. Only obey my voice and go, get them for me." And he went and fetched them and brought them to his mother, and his mother made a tasty dish such as his father loved. And Rebekah took the best garments of her elder son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them on Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the young goats on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck. Then she gave the tasty dish and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he went to his father and said, "My father." And he said, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" And Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you said to me. Please rise, sit, and eat of my wild game, so that your being might bless me." But Yitzhak said to his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" And he said, "Because Yahuwah, your Elohim, brought it to me." Then Yitzhak said to Jacob, "Please come near, so that I feel you, my son, whether you truly are my son Esau or not." And Jacob went near to Yitzhak his father, and he felt him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And he did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like his brother Esau's hands. And he blessed him. And he said, "Are you truly my son Esau?" And he said, "I am." And he said, "Bring it near to me, and let me eat of my son's wild game, so that my being might bless you." So he brought it near to him, and he ate. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzhak said to him, "Please come near and kiss me, my son." And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his garments, and blessed him and said, "See, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field which Yahuwah has blessed." And Elohim said, "And Elohim give you of the dew of the Shemarim, of the fatness of the Arets, and plenty of grain and wine. Let peoples serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be master over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be those cursing you, and blessed be those blessing you." And it came to be, as soon as Yitzhak had finished blessing Jacob, And Jacob had hardly left the presence of Yitzchak, his father, that Esau, his brother, came in from his hunting. And he too had made a tasty dish and brought it to his father and said to his father, let my father rise and eat of his son's wild game, so that your being might bless me. And his father Yitzchak said to him, who are you? And he said, I am your son, your firstborn, Esau. Then Yitzchak trembled exceedingly and said, who was it then who hunted wild game and brought it to me? And I ate all of it before you came, and I have blessed him. Yea, he is blessed. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with an exceedingly great and bitter cry, and said to his father, bless me too, O my father. And he said, your brother came with deceit and took your blessing. And Esau said, what? And Esau said, was his name then called Jacob? For he has caught me by the heel these 2 times. He took my birthright, and see, now he has taken my blessing. And he said, have you not reserved a blessing for me? Then Yitzchak answered and said to Esau, see, I have made him your master, and all his brothers I have given to him as servants. And I have sustained him with grain and wine. And what then shall I do for you, my son? And Esau said to his father, have you only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said to him, see, your dwelling is of the fatness of the arets, and of the dew of the shaming from above. And by your sword you are to live, and serve your brother. And it shall be, when you grow restless, that you shall break his yoke from your neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the yaman of mourning for my father draw near. Then I am going to kill my brother Jacob.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so what's happening here, man? Okay, so we have Esau blessing going to Jacob through deceit of Jacob and his mother. It's real obvious in 27 when he said, see, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field which you has blessed, that he thought he was blessing Jacob. So there's definitely a deceit here. And over in 12, he tells his mom, what if my father touches me, then I shall be like a deceiver in his eyes, and shall bring a curse on myself and not a blessing. And so he knew that he was going to deceive. There's no doubt that they're doing something evil here. So why? I mean, how is it that Jacob and his mother can do such a deceitful act as this, and Jacob's blessings stand in the eyes of Yahuwah? Why? Sandra?
I think the blessing stands because that was what Yaakov was born for, to get that blessing, because that's what the struggle was about in his womb. It's sort of like Hashatan deceived Kua in the garden. It's about the bride. This transpired because the enemy, which is Hashatan, was trying to destroy the bride. That's what he was trying to do. But at the same time, it was Yahuwah's will and purpose for this to transpire. However, they went about it by trying to take it into their own hand, like Adam told Hagar, Abraham, to go lay unto Hagar, whereas he said, no, your seed gonna be blessed to Yishak. So that's kind of what I was seeing a little bit there. That he said he caught me by the heel these 2 times. It's sort of like a prophecy about Shaitan trying to catch Yahusha. I don't know. I'm all over the place. I shut up.
Go ahead, Ross.
I think again on this one, it was like the way that Pharaoh's heart was hardened and softened. I think that it was set up by Yahuwah to cause the strife between the two brothers, and then the esteem would be for Yahuwah when Jacob came out of it and on top.
Phyllis?
I was seeing a precursor of the end times when at the white throne judgment, and there'll be gnashing of teeth when they don't get cast in. Because, you know, when he said, don't you have another blessing that you say for me? He says, no, it's all or nothing. And so the people at the white throne are going to be, you know, crying and gnashing their teeth because there's nothing left for them.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on that? Oz?
I found it like very. This is a very, very, very controversial chapter, I feel, but it reminds me a lot to the Cain and Abel, right? This enmity between the two brothers. This keeps happening, right? The two brothers enmity, and which, I don't know, it made me think about the curse that Yahuwah placed on the snake or the serpent and Hua, right? This enmity between, I probably has nothing to do with it, but it just came to my mind. It's like, you know, does that has anything to do? Because you know, she's to crush his heel, and then the brothers, the twins, you know, one came attached to the heel of the brother, and you know, I don't know what the heel really entirely signifies, but it keeps bringing me back to like this enmity between the two brothers, and why, you know, what is that really telling us between, I guess, I don't know, it translates into family dysfunctions also these days.
Yeah, I see where you're trying to go with that. And in a way, like, you know, it is sort of a deception here of the devil, but the outcome, the Yahuwah, you know, it says Yahuwah takes things that appear to be, you know, bad for us and makes it, turns around and makes it good type thing. I think there's a little bit to that as well, but obviously, literally here, once Isaac made this blessed Jacob, there was no going back. So like, he can't, even though it was a deceitful act, there still was no going back once the blessing was given.
Do you think that there was no consequences for Rivka and Jacob to have deceived Isaac for Abraham's sake? Like that's what still, you know, it seems that they still know, pointing out of this sin of deception that they did, and is it because they're all covered under this kind of like, you know, alliance and covenant that Yahuwah made with Abraham, and, you know, upholds that even though these people are just like, I mean, you know, it was a twisted plot.
I kind of
for
almost,
Abraham's sake.
yeah, I almost see it more of a Ishmael and Isaac type thing, because remember, Isaac's walking in Abraham's shoes. And so, remember, he said, no, it's not going to, the covenant's not going to be with the firstborn Ishmael. It's going to be with Isaac. Okay. And Sarah's going to give birth. So, see, through Yahuwah's foreknowledge, okay, he knows where the line, the lineage leading to the birth of the Messiah has got to come through. And so, even though Abraham made that mistake with Ishmael, Yahuwah didn't go along with it. He said, no, the covenant's going to be through Isaac. I think it's the same thing here. Although Esau came out first, it's almost like Yahuwah's will is no, it's not going to go through Esau. It's going to go through Jacob. And so he allowed the deception to happen in order that Jacob would get the blessing, and when the 12 tribes would come from him and not Esau. Okay. So, in a way, it's still coming through Esau because Esau's the brother of Jacob. Remember when we were talking about Abraham's brother and why did that matter? His lineage was mentioned because it all became part of his people. I think it's the same thing here. Man, it's so close. It's syncretized so closely, man. It's like an overlap of each other's lives because of the lineage has to go exactly the way Yahuwah foreknowledge wants it to happen for the Messiah to come out of the womb of Mary. You see what I'm saying? So it's, to me, more of Ishmael and Isaac type foreshadowing, everything leading toward, obviously, the entire scriptures points toward the Messiah. Okay. So everything we can take and point it that way. But I know it's hard because we say, well, they lied. This was deceived. This was evil. Why is Yahuwah cooperating with this? And it really is not. He's just leading men down the path where he wants them to go in order for the Messiah to come from the lineage that he needs to come from. Because Yahuwah had that foreknowledge. See what I'm saying? And we're seeing it as hindsight 2020 here, but Yahuwah saw it beforehand. We're seeing it after it happened. See what I'm saying? Oz, go ahead.
I mean, it also gives kind of like this impression that from the side of so from the actions of Rivka and the actions of Sarah, they are so. Like if we go a few chapters back, Yahuwah did mention to Isaac Yahuwah did mention to Abraham to listen to his wife Sarah, right? So Sarah is the one who caused Hagar to live, and if it wasn't for Sarah and to Ismael to listen to his wife, that wouldn't have happened. That eventually, now that Rivka has some sort of like maybe Jacob didn't want to listen to Rivka, and Rivka had to take into this type of action to, so it seems like the wife has some particular insight that the men seem not to have. Like the wife is kind of like a guiding voice up to a degree that needs to be listened.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Anybody know?
Listen to your wives.
Why is all this going through a woman? What do you think? Anybody know? Who gives life? Who gives life? The woman. That's why. So the life comes through the woman. The life is the light of the world, the Messiah. That's where the Messiah came from, was through that woman. That's why he's using women here to produce the light, because they're the life bearers, man. Light bearers, if you will. So although woman came from man, as in Eve came from Adam, men all come from women. And so it's a circumference. You with me on that, Oz? Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
But Mark, I was wondering, you know, that blessing, although they may not have, however it came about, it still is a fulfillment of what Yahuwah said to Rebekah. He said, 2 nations are in your womb, 2 peoples to be separated from your body. The one people shall be stronger than the other, and the older shall serve the younger. So basically, that's all Yeshak prophesied, was what Yahuwah had already declared is what's happening.
That's what I'm saying. It's all Yahuwah's foreknowledge. It's happening the way Yahuwah prophesied it would happen. And okay,
I also wanted to say,
well, who was this? Let me ask you this: who was deceived?
The woman.
The man or the woman? Who was deceived?
In the garden, it was the woman that was deceived.
It was the woman. The man was not deceived, but the woman was. And so therefore, the deceivement. And so this is why he's using her to deceive, because she gained the knowledge of the deceivement. Adam was not deceived, but yet Isaac was deceived by the woman who learned the knowledge of deceivement. Why? Well, because the woman's the light bearer, man, the life bearer. Life has to come through her, man. So therefore, the lineage comes through her.
Yeah, but they're both her sons in this case.
It don't matter. She loved her other son more than she did the Esau. She wanted the blessing to come through her. But why? Because she had the foreknowledge probably in her of Yahuwah that the Messiah was going to come through the lineage of him, the one that she loved the most. That's why it's why Yahuwah allowed her to love him the most, so that she would lean toward him and do this. It's all Yahuwah's will, not hers. We got to realize that it's never the man, it's never the woman, it's always the will of Yahuwah will be done. No matter which one he uses and works through, it's always his will, whether we like it or not. But we can't see the big picture like he can either. You know, we're like, we can see straight ahead. He sees all around. He knows it all. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I wanted to say, in addition, keep in mind that no matter how we do things, it's a scripture that says we have to strive lawfully. In Hosea, which is Hosea 12:3, it says, I started verse 2, and Yahuwah had a controversy with Yehuda to punish Yaqub according to his ways, to repay him according to his deeds. He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and in his strength he strove with Yahuwah and Elohim. So in other words, what I'm trying to bring out is the fact that the way they did it may not have been the way Yahuwah wanted it done, but they're gonna reap what they sow. Yaqub was deceived by Laban between Rachel and Leah. So he reaped for deceiving his brother. He did get a just recompense or reward, but yet he is still the chosen. So you can't take that blessing away, no matter what. Even if it's chosen, he don't hold sin against his chosen. Once you're chosen, and only Yahuwah can curse you in the first place. Mm-hmm. So they just fulfilling his purpose.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Somewhere it is written where Yahuwah said, Esau I have hated and Jacob I loved. So he predetermined this. As you've mentioned, most everything is predetermined before the creation. So he allowed events to happen and lead up to make it very clear how this transpired.
I look at it like this, man. Deception got us in this mess, and deception's going to get us out of this mess. That's the way I see it. Go ahead, Roz.
Getting back to the woman being the life bearer. So she had we have a light of Yahuwah. Then we get pregnant, we have the light of the baby, of the Yahuwah in the baby. So in essence, Yahuwah is in us twice, but that is a separate being in there. So that's what came to me before.
Yeah, it's like Yahuwah walking around inside of himself. Yahuwah inside of you, isn't it? I want to bring this up real fast here, what Tad's saying, because it's a good point. Was it true deception when Esau was the one who sold his birthright to Jacob? Thus, Esau despised his birthright. So that's a good point. Although this wasn't a binding legal agreement. I mean, we went over that last week, where it was between the two brothers, but it really wasn't legally binding. And so Jacob couldn't go in there. If it was legally binding, he could have went to Isaac and say, hey, man, Esau sold me his birthright, so bless me. Well, he never did that, did he? Why? Because it wasn't legally binding. This was just two brothers acting stupid. Okay. Remember I told you about my brother and I. One time he had chicken. I didn't have nothing to eat. I came home and he had some chicken that he had stored away and hidden, right? Well, he had brought that chicken out and was eating it, and I was wanting him to give me some of his chicken. Well, he said, well, give me this toy and I'll give you a little bit. He gave me a little tiny bit of chicken and took my toy. And he kept doing that till he had all my toys. And so my mother got home. I started saying, hey, they took all my toys. And she made him give them back. So it wasn't a legal binding thing. It was just two brothers being stupid. In the same case here, it wasn't legal. If it was, Jacob could have easily went to Isaac and said, hey, Esau sold me his birthright, Dad. Bless me. But that didn't happen that way, did it? Because it wasn't legally binding. So, yeah, it was true deception. Okay? Everybody picking up my laying down on that one? Okay, go ahead, Chance.
What kind of screams out to me is perhaps it has something to do with like the flesh. You know what I mean? Like how can I say this? Isaac found it more important, Jacob found it more important to have the birthright than to eat a meal. You know what I mean? Like he was looking at it from a higher point outside of the flesh in this particular reason as far as the birthright goes. And I find it ironic that Asu picks up the bow and arrow as like a mighty hunter, just like in the past chapters we read, where the one that's usually hunting and is a wild man, he always has a bow. And I find it real interesting that he has hair. Like, he's not smooth, he's hairy, like a wild hunter man. You know what I mean? And Jakob's smooth. He's a tent dweller, a shepherd, type deal. And then you got Mr. Yasu, who's got the hunter bow, like Nimrod back in those days. It's just like a continuous, spiraling thing. And I think what it's identifying is you got the flesh, and then you got the spirit, battling against each other here. If you can see it from that perspective, it's you got two people in the womb, your flesh and your ruach. They battle and fight against each other consistently ripping and shredding at each other. So Jacob, Yashrael, prevails where the other is left in the flesh. He wants to hunt and go do the fleshy things in life. And, I don't know. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, but I see it more as the Gentiles or mankind versus the line of the priests, Israel. That's the two nations I see, going all the way back to Adam and Kua, being the line of the priest and then mankind, right? And but we can see that as good and evil, like you're saying, or flesh and spirit, light or darkness. I mean, we can see it all those different ways. If we go to Matthew, I'll try to bring up a good point here. It would be, where is that? Matthew 22. So it'd be page 1059, Matthew 22. And we look at verse 10. It says, "And those servants went out into the street corners and gathered all whom they found, both wicked and good. And the wedding hall was filled with the guests." So this is speaking of the wedding feast of the Lamb. And so there's both wicked and good there. Okay. These aren't the bride. These are friends of the bride. And there's good in the groom as well. So there's friends of the bride and friends of the groom. The wicked are the guest of the bride. The good are the guests of the groom. But they're both there, aren't they? And so here we're seeing a representation of both nations in the womb of Jacob's mother, Esau and Jacob. You see what I'm saying? And so it doesn't say there's, 100 and some nations. It says there's two nations in him. And so that would be all of mankind and the line of the priests. Okay. So here, this is this mankind, wicked and good, in the hall. Whereas the remnant is the bride. So not everybody can be the bride. There's only a chosen few, a remnant that are the bride. Okay. 144,000, if you will. They're the ones that have been refined, like silver is refined, and tried like gold is tried. They've been cleaned up. They have been purified with the light, and they have become the bride. These are the guests. of the bride and the groom. Everybody seeing that? Thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra?
I thought it would be good to add, it's not by power, it's not by might, but by my ruach, says Yahuwah. And it says also, Mashal, Proverbs 21, verse 31. The horse is prepared for the young of battle, but the deliverance is of Yahuwah. And the reason why I'm saying that is because even though deception was performed, it was still in the will and purpose of Yahuwah. Bottom line, it's still fulfilling his purpose. He said all his delight he do. Now, when Dawood was anointed king, he didn't just go sit on the throne and wear a nice robe and a pretty little crown. He had to fight for his life every day because his opponent, who had been thrown away by Yahuwah, was trying to kill him to try to get him from not getting that kingship. And that's the way the bride is, or we are today. The enemy, it goes back to Revelation, where the enemy is seeking to try to destroy us. And that's what goes along with the territory. Because all of us that will live for him, we are going to suffer persecution. And we have to arm our minds to suffer, resisting sin unto the blood.
Yep. So there's dross, impurities, byproducts that come out of both nations. So we're not looking at the fine product and the dross, impurities in the byproducts here. We're saying that there's byproducts, impurities, and dross coming out of both nations. Understand? That means not everybody's going to be at the wedding feast. The wicked doesn't include everybody. That's what I'm saying. They're going to be eliminated. Okay? Everybody got me? Go ahead, Oz.
So could it be that there is a certain level of foreshadow, actually, of Yahusha in Rebecca by taking on the consequences of deceiving, but for the fulfillment of Yahuwah's will, by knowing that the eldest brother is going to serve the younger brother? So ultimately, she's doing that sacrifice of taking that consequence on behalf of Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, man. I mean, look, not only is Yitzhak seem to be walking in Abraham's shoes, but his wife seems to be walking in Sarah's shoes. Wasn't she barren as well? Yeah, they both were barren. Of course. Yeah. I'd say so, Oz. Seems that way anyway. As far as my little puny human mind can conceive it. Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay.
Sure.
So let's, if anybody's doubting that Yahuwah predestined the deception, I have to reference you back over to Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45, 5-7 clearly says, I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me. So he's it. He's the only Elohim. He's one. I gird you, though you have not known me. That means he sustains you. Although you don't know him, he's still going to sustain you. He has to. If he doesn't, you'll die. So that they know from the rising of the sun to its setting that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. Boy, he's just kicking that dead horse, isn't he? It ain't nobody but him. He's the only one, true living Elohim. Forming light and creating darkness, making peace and creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all of these. So obviously he created the deception. Why? Because he's at work, man. He's refining his creation, getting it ready to take with him into eternity, getting rid of the dross, the impurities, and the byproducts out of his creation, getting rid of the opposition to his truth, to his light, to his love, getting rid of it. And then he'll take the refined product with him on into everlasting life. He had to. This is the way it had to happen. Why? Because he was the only existing one. And then nothing existed but Yahuwah. There was nothing outside of Yahuwah. It was just him. He is the perimeter of everything. There's nothing out there, man, besides him. And so he had to create everything within himself. And he knew, if I'm going to create, the second I create something, opposition's coming with it. If I create light, here comes darkness. If I create, good, here comes bad. And so he had to come up with a plan. If I create and these opposition shows up, I got to get rid of it. So he came up with a plan to do that. And that's why he had to make peace and create evil. Formed light. When he formed the light, it created darkness. You see that? I am Yahuwah, and there's none else, forming light and creating darkness, because darkness was the byproduct of the light. The impurity that had to go, had to get rid of it. Making peace and creating evil. So he made peace between the light and the darkness, but when he did that, it created evil. It was the byproduct of the peace. Everybody seeing that? I, Yahuwah, do all these. So that means it's his plan. He predestined it to happen that way. He had to. If he was going to create others besides himself, anything at all besides himself, opposition would come with it. All right. Thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point? Sandra?
I read in Mashal, which is Proverbs, that he said, take away the dross from the silver and you have a vessel for refining. Something like that, to that effect. So in this process, right now, this is the process of the refining period. This is like, they have this old cliche that all the roads led to Rome, but this is the road to Yahusha. This is the way, the truth, and the life. So this is just in action. It's the word in action is what this is describing.
Yeah, this is the way it has to be. Men are cleaned up by the purifying light. That's how you're clean. If you don't have the purifying light in you to purify you, it gets rid of all the darkness. The light does, right? Doesn't the light expel darkness? Yeah. So you have to have the light in you to get rid of the dross, the byproducts, the impurity. That's the only way. All right. Comments, thoughts, or questions on the deceivement of Jacob and his mother against his brother Esau? Anybody? Chance?
I just had a comment on the fire, how it has the ability to consume and destroy, but also to purify and refine. It's like two-edged. It's like teeth. you rip and tear, but you also eat and consume and are satisfied. There's two sides. You know what I mean? We could bite somebody and tear them up, and rip them and tear them, or we can go in our kitchen and make a plate of food and eat with our teeth and be satisfied. You know, as the letter Sheen comes up with this. It's, you know, fire or teeth. It's the power to save and the power to destroy. You can refine and consume. I mean, you can you know, put them in the fire and burn off the impurities and refine, or you can completely consume them and burn them up and be destroyed. And I find it interesting when Yahusha says, I shall immerse you with the Ruach HaKodesh and fire. You know what I mean? So I figure it like this. It's how I see it. We got to go through the fire now so we don't end up in the lake of fire. You know? You know what I mean? So that's all. Is that all you got? Anything? You got anything to say? Oh, he does. Yahuwah. You got anything to say, little chubby? Little cookie my. Easy. I guess he ain't got nothing to say. You got a hand to raise it. That's it.
How old is he?
Man, he's built like a 4-year-old, but he's only coming on about 2. Well, a year and a half.
Yeah. Hey, pretty good size. Huh?
Yeah. What? You can't talk with your finger?
I got a great grandson just about his age. I'm sure they would love to play together. All righty, man. Anybody else got any thoughts on this one? If not, Joe, let's go, Joe.
Let's go, Joe.
27:42. And the words of Esau, her older son, were reported to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, see, your brother Esau comforts himself concerning you, to kill you. And now, my son, listen to my voice, and rise. Flee to my brother in Laban, in Canaan, and stay with him a few yemen, until your brother's wrath turns away, until your brother's displeasure turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. And I shall send and bring you from there. Why should I be bereaved of you both in one yom? And Rebekah said to Yitzchak, I am disgusted with my life because of the daughters of Kath. If Jacob takes an Asha from the daughters of Kath, like these who are the daughters of the land, what is my life to me?
All right. Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, man, really cool. So Haran is way up north. Remember? That's where Abraham and his dad went when his dad died there. Way up there, right? And Beersheba's way down there. So she put a lot of distance between her two sons, right? And so there he goes up there to Haran and to live until his brother cools off, right? Isn't that interesting that Esau wants to kill him? What do you think, man? Now what do we now?
Sound like
what's
the devil.
What's that? What is it?
Sound like the devil. He comes to kill, steal, and destroy.
How about Cain and Abel? He wants to kill his brother, man. I mean, his brother did him dirty, but not to the point where he should kill him, should he?
Okay. Not that kind of hatred.
Yeah. So any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Chance.
Getting hit with the battle of the flesh and the ruach again. One wants to bear fruit to death and kill you, and the other one wants to live and go on. You know, battle of the flesh, and even in the name of Asu, it has the letter that represents hate. You know, samak, it's the thorn bush. Hate, grab, hate. See, hate, it's, one wants to, keep one foot into their fleshy life and perhaps one foot into the obedience. You got to pick one or the other. And he looks like he's just trying to, it's a battle. It's been a consistent battle. I always see life, light and darkness.
Flesh is always at enmity with your.
Yeah, it's trying to rise up on them. It's trying to rise up on them.
What does it mean when she says, "Why should I be bereaved of you both in one yom"? What's that mean, bereaved? And she said to Yitzhak, "I am disgusted with my life because of the daughters of Kath. If Yaakov takes an Asha from the daughters of Kath, like these who are the daughters of the land, what is my life to me?" What's happening there? What's she saying? Us?
Well, I mean, they're already pretty upset that Esau took a woman from the land. So she definitely didn't want, after she has done all what she had to do in order for Jacob to receive the blessing, now for him to take a woman from the land, right? Like, she's definitely making sure that that doesn't happen. That will be like the end for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she doesn't want her son to marry one of these women from this area because they're probably idol worshipers, right? And so, is she real here, or is she making an excuse to send, and why she's going to send Jacob away to Isaac? Remember, Isaac's in bad shape here, man. He can't even see right. All right, Isaac can't see. He's on his deathbed, really. And so, what's she doing, man? Is she deceiving him again? In order to send Jacob away and telling Isaac that she's doing that because she don't want him to marry a pagan daughter-in-law? Or do you think she's legit here? Is she really concerned about that? So we already know that Esau married a couple Gentile women, right? From the Kettites. So who's Kath? Who's the daughters of Kath? What does that mean? Why is she so concerned about Kath? Who's that? Anybody? Phyllis?
I'm not sure who Kath is, but I bet Sister Sandra's going to find out.
Tell us.
But I was thinking she probably picked something that she knew would be close to her husband's heart, because he probably didn't want his son to marry into a pagan group either. So she picked this that she knew he would go along with and just really exaggerate it to the point where okay, go ahead and do it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so we know that because it tells us that he didn't like Esau marrying them Gentiles. And so Esau went and married Ishmael's daughter, right? Which was related to them. And so that satisfied Jacob's concern. And so we know that he didn't like that for sure. I mean, he didn't even like Esau doing it, much less Jacob now that he blessed him. And so do you think that was a legitimate concern of hers then? I mean, she knew it was a pet peeve of Isaac, right? She had to know that. And so is she using that knowledge to further her deceit? And so that Jacob wouldn't be killed by Esau? And that way Isaac would allow him to flee up there, thinking that he wasn't fleeing, but he was going up there to find a wife. It's just further in the deceit. What y'all thinking, man? Chance, you got any thoughts on that?
I had some thoughts on thinking about, when we lay with other nations, they become enjoined, and when they protected that, it seemed like back in those times, lest you be joined to another nation of pagan, a pagan nation, where they would be also, the seed would also be part of the promise also. So it'd almost be like bringing a foreign nation into the will of Yahuwah when you start having seeds with foreign nations who do worship idols or are pagan. When you start lying with these and start having seeds with these other nations, you're joining yourself to another nation, a whole nother nation, and that's, I can see where that could be a problem.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Again, I see this as something predestined by Yahuwah, because he wanted the nations that came from Jacob to be of the line of Israel.
I think they're daughters of Canaan. That's what Koth is. They're daughters of Canaan.
Of who?
Canaan. What do you call it? They call it Canaan.
Oh, daughters of Canaan.
They're daughters of the ones that Yahuwah hates.
That's probably what it is. The daughters of the land. Yeah. They are in Canaan. So that probably is Canaanites.
That's what that daughter of Koth means.
Right.
It's actually a Hebrew, a Greek translation. It doesn't come in Hebrew, but it looks like they're descendants from Canaan.
Right.
And he made it. So
there seems to be a good understanding here of the set apartness, even at this early stage of development, right? Of Israel, which hasn't even came yet. But there does seem to be an understanding of the set apartness, Kadesh. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was going to say regarding her bereavement. Remember when he married those daughters of Hittite in verse 35, chapter 26, verse 30. And they were a bitterness of Ruach to Yishak and Rebekah. In other words, she would be in bitterness. If he was to kill her Yaqub, she'd lose. She'd be in bitterness, hate. As a matter of fact, she probably would hate Esau, but she loved both of her sons. So it would put her in bitterness if she lost him. That's why she sent him away. But she didn't disclose that to Yaqub. She just gave him that reason is why she wanted to send him away, to prevent him from doing that, because she knew that Yaqub was in bitterness for Esau is marrying those daughters, those of the land. So she just said, okay, let me save Yaakov's life. Let me deliver Esau from doing any harm to his brother, and let me tell Yaakov this to be in agreement with me. Is how I kind of see that.
Yeah, I don't want to jump ahead to chapter 28, but a lot of what we're talking about is clarified in chapter 28. But yeah, I mean, I think that this was a legitimate concern here of even though she was sending him away because she found out that Esau wanted to kill him, she was legitimately concerned about him marrying a Canaanite woman. She wanted him to marry someone of their bloodline, keep the bloodline going. Okay. So that kind of a coincidence that he was being sent away, but because that probably would have happened anyway, or at least they would have sent a servant to find a wife, like they, like Abraham did for Isaac. Either way, I think this was probably going to happen. It's just more of a coincidence than a continual deceit. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's following in the footsteps of Sarah.
Exactly.
Is what she's doing. She's following in the footsteps of Sarah. Because that's how she came to be Yishak's wife, when he sent the servant to Laban to get a wife for Yishak.
Right. Yeah, so it's amazing, isn't it, that they're following in the steps almost identical, really, to Abraham and Sarah. And you look at it, right? So there was a barren. They were, they lied, said that they were the wives were their sisters. They, dug the same wells. Now, they got 2 sons. That the firstborn is stripped of his birthright, just like Ishmael was. The secondborn has gotten the birthright, just like Isaac and now in Jacob. And so they went up to Haran to find a wife for Rebekah, and now the same thing. They're going up to find a wife for Jacob up among his ancestors. So, I mean, wow. The parallels is just wild, isn't it? Almost exact. All right. No other further questions, comments, thoughts? If not, give me a reader for 28. 28's heavy duty, man. You got to really be careful with 28. Sandra? Who dropped out, man? We lost somebody.
Chance.
Oh, Chance probably had to go.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 28.
Yep.
Starting at verse 1. Yishak called Yaakov and blessed him and commanded him and said to him, do not take an asher from the daughters of Canaan. There it is right there. Daughter of
There
Canaan.
it is. Nice. Yep.
Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Beit Ual, your mother's father, and take an asher for yourself from there, from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And Al Shaddai bless you, and make you bear fruit, and increase you, and you shall become an assembly of peoples, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you and your seed with you, so that you inherit the land of your sojournings, which Elohim Yahuwah gave to Abraham, So Yishak sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of
Okay, stop. Okay, so notice that Rebecca talked him in to going north and fleeing from his brother Esau so he wouldn't be killed, but yet she went in order to hide the fact that he was going to flee. She went to Isaac and talked him in to send Jacob away up to her family to find a wife from her family way up there in Haran. And so this is what Isaac sees what's going on here. So Isaac tells him, go on up there and find you a wife, because that's what he thinks is going on. Apparently, they're hiding the fact that Esau wants to kill him from the father. She seems to be hiding that. So there is a little bit of deception there, isn't there? A little bit. Although I think it's a legitimate concern of hers. She doesn't want Jacob to marry a Canaanite woman. I think that's real. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, let's go.
So, Brother Mark, does it have anything to do with the approval?
With what?
With the approval. In other words, to send him away, in order for him to be sent away, they had to be one in that, and she had to get Jacob's approval. And this is his way of giving his approval.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. And Esau.
Yeah, maybe. You know, if Jacob would have just fled from his brother, maybe they would have saw that as him giving up his blessing or his birthright, right? And would have went back to Esau, maybe. But since they did it this way, and Isaac sent him away to find a wife, then his blessing would remain. You know, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
It's like how Yahuwah sent Adam and Kua out of Eden to dwell among mankind after they had fallen to Satan's ploy. Separated from the place of everlasting. Oh, okay. Finishing verse 5. Rivkah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Esau saw that Yishak had blessed Jacob, sent him away to Padan Aram to take himself an asher from there, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a command saying, do not take an asher from the daughters of Canaan, and that Jacob had obeyed his father and his mother and had gone to Padan Aram. So Esau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please his father Yishak, and Esau went to Yishmael and took Machalath, the daughter of Yishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his usher, besides the wives he had. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And
Okay,
he came.
Hang on, man. Okay, so here it is. You know, he saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please Isaac. And so he went and married Ishmael's daughter, Machalath. And so what happened here, man? So what did this union do? Once Esau, Isaac's son, went and married Ishmael's daughter, what happened? What did this signify? Anybody?
Was it the further mixing of the nations? Because he promised to make Yishmael a great nation.
Mm-hmm.
So then he incorporated Esau to mix with the nations. It's like the scattering. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Phyllis?
It's like obvious disobedience, almost like Satan when he decided to, disobey Yahuwah and have his minions come to earth and intermarry with women.
Wow. Roz?
It puts a thorn in the side again, with bringing in, that's the union of the brother to Jacob and the brother to Isaac, and it brings the daughter in there, connecting, so it's bringing bad blood in.
Yeah. But I think what's happening here is that this act of obedience to his parents is kind of like him repenting, of his disobedience to his parents in the past. So he's trying to conform to the wishes of his parents. So it's almost like a repentance of his past disobedience to his parents. But this union is also signifying or reaffirming or reconnecting the gap between the descendants of Isaac and Ishmael, so that the gap that was set by sending her away was brought together, bridged together by this marriage between the promised seed and the seed that was drove out. And so it reconnected that bond of Abraham's seed so that it wouldn't get lost. See what I'm saying? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Don't forget, Ishmael was the firstborn of Abraham. But did it work? Well, sort of did. It sort of did. It's almost like the bridge was connected there, but then severed between Jacob and Esau. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's just more foreshadowing, man. Okay, let's continue on.
Barashith, Genesis 28, verse 28. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran. And he came up on a place and stopped over for Delilah, for the sun had set. He took one of the stones of that place and put it at his head and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed and saw a ladder set upon the arets, and its top reached to the Shamaim, and saw messengers of Yahuwah Elohim going up and coming down on it. And see, Yahuwah stood above it and said, I am Yahuwah Elohim of Abraham, your father, and the Elohim of Yishak. The land on which you are lying, I give it to you and your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall break forth to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. And all the clans of the earth shall be blessed in you and in your seed.
Okay, hang on a minute. Is this not the same blessing that he gave Abraham? It is, isn't it? So see, the overlap continues. Such a strong message here. That it has, everything has to overlap. It seems as though it does, to keep this line of priesthood going, which has been the devil has attempted to divide it from the beginning, and continues to try, to the point where Yahuwah seems to be overlapping it now. And man, just crazy. Sandra?
I was wondering, is it also him, the process of him establishing Yisrael?
I think he established Israel with Adam and Kua. I think this is more of him trying to, keep the line going. Keep it going. Sustaining it. Okay. All right. Let's continue on, Sandra.
And verse 15. And see, I am with you, and shall guard you wherever you go, and shall bring you back to this land. For I am not going to leave you until I have done what I have spoken to you. Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, truly, Yahuwah is in this place, and I did not know it. And he was afraid and said, how awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of the Shamayim. And Jacob rose early in the morning and went to the stone that he had put at his head, set it up as a standing column, and poured oil on top of it. And he called the name of the place Beth Ar. However, the name of that city had been Luz previously. Jacob made a vow, saying, seeing Elohim is with me and has kept me in this way that I am going, and has given me bread to eat and a garment to put on, when I have returned to my father's house in peace, and Yahuwah has been my Elohim, then this stone, which I have set as a standing column, shall be Elohim's house. And of all that you give me, I shall certainly give a tenth to you.
All right, thanks, Sandra. Okay, so what are y'all thinking that is now? Bethel, and he's saying he's going to return there and to my father's house in peace, and Yahuwah has been my Elohim. So then this stone, which I have set as a standing column, shall be Elohim's house. Where do you think that is? Where's Bethel at?
No, that's the chief cornerstone which the builders rejected to me.
Where's Bethel at?
Isn't it to the east of Jerusalem? Well, maybe not. Beth Ar, house of Ar. Beth Ar. That's the place where he chose to put his name. think you showed us on a screen share.
Isn't it Bethlehem?
No, it's not Bethlehem.
No? Okay.
No, Bethlehem's a little bit south of Jerusalem. This is a little bit north of Jerusalem here. About 10 miles north of Jerusalem. It'd be in Samaria. That's where it's at. But was there a house of Yahuwah built in Bethel?
I think the first tent was in Shiloh.
Mm-hmm.
It was erected in Shiloh. I don't think that's the same place.
Is that where the well was? Of the Sumerian woman?
No, I don't think so. It might have been. Maybe it was. I'm not sure. Could have been Bethel. Look that up, Ross, and see. Okay, so remember when King Jeroboam, who was the king over the northern tribes, northern Israel, remember what he did to stop people from migrating from the north down into Yehuda? Remember? So they were worshipped in Jerusalem. And so people were going down there because they thought that's where they had to go to worship Yahuwah. And so King Jeroboam did something. Does anybody remember what that was? Phyllis?
So when I looked it up, brother,
Hang on. Phyllis, go ahead.
Was that when he decided that you could only worship on this mountain and no other?
Yeah.
it's in Samaria.
Right. So Ross, I think, is correct on that. Is that's where that well was. But what's going on there? I mean, what did King Job do? He was the king of the northern tribes.
Ooh, he was idolatrous. Ooh, I hated him.
Ross?
Wasn't he?
According to this, it's saying that the well is not in Bayat Al, but it's in Samaria, in a town of Sychar.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely in
It's known
Samaritan
today,
woman.
it's known today as Palestine and called Beitin. It's
No.
10 miles north of Jerusalem.
Right. So what is it? Okay, look here what Jacob's saying. I have said a standing column shall be Elohim's house, and all of that you give me, I shall certainly give a tenth to you. So Bethel, 10 miles north of Jerusalem, is in Samaria, which is so close to Yehuda, but Samaria. Okay, so later on. Okay, so what happened there? Well, the golden calf was set up by King Jeroboam in Bethel. The second golden calf was set up in a temple in Dan. Remember that? So Dan, and then in Bethel, the first one. And so this king, Yahuwah didn't really like, created these golden calves to stop the northern people in the northern tribes to migrate or travel down to Jerusalem to worship Yahuwah, and then they would just stay there, right? So he was losing people. So it's mostly in 1 Kings 12 is where you find that, but symbolically, then the calves, those two golden calves, represented a departure from worshiping Yahuwah, and it led to idolatry. So the northern kingdom became idolaters, and it really, infuriated Yahuwah. And so just that act alone there of that king is what really was probably the contributing factor for the division of Israel. And then eventually, if y'all remember, the downfall of the northern kingdom of Israel by the Assyrians. Okay, because of this golden calf worship. All right, so in a weird twist of circumstances, the house of Elohim that was built in Bethel became the temple of Satan. They put that golden calf in there. Now, back in the day, all right, in the Hebrew mindset, this golden calf represented Yahuwah. But Yahuwah didn't want it. He didn't like that. But yet that's what they did. To them, they were worshiping Yahuwah. That's why Aaron made a golden calf. Remember that? When Aaron made the golden calf? Well, Yahuwah didn't like that. But the Israelites thought they were worshiping Yahuwah. I mean, read it. When they made the golden calf, they said, "This is Yahuwah who brought us out of the land of Egypt." So to them, the golden calf was representing Yahuwah. And to Yahuwah, it was idolatry, and he didn't like it at all. But see, that's just the way their minds were back then. Everybody see that? All right, so that's that's pretty weird, really, that the way that got twisted around, but it did. And so, what is he dreamed and he saw a ladder, and he saw messengers of Elohim going up and coming down on the ladder. Doesn't he tell somebody else that they're going to see the heavens will open up and they'll see his messengers going up and down from the heaven to the earth? Who's he tell that to? Remember? You remember who he says that to? Anybody?
Was he talking to Nathan when he said he's told that to in one of the Natsarim writings? You should see greater things than these.
Right. So where's that?
We have to look it up. Okay.
So that would be in John 1, John chapter 1. Starting in verse 49, he says, Nathanael answered and said to him, Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the sovereign of Yisrael. And Yahusha answered and said to him, because I said to you, I saw you under the fig tree, which is, that's an idiom for the millennium reign. Do you believe? Greater than that you shall see. And he said to him, truly, truly, I say to you, from now on you shall see the heaven opened and the messengers of Elohim ascending and descending upon the Son of Adam. And so, what do you think then with the Jacob's dream? What was he seeing? Was he seeing a type or foreshadow of the Ruach HaKodesh immersing people? Is that what's going on here? In both John and back over in Genesis? What's the connection? It's a Hebraic expression for sure. What do y'all think? Ross?
Is it then a foreshadow also of Yahusha? That the heavenly beings are going up and down for all of his lineage? Going, and showing Yahusha too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's showing, I think Yahusha's in control, of the visible and the invisible. Yeah, sort of, yeah. So what is he telling Nathan that for, man? From now on, you'll see the heaven open and messengers of Elohim ascending and descending upon the Son of Adam. And then in Genesis, he's telling Jacob that he dreamed and he saw a ladder set up on the eretz, and its top reached Shemaim, and saw messengers of Elohim going up and down on it. Is this talking about the immersion of the Messiah with the dove, or is it speaking of the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, the outpouring of the Ruach on the last generation, or the end times, I should say? What do y'all think? Brother Holt, go ahead, man. Can't hear you. Got to turn your mic on.
I said it might be a little bit of both. If messengers are ascending and descending, maybe that's revelation and maybe deception at the same time, coming and going from vessels to the world.
Yeah, that could be.
They carry messages to vessels, and vessels speak them, whether it's the set apart spirit or this false spirit.
Yeah, that could be, man. That's a good point. Go ahead, Ross.
Could it be that he's saying that he's going to be hearing the prayers then of the people? They'll be hearing Yasharal then.
That could be too. That could be too. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions, man? On this Hebraic expression, it definitely is. Could it have anything to do with discernment? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was kind of wondering, does it have anything to do with this is another portal or gateway between the Arets and the Shamaim, going to the higher ground, going up higher. In other words, this is, we got many pathways, but this is like he ended up landing in a place where they actually are Malachim coming down and going up, and it takes you as high as to where Yahuwah is. It's into the spiritual realm, crossing over from to the spiritual realm is what it looks like it's saying. That he saw that this was an opening, and is prophesying about Yahusha, which is it says that seed. That's why it's singular. It's the prophecy of the first coming of Yahusha and the increase of the nation. A standing column. Yahusha is that what? The chief cornerstone? A standing column. To be his house. Yahusha is going to be our house. We're his house that he dwells in.
Yeah. Okay, Talitha, go ahead.
For me, in some ways, it's showing like the omnipresence of Yahuwah. Like, and he dreamed and saw a ladder set up on the Arets, and its top reached to the Shamaim, and saw messengers of Elohim going up and down on it. So like them going up, and the messengers going up and down on it, or like the communication from the Shamaim to the Arets, to all the people of the Arets, coming from Yahuwah, right? So it's showing his hand, like it never stops. He doesn't stop. He never stops working. It's all within his hand. It's everything he's doing. He's orchestrating, whether it be, like no matter what's happening, like he's through the messengers communicating with the people of the earth, right? Because then after that it says, I am Yahuwah. Hang on 1 second, let me just find it. And see, Yahuwah stood above it. So Yahuwah is standing above it. There's nothing else above it. So who is above it? So that means he's the one in charge of that whole communication line that's happening, right? So Yahuwah stood above it and said, I am Yahuwah, Elohim of Abraham, your father, and the Elohim of Yitzhak. The land on which you are lying, I give it to you and your seed, right? So then he's there also like declaring something that he's giving, or I don't know. That's how I see it when I read it.
Yeah, I think y'all are, Brother Holt and you are all correct. As this is, it's depicting. It's an idiom, and I think it's depicting like you said, the communication and the guidance that coming from Yahuwah, connecting between him and humanity through Yahushua HaMashiach, right? Because that's why it's in John there, it's saying it's coming down on the son of Adam. And so there's a connection there, through the son of Adam to humanity, from Yahuwah who's on top, through the door, through the Messiah to humanity. And so, yeah, there's a divine communication and guidance, I think, here in this Hebraic idiom or expression. But Brother Holt had a really good point where this could be as well some of the evil angels, right? The demons coming in there and, intercepting communication and deceiving people through lies as well. In other words, breaking the communication between Yahuwah through Yahusha and to mankind, somehow, going from Yahuwah, and they intercept it and send a false message down to people through the demon as well. I mean, that's a good point. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying?
monotheism.
Huh?
That's monotheism.
Listen
That
to you.
false teaching that they have.
That's Trinitarianism, man, not monotheism. Yeah.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
Anyway,
Trinitarian.
yeah. I mean, anyway, I think you guys are correct about the communication for sure. You know, I mean, it definitely is that. Go ahead, Talita.
But even the deception is Yahuwah
Year into it, I can do
said that he was going to give deception to those who were not like graced with the truth, to know the truth. Right? So even it's still all within his hand. It's still like whether, you know, yes, that could be where the sort of evil messages are coming through too, but it's still all within the plan of Yahuwah. It's still all within his, you know, he's the one standing at the top, you know, and that's said right there in the one paragraph. It like said he stood at the top. So he's in charge of all of it. Doesn't matter if it's coming down an evil message or not. It doesn't matter if it's deception or not. He's in charge of all of it.
Yeah, it says, and I saw messengers of Elohim going up and down on it, you know, and up and down on Elohim. Yeah. And so since the devil's the prince of the air, maybe somewhere between the earth and the heaven, they intercept the message and they confound it, you know, and lead people astray that way. I don't know for sure. I'm just saying, Brother Holt I think he has a good point there. I'm not understanding how that would happen, but it would definitely have to be Yahuwah's will, you know, to happen. All right. And so I think you're right there, Talitha, as well.
And go ahead. Okay. Also, one other thing is like, for me, it's also like he's showing this because this isn't a dream, and he's also showing it, you know, in this visual form, right? So it might not actually, that's maybe not how it works. Maybe there's no ladder. It's a visual form because it's in a dream for him to understand. But he's showing that also, like saying like he's never letting him alone. And then later he actually says that at the end, that he's not going to leave you until I am not going to leave you until I have done what I have spoken to you, right? So he's always there. He's reassuring him, reminding him that Yahuwah will always be with him until everything that he has said has been done.
Yeah, the ladder is definitely just symbolizing the connection, you know, between the two dimensions. Yeah. How you doing, Andy Dean? How are you, man?
Hey guys, thank y'all for having me. Sorry I caught the tail end of it, but I'm here.
All right, cool, man. Glad you're here.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Okay, how about is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 28 at all? If not, how about let me see. Yeah, you never read it for 29. I think it's mostly going to be reading. A few points of interest there, but mostly reading. Who wants to read it? 29. Somebody who hasn't read yet.
I can read if you'd like.
Okay, Andy, go ahead, man. Chapter 29.
Verse 1.
Yep.
Okay. It says, and Yaqub moved on and came to the land of the people of the east. And he looked and saw a well in the field, and saw 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a large stone was on the well's mouth. And all the flocks would be gathered there. Then they would roll the stone from the well's mouth and water the sheep, and put the stone back in its place on the well's mouth. So Yaqub said to them, My brothers, where are you from? And they said, We are from Haran. And he said to them, Do you know Laban, son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. So he said to them, Is he well? And they said, Well, and see, his daughter Rachel is coming with the sheep. And he said, See, it is still high yom, not the time for the livestock to be gathered together. Water the sheep and go and feed them. But they said, We are not allowed until all the flocks are gathered together and they have rolled the stone from the well's mouth. Then we shall water the sheep. While he was speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. And it came to be when Yaqub saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Yaqub went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Yaqub kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And when Yaqub told Rachel that he was her father's relative and that he was Ribka's son, she ran and told her father. And it came to be when Laban heard the report about Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. Then he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, You are indeed my bone and my flesh. And he stayed with him for a month. Then Laban said to Yaqub, Because you are my relative, should you therefore serve me for naught? Let me know, what should your wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. And Leah's eyes were weak, but Rachel was lovely of form and appearance. And Yaqub loved Rachel, so he said, Let me serve you for 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to you than that I should give her to another man. Stay with me. So Yaqub served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few yomim because of the love he had for her. Then Yaqub said to Laban, Give me my asha, for my yomim are completed, and let me go into her. And Laban gathered all the men of the place and made a feast. And it came to be in the evening that he took Leah, his daughter, and brother her. Leah, his daughter, and brought her to Yaqub, and he went into her. And Laban gave his female servant Zilpah to his daughter Leah as his female servant. And in the morning it came to be that, see, it was Leah. So he said to Laban, What is this you have done to me? Was it not for Rachel that I served you? Why then have you deceived me? And Laban said, It is not done this way in our place to give the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and then we give you this one too. For the service which you shall serve with me still another 7 years. And Yaqub did so and completed her week. Then he gave him his daughter Rachel too as a shah. And Laban gave his female servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as a female servant. And he also went into Rachel, and he also loved Rachel more than Leah. And he served him still another 7 years. And Yahuwah saw that Leah was unloved, and he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, For Yahuwah has looked on my affliction, because now my husband is going to love me. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Because Yahuwah has heard that I am unloved, he gave me this son too. And she called his name Sheman. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now this time my husband is joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. So his name was called Louis. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now I praise Yahuwah. So she called his name Yahuda, and she ceased bearing.
All right, thank you, Andy. So, what y'all's thoughts on this situation here with the 2 daughters, Rachel and Leah? Phyllis?
More deception.
Seems to be some more deception there, doesn't there? This time with Rachel's father and Jacob, but still, is Jacob getting a taste of his own medicine here, you think? Is this what you were speaking about, Roz? I think it was you or Sandra, when you were saying that later on Jacob gets a taste of his own medicine, deception.
Sandra.
Sandra, that's what you were talking about. It does seem like that, doesn't it? He's getting a little bit of taste of his own medicine here. And you know what's really odd is Rachel, the one he really loved, is barren again. So here we go, a 3 barren in a row. All right. And Rachel's womb was open, but Leah's was open, but Rachel's was not. And most translations kind of politely, shall we say, state that Leah was unloved by Jacob. Okay. But the Hebrew word here, sane, actually means hated. Almost like she was hated by Jacob. Maybe because of the more the deceit there, that he had to wait 7 more years for Rachel or whatever it was. But there was definitely animosity between Jacob, as far as Jacob was concerned, and Leah. But Leah actually loved Jacob. Okay. And so she bore him those sons. And what do you think actually happens here with Leah? Leah really seems to be getting the bad end of the stick. So what later on with Leah, what do you think happens? Because she's obviously given birth to some of the tribes, isn't she? So what's, in other words, Rachel got it easy, right? But Leah seems not to have it that easy, although she's given sons to Jacob. So Yahuwah saw that Leah was unloved, and he opened her womb, but Rachel's was barren. Why? What's going on with what happens? Leah's continuously working or earnestly seeking the love of Jacob, but she's not getting it. So what does she do? I mean, what's going on here? So she bore Reuben, and then she bore Simon, and then Louis, the Levite line, the Levite tribe came from her, and she conceived again and praised Yahuwah. So she called his name Yehuda, and so she bore Yehuda, the Levites, the Yehudim, Simon and Reuben, the firstborn, and then she ceased bearing. So what are y'all thinking of that? What's happening with Leah? She's hated by Jacob, but what does she do? What is she doing? So she named him Reuben, for Yahuwah has looked on my affliction, because now my husband is going to love me. Well, he didn't. So then she conceived again. And then she said, because Yahuwah has heard that I am unloved, he gave me this son too. Okay, so then she called his name Simon. And then she conceived again and bore a son and said, now this time my husband is joined to me, because I have bore him 3 sons. So she named him Levi, or Levite. And she conceived again and bore a son and said, now I praise Yahuwah. So she called his name Yehuda. And then she ceased bearing. So what's she doing? going on here with Leah? The unloved. Just wait till we get to 30. It's all open up, but it's just, I don't want to go there quite yet. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, does it have any affiliation to do with the Baron and the wife of the married woman brings forth 7 children, and the Baron brings forth something to do with Yahuwah is exalting. In other words, he's exalting the okay. Let me do it. So when she brought forth Rahab, Yahuwah looked, and then he heard, and then he joined them together. So what's happening is that he is, how do we say it? He is, it's still him building up Yeshua right now. But he's also the younger. He's bringing forth, the younger is, he always, for some reason, he always exalts the one lowest and brings down the one that's up on high or first. So that's why by giving her these children, he's exalting her and lifting her up, because she was not loved and she was hated. But his favor is upon, by the bringing forth of her children, is his favor being upon her, regardless of how she's been treated.
Sort of. Go ahead, Ross.
He's giving her the best gift of all. Yahusha's in her bloodline.
Right. But she doesn't know that yet, right?
No.
But that's true, what you're saying. Okay. So look, Leah's unloved, right? Matter of fact, in the Hebrew word used here, sanah, means to hate. She was hated by Jacob. And yet she's born him all these children. And it's
how
not.
You spell it, Brother Mark? Spell Shana.
Sawnay. Sanah. Okay, so she's hated by Jacob no matter what she does. She has all these sons, and these are powerful sons here now. Of course, they don't know that, but we do. And but he's not loving her anymore for it, right? And yet here Rachel isn't. I think I let you in, didn't I, Chance? Yeah. No, wait a minute. There you go. Sorry, I thought I let you in. I guess I didn't. So anyway, she's having all these kids. She's not loving her anymore by having these children. Okay, so what does she do? She turns her focus to Yahuwah. She starts praising Yahuwah. She's giving thanks to Yahuwah. And so she found love and joy in Yahuwah. From the absence of the love and joy that was her husband wasn't giving her, she found it in Yahuwah. Love and joy in Yahuwah. So that's why he kept blessing her. He continued to bless her with powerful men that would grow up to be powerful tribes. Yehuda was the biggest tribe of them all. The Levites were the line of the priest. The Yehuda was the line of the kings. He blessed her mighty because she continued to praise him, to thank him, and she found her joy and her love in Yahuwah because her husband Jacob didn't give it to her. He hated her. Now, how powerful is that? Okay, so as we get farther into this, we're going to start reading about Rachel. She wasn't going to be cursed here, but she wasn't into Yahuwah like Leah was. Leah was loving and loving Yahuwah and finding joy in Yahuwah, praising Yahuwah, thanking Yahuwah. But Rachel wasn't into Yahuwah. She was into Jacob. So they were two lovebirds sitting over here ignoring their Leah, while Leah was being blessed mightily by Yahuwah. And I don't even think Jacob and Rachel even realized it at the time, but they do. They do understand that later on. All to the point where Jacob, believe it or not, okay, so I'm going to jump ahead. Rachel dies of childbearing, doesn't she? Who's she giving birth to when she dies? Benjamin. So giving birth. Yeah, she dies giving birth to Benjamin. So she gets buried in Bethlehem, around the Bethlehem area, okay? Which
near
is
the tamarisk tree.
Yeah, just south of Jerusalem. But Leah, guess where she gets buried in the end?
In the cave of Hoth.
Well, in the cave next to Jacob, in the cave of the patriots in the monarchies.
Yeah, she was first wife.
So Yahuwah ends up reversing everything for Leah's devotion to him. And so in the end, Rachel, the jealousy that Leah had for Rachel just falls away and dies. And it set her free. Set her free instead of being focused on the jealousy and the hate of her sister, to focus on the love and the that she had for Jacob. And therefore Jacob began to have feelings for her as well, because that jealousy died through the blessings of Yahuwah. And this is incredible, man. And if you and put it all into perspective with what we've read up to this point, and it's really mind-blowing. Okay? Go ahead, Sandra.
Just a quick question. So is this like the essence of the difference between the blessing and inheritance? It's like a parallel of the blessing and the inheritance.
It sort of is, because she gave birth to the Levites in the Yehuda. It sort of is, isn't it? And look, she gave birth to the firstborn Reuben, who what? He lost his birthright. Isn't that mind-blowing?
Yeah, because he went up on his father's bed.
That's right. He had sex with
Bilhah.
Yeah, with his dad's servant, female servant. And so he lost his birthright. Matter of fact, it fell all the way down the ladder to Yehuda until it got to Yehuda, and Yehuda got the birthright. So it really tumbled down the ladder. All right? So it went from Reuben, and then Simon, and then the Levites, all the way down to Yehuda, the right of the firstborn. We'll get into it. It's coming up. You'll see it a lot clearer as we continue to read through here. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions, though, about Leah and Rachel here? I mean, we're going to get into Rachel in a minute. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, it kind of like brings to me the thought of like sometimes the blessings that we have are for somebody else's sake and not necessarily for our own work or for our own disturbance. I don't know, it makes me think like, do I have the things that I have? Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know, maybe my children or my wife are more blessed, and therefore for their sake I get to enjoy certain things, because it seems that it's a continuation of that story. The blessings are shared among the family, but not for necessarily the sake of not necessarily because they're deserved, and somebody else might be deserved of it, but you enjoy that benefit of being with that person or with those or around those people, and then you get a benefit of it. Anyway, that's it.
I hear what you're saying, Oz.
Yeah. Poetrix Minds 144 says, but it was in 1 Kings 22 where Ahab has a lying spirit deceive his kingdom because he rejects Yahuwah, rebukes Yahuwah, and gets a deceiving, lying spirit. Sandra?
I was just going to read in Uukara, which is called Leviticus, chapter 18, verse 18. It says, and do not take an Asher as a rival to her sister, to uncover her nakedness while the other is alive. So those two sisters being alive, that was kind of like out of order for his right rulings. So that brings us back to where in Acts, where he said men did whatever they thought was right in their own eyes, and at that time Yahuwah winked at sin.
All right. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions? How about you, Andy? You read that chapter. Did you get anything jumping out at you?
It kind of makes me wonder, like, how it would have went if he would have, I guess, loved Leia also or as well. Maybe it was more of the promise for him. Not saying that he was disobeying by loving Raquel more, but promises were come through Leah instead of the other way around. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's what kind of hit me there was it's kind of like you got a taste of his own medicine, right? With this deception, and
Right.
it makes me wonder if he didn't get through all that hatred of Leah, which he kind of felt a little bit how his brother Esau felt toward him when he hated him to the point where he wanted to kill him. So he hated his own wife. And so he got a little bit of feeling of how his brother was feeling as well because of that deception, And
Yeah.
funny in the end where he actually starts to love Leah, and she actually gets buried with him and rests with him in the cave of the patriarchs. That him and Esau also get back together and recounsel as well, toward the end too. And so it's just the parallel here in the seed of Abraham is mind blowing. It's almost like Yahuwah's protecting it, and it's so closely linked that they all feel what the other one feels. They all walk the way the other one walked, have the same experiences that they all experience. It's so closely intertwined here, the seed of Abraham. It's mind blowing, even to the point where it brings Ishmael and Isaac back together too, through the seed of Esau and Jacob, Esau back over and back onto the line, through the separation of Ishmael and Isaac, so that it all comes back together. It's just crazy, man. I think. So, yeah, very good stuff. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? How about Mickey L? He got anything to say about it? He just says, give me some water and leave me alone. Huh? Hey, Mickey L. Speedy says hello. Speedy says hello. See Speedy? There's a Speedy up here, man. Look. See? Speedy. He says hello. Hey, good looking. Good looking, Michelle. What you doing?
She's hiding now.
I figure she'd go hide. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Let's wrap the day off with 30. I want to get into Rachel here, and then we'll quit. A little bit of a long chapter, a lot of stuff in here. Who wants to read that one? Somebody hasn't read yet. I'll just go ahead.
Number 30. And when Raquel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Raquel envied her sister and said to Jacob, give me children, or else I'm going to die. And Jacob's displeasure burned against Raquel, and he said, am I in the place of Elohim, who was withheld from you the fruit of the womb? And she said, see, my female servant, Bilhah, go into her, and let her bear for me, and let me build up from her as well.
Okay, stop. All right, here we go again. Here we go again. So here we go. Jacob is now displeasure's burning against Rachel. You mad at her, man? What are you talking about, man? We're having sex every night, 5 times a day. Am I Elohim? What you talking about, girl? So she's like blaming Jacob for her not getting pregnant. And so now all of a sudden Jacob, is not digging on Rachel anymore. So he's mad at her. Who do you think I am? In place of Elohim, I got control over the fruit of your womb? Well, I don't have control over that. And look what she does. The same thing Sarah did. Go take my female servant and have a child to bear for me. And so this was that same deal that happened back in that day, where they were legally allowed to give their female servant over to their husband, get her pregnant, and then she would bear the son sitting on her lap and bear the child, so that she would feel the birth pains and everything as closely as possible without giving birth herself. And then after the child was born, it was her child. It belonged to her, not the servant woman, to her. That was the way it was supposed to go. But ain't that crazy? Here we go again. You see what I'm saying about how close all this is intertwined and connected? This Abraham seed, it's amazing, man, what continues to happen here. Through what? Why? Why is all this happening the same way, do you think? Is it because of the deceit, the disobedience? Them trying to take over and do it their way? And yet they're not learning. Nobody's learning from the other. They're all repeating the same mistakes. And the reason this is happening is to keep that line, the lineage of Abraham's seed, going forward in the way that Yahuwah wants it to go in order for the Messiah to come out of all this. But look at how people are fighting it, you know, how it's causing so much, you know, stumbling blocks, but yet Yahuwah finds a way through all this for the Messiah to be born. I mean, it blows my mind. I don't know about you. Well, anyway, any thoughts, comments, or questions on what Rachel's doing here? She's repeating Sarah's mistake, which blows my mind. If not, let's continue on. Oz.
Verse 4. So she gave him Bilhah, her female servant, as Asher. Jacob went into her, and Bilhah conceived and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said, Elohim has rightly ruled my case, and has also heard my voice and given me a son. So she called his name Dan. And Rachel's female servant Bilhah conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, with great wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister, and I have overcome. So she called his name Naphtali. And Leah saw that she had ceased bearing, and she took Zilpah, her female servant, and gave her to Jacob as Asher. And Leah's female servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. And Leah said, with Gad. So she called his name Gad. And Leah's female servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said, I am blessed, for the daughter shall call me blessed. So she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the Jomim of wheat harvest, and found Dudaim, mandrakes, in the field, and brought them to his mother Leah. And Rachel said to Leah, please give me some of your son's Dudaim. And she said to her, is it a small matter that you have taken away my husband? Will you take away my son's Dudaim too? And Rachel said, therefore let him lie with you tonight for your son's Dudaim. Dudaim is the term for an hallucinogenic fruit, sometimes called mandrake or love apples. And when Jacob came out of the field in the evening, Leah went out to meet him and said, do come in to me, for indeed I have hired you with my son's Dudaim. And he lay with her that Lila. And Elohim listened to Leah, and she conceived and bore Jacob a fifth son. And Leah said, Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my female servant to my husband. So she called his name Yeskar. And Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. And Leah said, Elohim has presented me with a good present. Now my husband is going to dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim listened to her and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. So she called his name Joseph, and said, Yahuwah has added me another son. And it came to be, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said to Laban, send me on my way to go to my own place and to my land. Give my wives and my children, for whom I have served you. And let me go, for yourself know my service, which I have done for you. And Laban said to him, if I have found favor in your eyes, please stay, for I have diligently watched that Yahuwah has blessed me for your sake. And he said, name me your wages, and I give it. So he said to him, you know how I have served you, and how your livestock has been with me. For the little you had before I came has increased greatly, and Yahuwah has blessed you since my coming. But now, when am I to provide for my own house too? And he said, what do I give you? And Jacob said, give me not. If you do this for me, I shall again feed and guard your flocks. Let me pass through all your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted sheep, and all the black ones among the lambs, and the spotted and the speckled among the goats, and these shall be my wages. and my righteousness shall answer for me in time to come. When you come concerning my wages, every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats and black among the lambs, it is stolen if it is with me. And Laban says, see, let it be according to your word. And on that jom he set aside the male goats that were speckled and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, every one that had some white in it, and all the black ones among the lambs, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he put a 3 journey between himself and Jacob. And Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flock. And Jacob took for himself rods of green poplar, and of the almond and chestnut trees, peeled white strips in them, and exposed the white which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs where the flock came to drink, and they made it when they came to drink. So the flocks conceived before the rods, and the flocks brought forth straight, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob separated the lambs, and made the flocks face toward the straggle, and all the black in the flock of Laban. But he put his own flocks by themselves, and did not put them with Laban's flock. And it came to be, whenever the strong ones of the flock conceived, that Jacob placed the rods before the eyes of the flock in the gutters, so that they will mate among the rods. But when the flocks were weak, he did not put them in. So the weak ones were Laban's, and the strong ones Jacob's. Thus the man increased very much, and hath many flocks, and females, and male servants, and camels, and donkeys.
All right. Thanks, so what's up, man? More deceit, more disobedience. What's going on, man? I mean, look at it. They have all these kids from their female servants, number one. So now both of them are in on the action, right? They're both taking after Sarah, doing what Sarah did. Amazingly, Ishmael had 12 sons as well. And it's kind of weird because he was the product of Sarah's disobedience, if you will, and had 12. And now these 2 wives of Jacob are doing the same thing Sarah did, and altogether they had 12. Is this, I mean, the coincidence is just mind-boggling to me. But notice now Rachel, at least Rachel had Joseph. She's got one. Okay. Now later on, of course, she has Benjamin, but when she has him, it kills her. That's the back around chapter 35 there somewhere. When before she dies and has Benjamin, they leave here first, you know. But anyway, what y'all thinking about all this disobedience? This isn't Jacob acting in some, and continued to act in some sort of deceiving way here when he's doing with these flocks to make them turn blemished so that he gets them. And he's doing, what is he doing with the flocks that when he's mating here? Where he says, whenever the strong one of the flocks conceived, he placed the rods before the eyes of the flock in the gutter so they would mate among the rods, you know, so they would be marked the way they belonged to him. But if they're fleek, he didn't put them in. So the weak ones were Laban's and strong ones were Jacob's. So what was he doing here? When people take the strong and mate with the strong to create stronger, what are they doing? What's that called? Go ahead, Roz.
He was creating his wealth too by being able to keep all the ones that were had the color on them. And so it was adding to his value because that was what he was being paid. But something that I had heard years ago was that the fact that they were the striped ones and then they had the spotted ones and, you know, all the different colors, that was a mixing of like the people, where you have, you know, just like it's always been, like with Rahab and Ruth and, you know, all the way back to the beginning, Hagar and, you know, all the different ones.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an indication of that. A people stronger than yourself? That ring a bell? But still, I mean, this is called selective breeding. That's what he was doing. So he was selective breeding these animals and making them. It's like when they take two dogs and they breed them, and then to get small, then they take the smallest and they breed it with the other small one, and they continue to selective breed until they get a real teeny tiny dog. It's like that. So he could do the same thing. He was taking these lambs and stuff, and he was breeding them to make them stronger and the color to come out so they would belong to him, and they would be stronger, bigger and stronger, and be the colors that would become his flock, and the rest of the other stuff he was given to Laban. So is this a type of deceivement here? Is he continuing to practice deceitment that he was taught by his mother? Sandra?
Does it have anything to do with the mixed multitude in the forming of the nations? Because remember when Yahuwah ordained offerings through Musha, he didn't want anything with blemishes or defects or lanes. He wanted the firstborn and the purest of everything. So this is sort of like a type of the mixing of the nations for the inherited people. What's going on? Like when Yahusha came, they didn't want to receive him. So he said, I'll be sought of a people that did not seek after me. Most of all of those mighty men were from different nations, I noticed. So it's like the beginning of bringing forth the nations here, which he's been working on all along.
Right. So, yeah, it's kind of, that kind of jumps out at me too. And I've struggled with it for quite a while. Now, why did Jacob take the speckled and the spotted that Yahuwah didn't want? Remember, he didn't want anything that was speckled or spotted or blemished. He wanted pure. I mean, you look at the red heifer, man. It couldn't have one hair that was black on it. They all had to be red hairs. Just one black hair would disqualify the red heifer. So why did Jacob want the stuff that Yahuwah didn't want, you know? And I wrestled with that for quite a while. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was going to answer the other question because I'm not sure if I believe he was pulling a sort of deception because he was using knowledge that Yahuwah was giving him to increase his herd and decrease Laban's herd. So in a way that was deception because he was using, he had help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me it was deception. I mean, but I mean, the Laban, was deceived him too, when he gave him Leah instead of Rachel, right? Leah instead of Rachel. Maybe it was a kind of a get back revenge type thing, here going on. But, you shouldn't be doing that. It was still, they were relatives, but yet they were deceiving each other, and even business partners, I mean, deceiving each other. This goes pretty deep. Go ahead, Roz.
But isn't that what flesh does? That's what flesh does.
Go ahead, Roz.
In the beginning of the chapter, it was said a few times about watering the sheep. And I think that was a foreshadow of what was going to end up happening about watering all the sheep, the people.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So he saw Rachel, they were watering the sheep, and she was a sheepist, and she wasn't a shepherd, she was a shepherdess. And he saw them watering, come in to water the sheep, which is very interesting, matter of fact, when you think about that. And so watering the sheep, it may be a type or foreshadow, right, of the Levites, which her sister would bring into existence. It's kind of an amazing thing. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That also is another type of Abraham, because of Ishak trying to find his wife. He said, "Let her bring me water," and this time he, water was involved again.
Yeah, water's huge. So I think there was a lot of deception, a lot of backstabbing, trickery, things going on here. Jacob selective breeding and cheating Laban, for sure, and all this going on within this family. But what do y'all think about the them giving Jacob their servant maidens to breed with? What do you think the message behind that is? Let me show you the big picture here and see if something comes to your mind, okay? So here this is again. We showed this last week. Look at it again. So out of Abraham, he does the same thing. Here's Hagar. She has Ishmael. Hagar here. She has Ishmael. And then, of course, after Sarah dies, Sarah has Isaac. And Isaac marries Rebekah. And then after Sarah dies, Abraham takes Keturah, and she has these 6 sons here. And then plus Ishmael, so there's 7 illegitimates, and the inheritance comes through Isaac, through his first wife, and then Rebekah, through Rebekah, there's Esau, and Isaac and Rebekah and Jacob. So that's all they had. They had these twins. And then out of number, Esau marries Ishmael's daughter, which, brings the seed of Abraham back into full circle and reconnects it. Because it was broken, but they reconnected through Ishmael and Esau, but then it goes to Jacob, who becomes Israel here, and he marries Rachel and Leah, his first wife, but then Leah gives him this concubine because Rachel gave him Bilhah, her concubine over here. And so Leah copycats Rachel and lets him have an affair with this gal. And then we see what happens. It brings the 12 tribes comes into play. And so out of Rachel, we go over here and we see Joseph, which we've just read about. And out of Joseph's line, he marries Asintha, and it comes Ephraim and Manasseh and the birthright promises, okay, through Joseph. And then later, she has little Benjamin here, and she dies. Benjamin sticks with Yehuda pretty much over here, almost so closely that Benjamin becomes Yehuda. He sticks with him so closely. But, and then through this, Rachel's concubine, look, comes Dan. That was trouble. And Naphtali here. And then back up here, down here to Leah's concubine comes Ashi and God, which really neither one of them amounted to much. And then back up here, down through Leah, who Jacob hated, look how Yahuwah blessed her. Reuben had a daughter, Dinah. Simon, the Levite line, the priestly line. Yehuda, the sovereign line. Issachar and Zebulun. And then through Judah is the scepter promises, or the sovereign line, through Tamar, Sarah, and Pharez, through the king's line here. And guess who comes through this line? Jesse, King David, and Yahusha. And the Levites get cut off. But yet they remain in the millennium reign somehow. So that's amazing, isn't it? How all that plays out. Through the unloved Leah, came the Messiah. But yet she loved Yahuwah. And so she had a love relationship with Yahuwah. So all her joy and her happiness, her love, all came through Yahuwah, loving Yahuwah. And therefore, in a way, she is a foreshadow or a type of Mary, Yahusha's mother. Isn't she? Yeah, sort of. Foreshadows her. So, what tribe was Mary from? And Joseph, even the stepdad. What tribe were they from? Joseph and Mary. Roz?
Yehuda.
Exactly. They were from the tribe of Yehuda. So therefore, Leah was a type of Mary, a foreshadow of Mary. Mary was her offspring, man. And gave birth to the Messiah, who was also from the tribe of Yehuda. Matter of fact, he was the lion of Yehuda. What's that mean? The lion of Yehuda. What's that mean to the Hebrew mindset? What does that mean?
He was the sovereign.
He was the sovereign of the tribe, the king of the tribe. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 30? And we're going to stop right there. We'll continue on next week. Now, with that thought in mind, you may want to write this down, or at least try to remember it, because it's really kind of important. And we were talking about Revelations 5 earlier, where Yehukhanan's vision, he saw a lion, and he saw a root, and he saw a lamb, and he saw one sitting on the throne, on the one throne. Remember that? So the lion, okay, that he saw tells us that he is the king of the tribe of Judah, right? And so that's what the lion is depicting in that vision. Okay, it's letting us know that the one sitting on the throne was the lion of the tribe of Yehuda, which means he was the king of that tribe. The root tells us he is the creator. The one on the throne is the creator of all things. And then the lamb that was slain, that looked like he was slain or dead, that actually wasn't dead because he reached out and took the scroll out of the one sitting on the one throne. Remember that? The lamb tells us that he is Yahuwah incarnate. The one sitting on the throne is Yahuwah, who was incarnated and is our Passover sacrifice. And it is only this last role, this last mode, the Lamb, where he can be the one on the throne can be our Redeemer. And that's why he can open up the book that nobody else could even look at. Okay, so all in all now, the Revelations 5, that vision is teaching that there's one Elohim, and this one Elohim manifested himself in the flesh as the Lamb or the Son to reveal himself to us in order to redeem us from our sins. That's what that vision tells us. Everybody got that? And you want me to repeat it? Revelation 5 teaches there is one Elohim. And this one Elohim came in the flesh as the Lamb or the Son. The Son always references the incarnation. To reveal himself to us and to redeem us from sin. That's the vision in Revelations 5. It's highly symbolic. And the first clue that is highly symbolic is that there's a lamb that's slain, dead, that's moving with 7 eyes and 7 horns. Now, there's no such thing as a lamb with 7 eyes or 7 horns unless he's coming out of the Chernobyl disaster area, the nuclear disaster area. Then maybe he might. You know, they are getting dogs. They're seeing dogs now. I don't know if y'all saw that article recently. They've got pictures of them. Dogs are actually got blue coats on them. I mean, they're blue. I mean, it's crazy. They're real blue looking. And they don't know. It's something to do with the nuclear contamination. And so maybe they may have a lamb over there with 7 eyes and 7 horns. Who knows? But other than that, they don't exist, do they? So this tells us that this is symbolic. The whole vision is highly symbolic in Revelations. Revelation is just power. I mean, just jammed with symbolic manifestations, man. All right. They're not literal. In other words, don't take them literal. They mean something other than what they're saying. All right. So I think that's we'll end right there, and got lots to think about now and through the week, and see where it takes you to, and your as you continue your studies through the week, which I am hoping that we all do, and we should be doing that. I mean, it shouldn't just be once a week that you're studying, or twice a week. It should be every day, really. Seeking to the knowledge of Yahuwah, getting to know him and who he is and what he wants from each and every one of us. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about today's study? Thoughts, comments, questions about last night's study? Thoughts, comments, or questions about anything at all in general? Y'all ready to get off? Chance, go ahead.
My much anticipated video finally dropped. Wear an oven mitt. There's a lot of heat behind that video. Make sure when you click that button, you're wearing an oven mitt. I'm just kidding.
Hi.
There's some heat on there.
Hi.
I'm just kidding. But it finally did. It was like a 3-hour download. I just was watching it. You
Hi.
say, what have you got
Hi.
to say?
Hi.
Hello.
Can you say
Oh.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. My brother can. Yeah. Ooh. He can. Hey guys, say yeah. Ooh.
I don't know if you can get him. He's pretty oh, there he went. Wow. Okay. Here, take these. I thank you, Mark, for your labors, and thank you for bringing us all together in this body and this Shabbat. Appreciate your labors there, brother.
All steam to Yahusha. Please.
And I appreciate you all as well, beloved Kadashim, brothers and sisters. I always look forward to this rest of seeing you guys' faces and my beloved family. All right, what have you got to say? Look at him. What do you want? What are you looking at?
Say yeah. Ooh. Say yeah. Ooh.
Say it. You know how to do it. Yahuwah. Oh, yeah, a lot of action going on over here, guys. So. Oh, what's the matter? You want some more fruit? Okay.
How many kids you have, Chance? 2 or 3?
Too many. I'm just kidding. I got 4.
I didn't know you had.
I got a couple with a couple different women when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
Barely get to see them anymore, if any. But
how old are those ones?
15 and
Teenage.
10. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow.
And then a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. Hey, will you go get his plate for him?
What month was he born?
You know, Kelsey, what's the month of his birth? No. Oh, he's born. Yeah, he's born in my month, April.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm not I don't even know my mother's birth date, so pretty difficult for me there. For real, I don't.
I was born in April too. What day were you guys born?
Me too.
I'm
Really?
April 12th. I'm April 12th.
Wow. How about him?
His is April 19th. I'm April 12th.
Wow. How about you, Roz?
April 1st.
Whoa, that's a
Yeah, I'm April 10th.
Yeah.
1, 10, 12, 19.
I'm April 7.
Are you
Wow.
serious?
Wow.
Wow. Any other Aprils? That's crazy. Sandra, you in April too? What day? Can't hear you.
The 19th.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Okay. Here, get some right here.
That's funny.
Well,
You know that's
considering
new.
it's also starting the considering it's the start of the year.
Yeah, that's what I was
You
just
know.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
New fruit, new life. Yep.
Wow. What's up, Sandra?
I was reading in Yashayahu chapter 8
Go get your plate.
because it kind of reminded me of what we were talking about here. It says, starting at verse 9, be shattered, O you peoples, and be broken in pieces. Give ear, all you from far places of the earth. Gird yourselves, but be broken in pieces, and gird yourselves, but be broken in pieces. Take counsel, and it comes to nothing. Speak a word, and it does not stand, for all is with us. For Yahuwah spoke thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of this people, saying, do not say a conspiracy concerning all that this people call a conspiracy, nor be afraid of their threats, nor be troubled. Yahuwah Sabaoth, him you shall set apart. Let him be your fear, let him be your dread, and he shall be for a set apart place, but a stone of stumbling and a rock that makes for falling to both the houses of Yisrael, as a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and snared and taken. Because this is what's happening while Yakub's family is being formed. At the same time, they're taking things into their own hands to do this, when it's always have been and will be established and performed by Yahuwah. It's like when he called, when he told Joseph, you told them to go and spy out the land that they were about to inherit. Yahuwah was going to fight the battle for them, but they came back with that evil report. So it's like the doctrines that we're experiencing today, man trying to make things happen instead of relying on the many-sided wisdom of Yahuwah to perform his work. That's what's happening. We got to let him do it and stop trying to put our hands to it. And it says, Yeshua is a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of you. And many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and snared and taken. Bind up the witness, seal the Torah among the Talmud. And I shall wait on Yahuwah, who hides his face from the house of Yaakov, and I shall look for him. And look, I and the children whom Yahuwah has given me for signs and wonders in Yisrael from Yahuwah Sabaoth, who dwells in Mount Sin. And when they say to you, seek those who are mediums and wizards and who whisper and murder, should not a people seek Yahuwah the Elohim? Should they seek the dead on behalf of the living? To the Torah, to the witness, if you do not speak according to this word, it is because they have no light of dawn. I mean, so that's like this what's happening in what we studied today. It's like a type, and it's being prophesied about there even in Yashayahu. So it's the making of the nation. The making of the nation, separating the flesh from the Ruach and building his kingdom. And he's in control.
That reminded me of the battle of the Valley of Elah. Anybody know where that's at? What that
Yeah.
is? What that valley is? Or what the battle was? The Valley of Allah. Elah or Allah. According to chance, would be Allah.
That was in the Book of
Okay,
David,
very
Duad,
The Book of David?
or the Book of Duad.
No, ain't no Book of David.
I mean,
You showed us some
Shemuel.
map.
Yeah, it's in 1 Samuel. That's right. So what is it? What battle is it? Calm down there, Speedy boy. Speedy going nuts because I'm going to screen share. All right, there he is. So obviously, the Valley of Allah here is very fertile valley here. Yeah, and here was King David's palace. So obviously, Jerusalem would probably be this right here, somewhere in here. I don't know if this is Jerusalem. Here, this is Jerusalem. King David's palace is right here. Jerusalem should be right here, but they're showing it over here, I think. That's what they're doing. But anyway, Valley of Allah is very fertile soil. And here was the Philistine camp right here on this ridge. Then across this valley, over this other ridge, was the Israeli camp. And the battle took place right here in the valley. Anybody know what battle it was now? You got to know now. So all the Philistines' army was on this ridge, on this mountain. Then there was a valley. And then up here on top of this mountain ridge was the Israeli camp army.
Was
And
that when Daud took down the giant?
Yeah. Yeah, David and Goliath. Happened right here. Very good, Phyllis. I knew somebody had to get it sooner or later. I mean, I guess that's about all I got here. I mean, I don't know. Anybody else got anything they want to say?
Yeah, I heard this interpretation.
Huh?
I don't know what you guys think on Revelation 13:15.
13.
Yeah, Revelation 13:15.
Okay.
And that's about the second beast, right? So the 15 says, and there was given to him to give a ruach to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause to be killed as many as would not worship the image of the beast. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor, and free and slave, to be given a mark on the right hand and upon their foreheads. And that no one should be able to buy or sell except he that has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. So, with this interpretation that I was reading from this guy, which made a lot of sense to me, it's really like AI robots. As far as it seems, it's getting closer to that, like artificial intelligence, and eventually like actual robots. Because ultimately that's you're not going to go through humans anymore. I mean, you already call like customer service and you're basically speaking with the machine, and you get so frustrated because like I want to talk to a human, but eventually you won't be able to speak to anybody. Like it's all going to be controlled by the machines. And I don't know, it just made a lot of sense to me that this is getting closer to eventually in a couple of, I will say in maybe a decade, you will see that. So anyway, just wanted to show that.
Yeah, I would say it could be an AI. Could be a cyborg too. Half man, half machine. Could be just a man with the devil possessing him. Or it could be the devil himself incarnated. It could be some type of spliced DNA animal, like half alligator, half chameleon, and half gorilla or something. You know.
But the reason is like is the second beast is because so apparently the thing is, in order to build the robot will be created by AI. Like humans at this point, like we wouldn't be able to create such a thing without the help of now the AI and the quantum computers, right? So this is why like interpretation goes to like this is the second beast created from the first beast. You know, the first beast being AI, and AI creates the second beast, now perfected by AI itself. Now is an AI robot, which when we went to Chicago, we were walking and I don't know, we saw, I think it was, oh yeah, it was a Tesla dealership. We just passed by, and then there was the robot, the Tesla robot, you know, and like looked like just like in the movies, you know, and there's like, you know, it's that's what it had. It had an advertisement there, the Tesla robot, or I can't remember the name.
Yeah,
so
this will be like in the house.
this will be in your household in like by 2032 or something like that. Yeah. So we're more far reach that all these things seem. It seems like they will be slowly taking place and slowly will happen.
Also, I wanted to just say, oh, sorry, you want to go first or?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Just because you were saying it could also be like Satan incarnated, but Satan doesn't have the power, obviously, that we know that Yahuwah has. So even Satan being incarnated, like that could still be AI, right? Because Satan is the one that's kind of being the whole.
No, because Yahuwah has the power to make him incarnated. Look, the devil is a spirit, okay? He's going to get thrown out of the heavens. He's going to get cast out. So he can no longer go into the spiritual dimension, which he's probably going to be flesh. If he can't go into the spiritual, when they come out of the spiritual dimension, they can turn into flesh. Scripture tells us that. Mm-hmm. That you may be entertaining a messenger and not knowing it because he looks like a man. So they have the power to transform into flesh anyway. And so if he's trapped here on the earth, he can't go back and forth anymore because Yahuwah threw him out, okay, like he did Adam and Kua. He can't go back, then he's probably flesh like Adam and Kua was. That's right. So he would become incarnated, okay? And so that's one way that could happen. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but in my opinion, it is what's going to happen. Okay, because of what's in Isaiah and Ezekiel. Okay, now this thing here that you're talking about is a real possibility, and it could be just that what you're saying, but it's not the second beast. It's an image that was created by the second beast.
Right.
So the first beast is the Antichrist. The second beast is the false prophet. And then the false prophet, it says he makes an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword yet lived. So it's an image of the first beast, but yet it's not. It's something else. And so it could be what you're saying. But I mean, that's an option. It is one of the options because we don't know. And we won't know until it happens. But once it happens, we'll know. But see, look. It can't. A lot of people say, "Well, that's just like a television, you know, big screen television that they're going to be showing the picture of the beast on." And John didn't know how to describe it, so he described it as the image, right? Yeah. And there's a million different things that people think is the image of the beast. But the thing that highlights to me is that a spirit was given to him. Okay, and he could speak, and he would cause a lot of people to get killed, okay, that didn't worship the image of the beast. See, so he's going to be the image of the first beast, but not the beast. So is the first beast Satan? And this image of the beast, is it the man? The devil incarnated.
But this is why, like the interpretation of like the robot AI has a little of a hinder in my head, because they will be able to speak. Like AI already is able to speak to you.
Yeah, but they don't have a spirit.
Yeah, but that's
There was given to him to give a spirit, a ruach, to the image of the beast. How are you going to give a ruach to AI robot or a computer? You can't. See what I mean? That's why I'm saying possibly is more of an incarnation of the devil. They have a spirit. And don't forget, man, the devil loves to mimic Yahuwah. Everything Yahuwah does, the devil does. Just like we were just studying about Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, how everything was the same. Same thing with the devil. He wants to mimic Yahuwah. He wants to follow his footsteps and do exactly what he's doing because he wants to be him. Same thing.
I mean, but if we go by Ruach, we can also say that, it's like a demon up to it is a Ruach, right? It's
Satan
not,
is a demon.
Right? So it not
He's an angel. He's a demon.
It's like we don't know the parameters where actually these demonic entities can actually interact with the computing and all the, artificial intelligence or whatever is behind, all that stuff.
Yeah, it could be the great quantum computer in the sky. There's a lot of people say that.
Never heard of it.
Like Satan's controlling the quantum computer in the sky, and he's able to manipulate all the computers around the world and cause things to happen to people through the computers. I mean, I've read that. That's a theory out there, and it's interesting because I think Luke can even tell you that he's attacked through the computer, and I have experienced that as well. So maybe it's far-fetched to say that there's a quantum computer in the sky that the devil's operating to control the world, but there's definitely some kind of wicked or evil forces behind the computers, for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, the other part is in here you have that it will cause like rich and poor, free and slave, and like basically everyone, right? And pretty much everyone in the world at this point has a phone. Like you can go to the poorest countries in Africa, and people have a phone. Like they have made it so available at this point to everyone. So it does seems to be a realistic, interpretation maybe that these machines that seem far-fetched at this point to become something part of our household, one day will actually be interacting with everybody. Like it's crazy to think about it, but it's like, I don't know, it just kind of seems like pretty close. I mean, in Canada, they're trying to mandate that we can't buy gasoline cars anymore. Like they're trying to pass a legislation that you can't buy a gasoline car by 2029. So they can just sell you an EV car and then turn it on and turn it off whenever they want, because those machines are computer controlled. So it is like a taking over of the.
Not to mention that you're driving an MRI machine everywhere you go.
Don't say that. You gotta give me paranoia. Hey, look, man. There's no doubt, computers going to have something to do with controlling the people. I mean, look at the Neuralink. Elon Musk has got out, right? They're putting this little chip into your human brain so that you can access the internet through your mind. Okay, you would know that helmet they put on their head. You know what I'm talking about? What do they call that? I can't recall the name of it.
The virtual reality glasses.
The reality is going to be in your brain.
Yeah.
You're going to put this little chip, and they've already done it. it's controlling diseases and stuff through their brain. You got this little chip in your brain, right? And then you can access the internet and talk to anybody in the world through the virtual reality that's going to be inside your brain through that chip. You don't even have to put the helmet on anymore. They've already got it, man. They're advancing it. And so that's computer. So like I said, it's a reality. You know, I'm open to it. I'm not close to it, you know. But once you start reading this and you look at like over here at 13:8, go back to 8 on 13. And all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him. So not everybody's going to. If your name's in the book of life, you ain't going to worship the beast. See what I'm saying? But everybody else will. Everybody else.
Okay, but do you think like everybody have seen what happened in England, that they announced the digital ID, so you won't be able to they can't access any of their government services or any of their social programs or your passport in like anything without you to have your digital ID, right?
Yeah.
So ultimately, even if you're in the book written in the book of life, I feel like you're gonna have to go through like either choose in or choose out of being in the system, and you won't have access to what the new world will be able to offer you, which is all the benefits and beautiful things that you have as privileges and rights without. I mean, it's already happening. I mean, in England, it just happened. Like people are protesting about this thing. I mean, of course, we don't know if it'll go through, but they announced it. The prime minister announced it, and it's just a matter of time that
to live in the jungle doesn't make you a tiger. Okay. In other words, you still may live in it, but you're not going to worship the beast because it says right here you're not going to.
Oh no, definitely.
If you're in the books, Lamb's Book of Life, you won't, but you still could be living in it. I mean, obviously, we're all in this world. So, yeah, it could be the image of the beast, could be a man, it could be the incarnated devil, could be a cyborg, could be AI, robot, a clone, a spliced DNA animal or creature that we don't even know about. It could be a clone where they bring somebody who already died back to life. And the devil, possess him. It could be that too, because it says that the beast was wounded and he came back to life. He had received a wound and he caused a lot of people to get killed. So maybe they're going to clone somebody like Hitler or somebody. Who knows? Bring them back to life. See what I'm saying? You just don't know. It says something about it. So. And so, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But it can be all those things. But the system, I'll be right with you, Phyllis. The system that you're talking about, that big computer, is in Revelations 13, verse 1 to verse 4. Really, it's 1 and 2. Okay, but you can extend it to 4. And that's talking about the beast system of control. It's not the beast. Because don't get that mixed up. So in Revelations 13, 1 through 4, we'll just say, is the system of control. And it's called the beast. Okay? And that's what you're talking about. From 5 to 10 is the Antichrist, which is also a beast, which is the first beast. And then from 11 up to 14, 13 is the second beast, which is the false prophet. Okay. And then after that is the image of the beast, of the first beast. Whatever that image is, we're not real sure, are we? It can be, like I said, a man, incarnated devil, a cyborg, an AI, a clone, a spliced DNA, whatever else you can think of. And I'm open to all those because it doesn't really tell us. Yeah, some people don't even think it's real at all. They think the image of the beast is the cross. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Didn't Yahushua say it's not what enters a man that defiles him, but what comes out of his heart?
Yeah, it's not what enters. He was talking about eating during a fast, and he was saying,
but still, he says what enters. I mean, it should go for anything. So if somebody injects something into me, that's not going to defile me. I defile myself.
yeah, like I say, everybody's got their opinion of this. It's because it's so symbolic. Revelations, it's hard, But like I said, personally, man, I go over to Isaiah and Ezekiel and read them chapters and then compare it to this chapter. And I come up with the fact that this is the devil incarnated. This is a man with the devil in him. He's not possessing this man. He is this man. So it's not the devil. It's not the man, but the devil is in the man. Just like we can say the Father is not the Son. The Father is in the Son. See, I mean, the devil's a copycat, man. He does everything Yahuwah does. You got to keep that in mind. That's huge knowledge. Go ahead, Roz.
This is going to go back a little bit in there. 3 things to say. They've got that blue beam that they could actually have an image of something up there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Google Maps. I noticed this when I had gone, I don't think I said this, but when I had gone up to Rochester and I came back, I typed in my son's address and it showed his new vehicle. So it's there on the block. It's not that they go rolling around. They're taking you, they can film you at any time on your block, coming out of your house, going into your house, who's coming into your house, everything. The other thing is, now I don't remember what that one was. Oh, going back in the years of vehicles, I think it's 91 was the last year of being able to get a vehicle that can't be tracked or stopped by like
91?
Yeah, 91 yep. Or 92, one of those. And in other words, that the police can't just stop it. Like these vehicles now, they can hit a button and it'll stop it cold in its tracks.
If they hit a button, everybody's vehicle stops.
Mm-hmm.
You think? Really?
Yeah. I mean, that particular vehicle,
they
like
had,
for going after somebody that's stealing something, okay? Or going after somebody that they deem going against whatever the government's saying at the time.
Okay, so they put this little box, and I can't recall the name of that thing now, but there's this little box they put in there, and it's like a tracker, and they can track you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And but you don't have to. What's that called, man? A J box or something? I think it's J box. So they put that in there, and you get a reduction on your insurance if you tell them you have that. But you don't have to have that. You can tell them to take that thing out or don't put that. Either turn it off or take it out, and they have to. You don't have to buy it. But I don't know if there's a such thing as an integrated computer that can push a button and turn everybody's car off. I'm not real. I don't know about that.
I think definitely the new cars. Yes, Mark. Like a friend has a Jeep, and the Jeep literally, turn off, went on the side, and start like updating the system. Like they automatically update their systems, So I don't know. To me, it's like what Tesla is doing is they're not really even selling you cars. They're just like collecting information so they can see where you're going, what are you doing, how fast are you going, how many times you're stopping.
Yeah,
You know,
but you gotta have that turned on, man. You know what I mean?
it's like thinking that because you turn off your phone, they can't listen to you. It is proven that phones, even when they're turned off, they're still emitting a little bit of radiation. They're still tapping into the information, right? That's why you can't take off the battery. Before the phones, you were able to actually pop the battery out. You can't pop the battery out of a phone.
Let me look it up.
You know.
The other thing is, what I've also heard is that why they took lead out of paint was because lead stops stuff from being able to be seen in houses. Now they don't have lead in any of the paint, and they can actually look into your house at any time that they want to.
Yeah, I've heard that too about the asbestos.
Not asbestos. I've never heard that. I just know that supposedly has it gets into your lungs, and it's but yeah, you're right. It's probably that they did that too, because that's a natural thing as well, I think.
Asbestos is glass. Shivers of glass. I can't say the word.
Okay, they said that through GPS, they can track you through a GPS system, but also it can be enabled. You can enable the tracking feature, and they cannot track you. And saying 90% of the people don't know how to do that. I did it. I told them not to turn it off. I wasn't going to buy the truck unless they turned it off, and they did. So yeah, you're right. They can track you through your GPS if tracking's enabled. Same with your cell phones, the same way, man.
Yeah, and your credit cards, the chip in the credit cards.
Your credit card. They may be able to track you through that. That's a possibility, I guess. And you got that little chip in there.
Well, they check you by the transactions that you do too, so it means that you don't have anything.
They can find out your location through if you use the card for sure. Absolutely, they can.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as tracking you, I don't know.
That's what I meant by tracking, was being able to the transactions. They know everything about us.
They can absolutely do that. You know what I mean? But I don't know why they would want to do that with everybody. I mean, if the electronics, like just say they took out the electric grid. You say Russia took out our electric grid and we had no electricity in this country, then maybe all the cars would shut off because there's nothing guiding them. But I would think that would be, more of the gasoline pumps wouldn't work, so how would you get gas? As far as the car itself goes, I don't see how that's hooked up to an electric grid. You're carrying your own electric grid inside the car. It's called a battery and an alternator. See what I'm saying? So you can take in there and you can tear that GPS out and that car's still going to run as long as you don't screw up any of the other wiring. So you can.
But they've got a computer.
And they'll still run. The computer's under the seat.
Yeah.
It's still, and it's run by your battery and your alternator. See what I'm saying? So your own electric grid is in your car. It has nothing to do with the electric grid that's feeding your house. See what I'm saying? But sooner or later, it's going to end anyway. It's because how are you going to get gas if all the gas pumps are turned off? You're going to run out of gas sooner or later anyway. So it's not going to be worth anything. That's why I got horses, man. All that kind of stuff that happens, I'm going to get up and put a saddle on my horse and I'm gone. And take Seedy and stuff him in the saddlebag. I'm out of here. No, It's okay. If it happens, it happens. There's nothing we're going to be do about it. They're going to shut everything off. Then you're just going to have to use your brain, survival skills and trust in Yahuwah. That's all. We don't have to surrender to them. You're probably going to have a bounty on your head anyway. They'll probably be after you. Want to behead you if you're obeying Yahuwah.
All right, guys, we gotta go.
Bye.
Bye.
Blessings, Shabbat Shalom.
So I see how you are. Start a tangent and run off. I got you.
Sorry, I opened a can of worms over there.
Shabbat shalom.
Bye, Jude and
Shabbat
Joe.
shalom.
Bye, Sandra. Bye, Grandma Phyllis. Bye, Chan. Bye, Raz.
Bye.
We love you
We
guys.
love
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Talk to you soon, Chan. Yeah. Okay.
Where y'all
Amigos.
Where you going?
Oh, I have to close the chickens and sorry.
It's really cold outside.
It's very cold right now.
Cold up there?
Yeah, it's dropping.
Yeah,
It's dropping pretty quick.
Most of the day was like 9 degrees. Well, in euros, it's like
Like below 50.
below 50, 49.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys rooting for Toronto?
Sorry?
Are you guys rooting for Toronto to win the World Series?
No, we're going on Monday just for one day.
To Toronto?
Yeah.
That's where her mom's at?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'll see you guys soon. Blessings.
Bye.
That's funny. There you go. Behead me for the name above all names. John's going to volunteer to be beheaded. They're going to have to capture me, man. I'm not going to volunteer nothing. What's up, Joey? Where you been, man?
Shabbat shalom. Been spiritually and physically busy. I've been watching the videos from YouTube though, here or there. So I've been checking in, but I got immersed 2 Shabbats ago.
Hey,
so,
right.
So praise Yah. Very grateful. Yes, sir. How's everyone doing?
Good. Good. Nice to see you, man. Anybody got any thoughts or comments or questions or anything they want to say? To Joey, or any questions for Joey? Don't you want to know where he got his haircut at or nothing about Joey? How about that chain on his neck? Don't you want to know where he got it?
It says Yahusha.
Ah, cool, man.
Yeah, I got a. If I can wear a baseball hat with a team on it, I feel like I can definitely represent Yahusha, or hopefully someone can, you know what I mean? What's that mean? Or whatever it is. So.
Phyllis has them. Phyllis and Luke sells them. Baseball caps with Yahuwah on them.
Yeah, I might have to, after the Shabbat's done, of course, I had to check it out. But
right on. Yeah, cool, man. So where'd you get the necklace, the Yahuwah necklace at?
My wife got it for me for Pesach like 3 years ago, I think.
Oh, yeah. Let me see that again. Hold up there. His name up there. Oh, yeah. Cool, man.
Yes, sir. I had to, at work, I caught Little Babylon. I had to go into the office yesterday. And they got the whole dress up, the whole office is decorated, going crazy. And so I wore my Yahusha shirt, and I was like, well, I hope, I kind of hope somebody says something, but, it is what it is. It's gotta be a light and fight the good fight.
Yeah. I'm amazed that Halloween survived. They almost got rid of it one time, but it came back. You know who brought it back? I mean, Phyllis probably remembers. June probably remembers. Yeah, most of you probably do. Remember when the people start putting drugs and razor blades and everything in the candy and pins, and so the parents had to look over all the candy, and pretty much probably 50% of the people stopped even doing it, not more. And then it looked like it was getting ready to go away. And then all of a sudden, Detroit started burning everything, causing this big scene up there on Halloween and everything. And then right after that, the churches, all the Christian churches, started saying it was okay to celebrate Halloween as long as you did it on their property. And so they started doing that trunk or treat in the church parking lots, and said it's okay because it's set apart ground, and it's revamped it. Everybody started doing it again. It came back even stronger than it was. So, unbelievable. Yeah, but the churches brought that back.
It makes sense. I mean, when I first woke up, it was Easter is what woke me up. That was like the first thing that I kind of learned about. And then from there, it was like, you pull the thread and then everything else unwinds. And so I didn't even need to go into Halloween. I was like, oh, yeah, like I should not be doing this. So I don't even really need to, Actually, I went over it with my kids today, too, because they were asking, like, well, what does this mean? What does that mean? We've been holiday sober for 5 years now about. And so they ask me about, like my son, he's wondering, like, oh, what does this mean? Because I tell him, like, there's a reason for all this stuff that everyone does. You know what I mean? So I didn't know about the jack-o'-lantern thing. I was like, oh, shoot, that's pretty crazy. And yeah, it is what it is. It's trial season,
Yeah, that's right.
What about the jack-o'-lantern?
It's what it like comes from. So the reason why people carve faces on it and stuff, and they put a candle in it, is because when they used to sacrifice people in the bonfires, the only thing that would be left over was their bones, and so they would use their skulls and put a candle in it and light it up like as an altar.
I was doing stuff for my channel, and I did never see that. I actually looked up something about it, and I couldn't find. I didn't see that.
Roz, they also would use the fat from the child's burned body. They would use the fat to fill the pumpkin with and light the candle from the child's fat.
Yeah.
It came from Moloch worship, man. So they would sacrifice the children, and then the oil and everything come from the fat of the big children burning. They would collect it, and they would mold it into like a candle, and then they would carve out the pumpkin and put the candle in there and light it and put it in front of their door. And it was supposed to keep the demons and bad spirits away from their home. And it would be their kid in there. And that's why they called it Jack. Jack is a lantern now. So they call it Jack and Lantern. And that's where that came from. Nasty, man. That's just unbelievable.
I had heard that it was also, and I had looked this up because I'd seen it on TikTok, that the slaves, that they did that to them. Then I couldn't find anything on it.
Something about that. It rings a bell. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They would take their oil from them and do something with it. Yeah, I remember. You're right. There's something to that. Can't remember what it was now.
But I couldn't find anything on that because I don't like to put something on there if I can't verify it.
I know they used to use people's oil and stuff to cook like potatoes and stuff with and eat it. It's supposed to give them the strength, those people's strength or something, some kind of nasty stuff like that too, man. But human beings are pretty sick. Just about everything you can imagine them doing, they've done. So
I had an appetite. Now it's not there no more. What happened? I was hungry. It is gone now. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Don't eat them potatoes tonight.
I was gonna say it makes so much sense, like why Yah has to clean the earth with fires because everything's so defiled. And like when I woke up, I was like, man, that's just so hard. And like reading it now, like when I read Isaiah or Jeremiah, I'm like, well, it makes a lot of sense because these people's people and their people's people and everyone else is doing this mess, and that's why it's got to get burned.
Yeah, the world's sick, man. That's for sure. All righty, man. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Anything at all you want to ask? Sandra? Any thoughts or comments or questions you want to ask Phyllis? Any thoughts, comments, or questions you want to ask Ross?
Nope,
Any
thank
thoughts,
you.
questions you want to ask Chance? Thoughts, comments, questions you want to ask June?
Hey, I was gonna say, I dropped a box of berries on my foot. Now I cranberry walk.
And that brings up any thoughts, comments, or questions for Joe. Joe, make us laugh, man. You're a comedian, right? Make us laugh, man. Come on. What'd he say?
I've got a joke if you want to hear a joke.
Yeah, we want to hear one.
Okay. This preacher's walking through the park and he sees this guy sitting on a bench. Looks like he's lost his best friend. Got on old clothes, hadn't had a bath in a while, it looked like. So the preacher went over to him and said, "Hey, buddy, what's the problem?" He said, "Well, I've lost my job. My wife divorced me. It was final yesterday." He said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just don't know what to do. And the preacher said, "Well, have you tried reading your Bible?" He said, "The answer to every problem is in the Bible." He said, "Preacher, I've tried everything but that." He said, "Well, go home and read your Bible. You'll get your answer." So about 3 months later, the preacher's back at the park and he looks on the bench that the guy was sitting on, and he's sitting there with a 3-piece suit on, laughing and cutting up. He walked over to him and pecked him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, buddy." He said, "Hey, preacher, man, I've been looking for you. You gave me the best advice anybody has ever given me. I don't have a care in the world. Everything's taken care of, and I want to thank you so much." He said, well, what did you do?" He said, "I went home and read my Bible like you said." He said, I know. I mean, what part did you read?" He wanted to know, what part did you read? He said, "Chapter 13. Bankruptcy. All his bills were paid. Everything's taken. Mark ain't got it.
All he had to read was that chapter 13. It gave him the
I forgot the part
idea.
about cutting his eyes. Did you get it, Mark? Bankruptcy.
Oh. Okay, gotcha. That was like over my head, man. I was like, huh? Which one?
Well, I forgot part of it. I was supposed to say, shut his eyes and open the book and pointed his finger, and there the answer was chapter 13.
I'd have got it then.
Yes.
That's funny.
I think Phyllis got it. And Sandra.
You got it.
Did you get it, Chance?
Did you get it? Really? I'm the only one that didn't get it? Yeah, I'm so dumb now.
What do you hear when you squeeze a grape?
Whining.
A little wine.
A little wine.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Mark.
Oh, okay.
So this is a unique circumstance that's going on in my life, right? So I have 3 children. One with a non-believer, right? Out of wedlock and everything. And she does as the world does, right? So everything else, she doesn't really have any belief. She's not Christian or anything, you know, just normal, your everyday, your average Joe, I guess you could say. And so what? No pun intended here. So, the thing is so she's 4 years old, right? And we always tell her, like, she has her commandments down and stuff. She knows the name of Yahuwah and Yahusha. She knows, the basics here, but she's 4 years old. But the thing is that, we tell her, hey, when you go over there, there's certain things that you can't do, right? So, like, she had her for Halloween, right? And of course, one thing led to another. So how would you think to go about that to try to, make it sustainable? Because, there's only so much, there's only so much that I could do, really, and I know it has this situation going on for a reason. So what would you recommend?
Funny you ask. I mean, I deal with the same situation with my grandkids. They're here a lot, but they go over there and she does the holidays with them. Matter of fact, they did the Halloween thing with her over there, and really the answer to that is you can't do nothing. And so she has the legal right to teach them her religion and how she wants to live just as well as you do. Okay, legally. And so the only thing can really do is do what you're doing, is give it over to Yahuwah. Okay, and teach her the right way, why she's with you. Okay, and the problem is she's got the advantage because the holidays are centered around children, and so of course the children like the holidays, and they and they want to be like their friends and all that kind of stuff. And so at first you're going to seem like, she's winning or whatever. Right. But you got to remember, once they grow up and they get older, they know both sides of the fence. Okay. They'll make their own decision based on Yahuwah's will on which way to go. Okay. And as long as you're teaching them your way, they're going to know your way.
Gotcha. It's been a trial for sure. And
yeah, you can't do nothing unless you go to court and get full custody and say that you don't want them with her, and then you've got to come up with a really good reason for that. Because courts they're not leaning like that anymore. They want the kids to know both parents, and either parent has the right, And so it's a hard situation you're in, and I understand because I'm in the same situation, But yeah, that's when they're here. I just teach them the way of Yahuwah. They know Yahuwah. They know everything I know. They watch all my stuff. Usually they're here watching, on the Sabbath with me and listening. They understand everything. When they go over to her house, they're exposed to what
I can hear you right now. Hold on 1 second.
So yeah, that's a hard situation he's in there, and it's even harder. I mean, it's hard when you're living with them, a mother that doesn't want to go along with the way, you know what I mean? And so you're opposed to your wife, and you are opposed to each other, and you're living together. That's hard. But in a situation where you're not living together and the kids are going back and forth, it's even harder because you have no say. You can't say nothing.
I have Yah delivered me, and and her, I got primary conservatorship. You know, so I'm very grateful for that. But
Good.
yeah, praise Yah, because he's the one that got me through that tough time. And
Right.
I think only a third of the dads get that in all of Texas, you know. So that's all Yah moving, but it's just a little difficult, and like I want to show mercy and not sacrifice to a sense, you know, because I mean it upsets me because I see, you know, I get mad at you know, I know she's 4, but I'm like, baby, we've been training you for this up to this moment, you know. And my other children, I mean, they're, you know, they're on it, but you know, that's just how it is. Like David's kids, you know, they were all scattered and with different women, so I see that living out, like his problems, not to that extent, but I see the problems. I'm just like, man, like,
I get you.
yeah.
No doubt, it's a hard situation, man. But like I say, when she gets older, you get more control over it, you know, and you just keep teaching her. When you have her, luckily she's with you more than she is her. You know, you got primary, you know, so you be thankful for that.
Yep.
You know, Yahuwah work it out, man. Just trust in him. I mean, she's got a brain, you know what I mean? She's only 4. She gets a little bit older, she'll understand even more. And like I said, the hardest part is because all the holidays are centered around the kids.
Yeah.
And so it brainwashes them.
Oh.
You know, they want to do it, man. As a child, that's fun because they're not understanding what we understand. To them, it's just fun, you know. And so I tell my grandkids, I just say, you know, when they're here, I just say, Yahuwah. They say something, I'll say, Yahuwah don't like that, you know, and they understand that because it's basic, you know. I don't sit down and lecture them because then they're going to turn against it. I just say Yahuwah don't like that. Just keep it basic and simple for a child to grasp, you know. And when they're over there, I told them, you go over there, you're going to celebrate the holidays. You're going to do all these things. You're going to go to they're Lutheran. She goes to a Lutheran church and drags them in there. The J-man, the whole 9 yards. So I talked to them about it. I said, this is why they do that, that. You're going to do you have to do what she says because she's your adult. And so you have to obey your mother, you know. But when you're here, you obey Yahuwah, you know. And then when you grow up, then you'll be able to decide yourself if you want to follow Yahuwah or follow the ways of the world. And they get that, man. And that's all you can really do, Joe, unless you can arrange it through the courts to keep her away from them. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if that's right, unless she's a horrible person, hurting them or something, you know. If she's not hurting them physically or emotionally or sexually or anything like that, then to me, they have the right to know their mother, you know, as long as she ain't doing bad things to them.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, she's going to influence them, you know, with the things that you don't agree with. But when they're with you, then, you know, when she's with you, then you teach her the right way. She'll grow up and understand one day. You know, she might side with you. She might just tell her, you know, I'm not coming over for the holidays because we don't do that, you know. Or she may just continue to want to go over there. At some point, she'll understand and she'll have to decide. But of course, it'd be Yahuwah's will. Whatever happens, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So pray and teach her the right way when she's with you, and pray, man. I don't have any more advice than that because I'm in the same boat, dude. I know it's hard. It's extremely hard.
Hey, Joey.
Their moms are crazy over holidays. I mean, she goes crazy. She'll start preparing for them 2-3 weeks in advance. She's so crazy over them. So it's super hard, man.
Hey, Joey, I'm in the same boat here too, my brother. I just I lead by example, and I create new times to have fun. So instead of them going out doing the Halloween stuff, I'll periodically go out in the yard and I'll hide candy around the yard and I'll let the kids go out there on just a random day. So to show them that it's still okay to have fun outside of these pagan holidays. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'll go to the store and I'll buy them toys and be like, look, every day is a holiday. You know what I mean? You don't need to do on these appointed times, and just, slowly, this is what Yahuwah showed me, is just to slowly, be lead by example, and eventually your example, your light will shine brighter than what's going on around you. And trust me, my kids love the candy in the yard a lot more than, my daughter. She's like, Yahuwah doesn't like that. Yahuwah doesn't like that. And she tells people, I'd be like, oh, what are you going to be for, Halloween? You'd be like, Yahuwah don't like that. She just straight out tell them. She's more bold than me. She just comes right
Yeah.
out with it sometimes. So I
Praise.
say,
Yeah, that's good.
but create your own fun times outside of these pagan holidays. You don't need to be like, we know what it means, but a lot of us are still in the flesh. You know what I mean? Joey, they're living in that
Right.
that fleshy way of life. It's super hard. I understand. I get attacked with my kids all the time. Low blows, really low blows, man. They'll try to squeeze in a little bit of JC on my daughter or something. She'll come running up to me and be like, oh yeah, so and so told me about JC, and I'm looking like, what? You telling me who did this? Who did that? And she's just like, she'll come up and right out tell me like what's going on. So good for you, Joey, for just stick in there, man. Be steadfast. I always pray to Yahuwah for forgiveness for they don't know what they're really doing. You know what I mean? And ask that provide a way, and just keep steadfast, lead by example. And if it really means a lot, create more fun times. So when they come to see dad, they know it's fun time. They know, you know what I mean? Oh, there's candy out in the yard, and you go get them a painter's bucket and let them fill it up. You know what I mean? With candy, and let them just go running. It works.
Yeah, like I said, my oldest two, they're good, and they've understood it because we've been holiday free for about 5 years now, and so my youngest one, she it was a really messy situation, but it's part of my testimony and why I woke up and sought out so I I thank y'all for the advice. I was asking some of my sisters too, is what should I do? And they're just like, they gave me some really good advice. I just, at first, initially, like it irks you, and you want to get upset and you get real mad because of what's happened and just the lies and everything. And I think when my sister broke it down really good, she was like, well, how do you think Yah feels then with us, right? Even though he's like, he tells us over and over again, or we read his scripture and over again, and we'll still fall short. So how do you think he feels? You know what I mean? He thinks that, oh, look, we got a breakthrough here, and instead you go and stumble back, So I think,
Your children might bring it to her, meaning that he might deliver her through your children.
Mm-hmm.
That might be why the situation is like it is.
Yeah, you never know.
Does say children will teach you. You know what I mean?
Right. No, 100%. My oldest daughter, she's like that. She's like, I remember when we first woke up, and she was like, they had the little nativity scene at my in-laws' house, She's like, who's that little baby in there? Like she would call him out. She's very sharp. She's very blessed. My son too. My son a little bit more reserved, but they're very on top of it. So yeah, it's just gotta be patient and better in my faith. I was told a couple weeks ago too, right before my immersion, they were like, not to speak words over you, but normally what I see is when someone gets immersed, that there's a really a tall trial ahead. Like, when Yahusha was immersed, afterwards, the enemy came. You know what I mean? So I think that says a lot. I was like, man, that's pretty heavy. So I was kind of waiting for it to see what it is. I'm like, man, maybe this is what it is. So I got to step my game up and get closer with Yah on this, you know.
Yeah, for right now, all you can really do is pray and trust in Yahuwah and teach your children. Just teach them. I talk to them. You know what I mean? And talk to her. And like Ross said, hey, Yahuwah may have a plan. You know, he may have a plan for the daughter to help the mom. You know, later on in life, she'll know both ends of the street. You know,
Yeah.
you never know,
It's
man.
either going to be a judgment on the mother, or it's going to be that she gets delivered. It's you
Gotta be
know.
one of the two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, be one of the two.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Yeah, look at this. Slow down, Speedy. We're going to share screen. Speedy getting excited again. Here we go, man. Check this one out. This is what happens to people that teach kids about the devil's ways. Better they have a millstone wrapped around their neck and throw it into the sea than to lead a little child astray. So here you go. The one or the other. The child will either lead the mother into deliverance, or the mother will be cast into the sea. As better as she was anyway. Let's put it that way. Kind of graphic, but hey. Better for her than to lead the child astray. Yeah, sometimes I think that the parents, they do all that stuff. They do it because of the children, but really they're doing it for themselves. They're really the ones that like doing it. They just use the kids as an excuse.
When I was in the world, I mean, like I said, my kids, I think my son did like 1 or 2 Xmas's, you know what I mean? And he doesn't even remember any of that, and then my oldest daughter, we, like I said, we woke up around Easter time. Easter was the first thing that kind of got me.
That's amazing. You're the first one I've ever heard say that. That's interesting.
It was, so my wife and I tried to get right, and we went to an Easter Sunday family get together, right? And when we went, I was just trying to be good Christian Joey, whatever, thinking I was doing the right thing. And then I remember I went to go answer the door from somebody, and I said, well, Happy Resurrection Sunday, because I didn't know no better. And the lady goes, Happy Resurrection Sunday. She goes, I was like, that's ugly. Like, what are we here for then, And it's not like she knew any better, to my knowledge. I don't think she does, but she was just giving me a stink face. So that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and I was like, why'd she do that? And then I remember when I went home, a video made its way to me about Easter. And I was like, dang, I really don't want to do this ever again. Like, what the heck? How come nobody ever told me this? Because I've never read a page of the Bible up to that point in my life. I was just a Christian, like most people say, go to the church 4 times a year and that's it. And I told my wife, and she was like, okay, that's fine. And then I found a YouTube page, Truth Unedited, and I just watched all his holiday videos one by one. And I was like, wow, this is nuts. And I went in to work. This was around 2021 when they started funneling people back in for work from home time. And I saw one of my coworkers. Ironically, we used to work Saturdays together. And I saw her the first time I seen her in years. And on her computer, she had the same video of the Easter breakdown. And I was like, whoa. I was like, can you believe that? And she was like, yeah, well, we have a word study, if you want to join on Wednesday. I was like, yeah. And then from there on out, That's what happened.
Cool,
yeah,
man.
yeah, I made everything move. It was crazy.
Wow. Yeah, those what do they call them? Sunrise service. That's what they call Easter. Sunrise service. See something wrong with that picture, man. We talking about sunrise. Yeah.
Slutty.
But yeah, most people, get rid of Halloween or Christmas at first, but Easter, you're the first one I've heard say Easter. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It was just the timing of it, really.
Yeah.
So it's timing. It's perfect. So
it's on you who was timing for everybody, right? So
yeah,
man. But yeah, well, I'll pray for your daughter and you, man, and
Thank y'all for the words.
Yeah, y'all do the same, and just teach your daughter, man. Don't get aggravated with her. Just talk to her, teach her until she gets old enough that she can deal with it on her own. And you might be surprised what Yahuwah does through all that. And there may be a reason, a purpose for it, But we can't see it right now. But you never know what Yahuwah's going to do, man.
Oh, I know. He surprised me plenty. They surprise me every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so really cool. How many kids you got? 3?
I got 3 in the tribe of Joey.
Wow, man. Yeah, you don't look old enough to have 3 children. You had a chance getting it on, ain't you? You got 4.
Man, this
you like Abraham. Yeah, 12 before it's over with.
Shoot. Hey, if there's more coming, go ahead. That's fine. That's living the word, isn't it? That's feeling
No more for me, man. I'm dried out. I'm done. Wait till you get 4, Joey. You see this hair? Yeah, none. I don't need a haircut no more.
I'm up to 12, man. If I could do it all over again, I'd have 12.
Yeah, 15 concubines. You be pulling a shaloma, man. Oh, dang, Mark. What the heck?
12 concubines, 1 from each one. If I could do it over again. That's funny. Anybody else got anything to say? I think Speedy's running out of stuff to say too. He's still mad at his friends. They went trick-or-treating on him.
Is he still pig eating?
Yeah, he's still eating them pork chops, mice, and snakes. And he had told me the other day he had some shrimp and lobster tail. I told him, Speedy, you can't be eating that stuff. He said, yeah, but it's so good. I said, Speedy, you can't be doing that.
Well, biblically, Speedy's allowed. He's the only one allowed to eat it.
Well, at least Speedy's a monotheistic dude. I mean, he's not a tritarian or anything, so he's coming around.
All right. I was gonna say because I know the animals are allowed to eat it, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so? Maybe I should look into that.
Better look into that. Don't tell Speedy that. I've been trying to get him off of them pork chops and mice, man. Yeah, let's see. All right, is this allowed? Tell me if this is allowed. Calm down, Speedy, man. Okay, just calm down, dude. Don't you be mean, Speedy. Is this allowed? Did you get this picture and hang it up on your living room wall? Was that allowed? Do you know what that is? Anybody know what this is?
Falsehood?
Yeah, it's definitely falsehood. Yeah. This is supposedly, this is God here, and this is Adam down here. That crazy?
supposed to be the wife or something too. I think that's what I've heard before.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that, but hey, they got one for everybody. So let me show you some division. Watch this.
I was just talking to my dad about that stuff yesterday, matter of fact.
Think that one's bad. Check this one out. Here we go. God is a female, and and Eve was before Adam. Eve came from Adam because she's the woman. Get it? Not the other way around. The woman didn't come out of the man came out of the woman. See there? So Adam was a girl, and look, God's a female too. How you like them apples, huh? Talking about shattering your theology. Yeah. They'll do about anything, won't they? People nuts, man. I actually saw this picture right here on the so-called Natsarim's living room wall. Let me show it to you. I went and visited them at their home, and they used to come on here. They don't come on anymore, but they used to. And I went to visit them at their home, and this picture, and no joke, was on their living room wall. I couldn't believe it. Right here. I was hanging on their wall. You know what that is?
And that was what it was from earlier. Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same picture we just looked at. I just got their fingers in their hands. Same picture though. And now they're just hiding it. I don't know. This is supposed to be God. This is Adam, and here's the gap between them. The fingers. It's a little gap. Yeah, people are nuts. I put all kinds of stuff on their walls.
We got a cool picture of it's like the Israelites in the wilderness, and it's cloud by day. So it shows the cloud and them wandering through in the desert in the wilderness. It looks pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not a graven image. We threw those out pretty quick too. We used to have some.
Yeah, down here, man, we have this is the Lone Star State. Well, you're from Texas, Joey, and they have everywhere you go, man. I mean, just about everywhere, anyway. They'll have a star in a circle, and they got them hanging on their doors, on their walls, everywhere you go. It's really a pentagram, is what it really
The
is.
highways too, they got it.
The highways, license plates. And when they put it in the circle, it becomes a pentagram. And Texas has them everywhere. You see them everywhere down here. I don't know. I'll show you here. This is, I think this is the one that's on the cars. Hang on, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, here it is. But you see this everywhere. I don't know. Somebody told me it was their portals for the demons. Maybe just it might be. I don't know. Maybe they are. Check it out. So you see them everywhere down here. You see that star? That's what they got on the license plate. And then you see this in everybody's homes, hanging on their walls everywhere. And I've even seen some people invert them, put the point down. And that's definitely satanic when they do that. But it's very easy to do. All they got to do is turn this 180 degrees, and they got a pentagram. But I saw this right here, the pentagram one here in the circle. This is the one on the license plates. This one here in the circle here, I seen it in that same guy, them same people's house hanging in their dining room. They had this. And I said, did you know that's a pentagram? Yeah. Did you know that that's a picture of God and Adam? Yeah, but a friend of ours gave it to us. And my wife, she's really not into this truth thing that much yet. And I don't want to break her heart and tell her to take them down. I said, shit, if it was me, that'd be out there in the dumpster, dude. I don't know what your problem is. Yeah. People do weird stuff. That's what we're dealing with down here, right, Joey? You see that everywhere.
See that? I see a lot of crosses in the J-Man.
Oh, crosses. Wow, they're cross crazy down here.
Yeah, I'm over here by Dallas. That's where I'm by. And
yeah, I'm about 100 miles from you.
Got you. They got especially far east, kind of by where I live. The more east you go, is like real church crazy, you know.
That's where I'm at. I'm 100 miles east of you, right off I-30.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, man.
I was in Spring, Texas for a while. I don't remember seeing the stars like that.
Phew, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, everywhere. It's a Lone Star State.
Yeah. But I don't remember seeing it.
There's quite a few of those here in Tennessee too. Every barn, every house on the outside over their garage. I mean, they have really exploded in the last year, we've noticed.
Yeah, they're here everywhere. In the front doors, in their house, on their garages, on their barns, everywhere, man. You see it all over. They're so everywhere.
And Tennessee's flag is 3 stars with the circle, big circle around the 3 stars. So that kind of makes sense why you would see it too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you see them in Texas as Lone Star State.
Yeah.
Talking about crosses, man. I've been in people's houses or restaurants, places of business, every schools, and the entire wall. I mean, the entire wall, nothing but crosses.
Yeah.
They collect them.
Like Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's, you walk in, it's like a whole wall of crosses in there.
And they collect them, A lot of people, I've seen them in a lot of houses, man. The whole wall's just full of crosses, all kinds of crosses.
Up here, people like to have them in their flower beds. I mean, it looks like a graveyard in their front yard. Really bad, especially the Kirks. I've noticed the Kirks under their signs of the name of their Kirk. They have all these crosses just everywhere in their flower beds. So
wow.
It's like a decoration of some sort. They've been doing that for about 3 years, and I've not figured that out either.
It kind of looks like a graveyard when they clutter them up like that.
Positively.
Yeah, man.
Down here, what they like to do is decorate for Halloween and have a Virgin Mary statue right there. So I mean, it's like you got both things there. Both of them are satanic.
That's with the Hallows Eve thing. Is what that I think that would tie into, if you know what that is. Yeah, the Saints Day or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it's not right, but I understand that. Yeah, that looks spooky.
You know what this is?
Isn't that Mexico?
No, Lithuania.
Oh, sure.
It's called the Hill of Crosses. There's a lot of these. There is one in Mexico, and there's one in the United States too. But this one here is over in Europe, Lithuania. It's called the Hill of Crosses, man. It's just disgusting is what it is. Talking about cross worship, man. I mean, I don't know how you get any. Look at this. I'll show you some more. I mean, this is insane stuff here, man.
I was just talking to my dad about that yesterday. I was trying to explain to him how it's a graven image and this and this and that and that. And you could tell you're arguing with a stronghold, but,
Look at that. That's the same place. I mean, this thing goes on and on and on, man. Like, unbelievable.
I thought about it too. So like I know a lot of rappers and stuff, they wear chains with the J-Man head, right?
Yeah.
When you see that, it's like, well, that's like a symbol of beheading, right? That's kind of weird, but I thought about it too. Is one of my friends in the truth, he was like, what if for example the J-Man came back and saw you worshiping the thing that he died on? You're worshiping his death, you're not worshiping the resurrection. He's like, that's kind of deep. And I was like, oh well, that is kind of messed up.
The worship and death. What
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. People getting married in there. See the sunbursts up on this one? They're giving it away. It's right in plain sight what a cross is. It's the sun. It's what it represents. Look, it's just crazy stuff, man. Oh. Here's what you're talking about. Dead man. Right there. There he is. That dead man right there. Dead man, dead man, dead man. They're worshiping death. They're worshiping a dead man. I mean, it's crazy. But this is, I mean, goes on and on. I mean, you'd be surprised how big that place is. People go there, take vacation just to see that, just so they can go there among all them crosses and kneel down to the cross. It's what they go there to do. They go there to kneel down to the cross. There's the cross worshipers. Look at that. Say, there you go. Look at that family. They're kneeling down to the cross, to the dead man, worshiping death. Isn't that funny how when you're asleep and you're in the delusion, you see this as something good. But once you wake up, you look at it and say, what? They're worshiping a dead man hanging on a cross. Sun worship. I mean, look at these crosses in the background. You see this one? Look at the sunbursts. 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 Sunburst. Sunburst. Showing you that it's the sun. They're worshiping the sun is what they're doing. And so, therefore, in reality, they're worshiping Satan. Satan worship is what it is. Bowing down and worshiping the sun, a dead man, worshiping death. Scripture says, if you hate me, you love death. That's what it says in Proverbs.
Well, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. It was good seeing everyone. I'll try to check
Shabbat
in later.
shalom.
Blessings to you all. Thank you for the words, and y'all take care.
You take care, Joe. Come back soon. Okay, let me show you one more before we get off of this. This one blows my mind. Look at this. This is crazy here. Look at that. You believe that? Look at how thickly layered these crosses, how they're piled on here, man. These are piles of crosses on top of each other, dude. All of them. This is crosses. All this big giant pile of crosses. Look at that sunbeam. And look, Mother Mary worship on top of all of it. That's a dead person too. They tell you she's up in heaven. She's the queen of heaven. And she was taken up into heaven fully, a human. Didn't die. What do they call that? Consummation? No, something like that. Of Mary? Consummation of Mary, I think. Anyway, she's up there. And they pray to her too.
Actually, you were saying last night about the Trinitarian people.
Yeah.
And the churches that are like that.
Yeah.
Actually, the Catholic Church is for, if you think about it, because they worship also her. It's the Father, Son, the Ruach, and then her. So they worship four.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they worship all the different saints too. Have the different statues of them and everything.
Yeah, yeah. They not only are they worship, bowing down to her, and they're worshiping her. They're talking to her as though she can do stuff. I mean, some of them, I think, wanted them to deliver them or something. I mean, I don't know, but they definitely worshiping her, man. Look at that nasty thing. That's crazy. Check it out, man. Psych your mind. Cross worship me. Cross worship me. Psych me out, baby. Psych me. All right, man. That's enough of that garbage. You just, I mean, it's creepy. Ain't that some creepy stuff? I mean, I saw a steeple the other day that was up so high and so pointy. I couldn't believe it, man. I bet that thing was 100-foot tall. It's pointy as a needle. The craziest thing I ever saw.
Was it one of those really old buildings?
I think it was pretty old. I think it was down in Mineola, I think. But yeah,
yeah.
A lot of times what?
They have the ever heard of Tartarian? Where there's buildings that they'll show like the building above it, but then it's actually all underneath here too, under the soil.
Mm-hmm.
They had it like that over there in the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah.
And they have them here across. They have them in New York. They have them all across the states too. And
yeah,
it's not just over there and here; it's everywhere.
Oh yeah. This steeple here, though, that I saw was on top of a circus, man. It's up of a church building. Look at this dude, man. Tell me he ain't worshiping that cross. What's he bowing down to? He thinks that cross is going to deliver him or what? I mean, what's he doing? That ain't cross worship. What is it? It's
false light.
See how they got that lit up? Represents the sun, doesn't it? That's why they have all them lights on there. I mean, people worship these crosses, man. You can't tell me they don't. Look at this guy. Look. Watch this. What's he doing? What's that guy doing? What's he doing? I don't know. I want to say he's worshiping that cross. What I want to say he's doing. There are some insane crosses, man, for sure. What's this one all about?
Where's that?
I'm not sure where that one's at. Oh, yeah. Captured these pictures before, way long time ago, before I even knew what I was doing, really. This one here is spooky, man. Did you know that Satanists, when they have their little satanic gathering, ritual, whatever they do. They do their chanting and all that. But they won't do that unless there's a cross in the room. Did you know that? Yeah, they have to have a cross in the room or they won't do it. Because it represents the sun. It's what Dracula was afraid of. He's afraid of the cross because it represents the sun, and sunlight will melt Dracula. So he's afraid of the sun. Look at this. Yeah, talking about spooky, man. How spooky can that be? What are them people doing? They're going there just to see that lit up cross? For what? Is that cross worship? Sun worship? What is it, man?
In Pennsylvania, they have a really big cross that's up on one of the mountains around Mount Carmel area.
Oh, yeah. How about that Brazil? They got the biggest J man in the world there in Brazil.
Yeah.
Look at that one. Here's the J man. Look around that cross there. Look at that, man. See this? What do you think that is? People, they act like that's just the halo of Christ or something. You know? Here they got it around his head. You see that? And then they got it right here, like that. It goes all the way down, even out here on the ends, and on the back here, they got all these little points here. What do you think that is?
The sun.
It's the sun. It's letting you know that cross represents the sun worshiping. Look at that. Pretty nasty, huh? Yet they deny it. Look, you want to see something really weird? Look at this. Let me see. Oh, that's not it. Get back off of there. Come on now. Okay. It's stuck. Hang on, Mount. I don't know why it does that kind of stuff. All right. Here we go. All right, here we go. Look at this one. I mean, talking about worship and death. I don't know how you can get anything other than that out of this and why people would even do this and go here, but they do. Look at that one. I mean, my goodness, man. Look at that. Would you go into a church service with that thing hanging there like that in the midair? That's definitely a dead man. That's death, worshiping death, man. I tell you that, right? I look at inside of the cross. Is the dead man? I mean, what are they saying here? What does this represent? Inside of the cross is death. Is this telling you that cross worship leads to death? Is that the message here secretly? And they all worship it anyway because they worship death. It's what they want to do. Maybe. I mean, this is crazy. There's some type of... Huh?
It's a hollow cross because he's not on the outside of the cross. He's on the inside of it. So isn't it kind of like a hollow thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Faith?
No, he's dead man for sure. This is all solid here. You can see a little bit of daylight over behind his head and under his feet here, maybe. I don't know. To me, it's like telling you if you worship the cross, it's you're worshiping death. That's what it seems like it's telling me. That's what I'm getting out of it. I don't know what the secret meeting. I don't know about these things. This is the depths of Hashatan, you know. I don't know that. All I know is it looks weird to me. Freaky looking stuff, man. I don't know why people do what they do. I think there's really a lot of them. There's a really, real deep hate for Yahuwah. Some of these people, you know what I mean? They have a real deep hate for him. Is why they do the things they do. I don't know. But it seems that way to me. Yeah, millions. I got millions of that stuff here. Wow. I ain't even going to show you that. That's disgusting, man. Ugh. Here's that one you were talking about. There it is. The world's tallest, greatest J-man here. Down in Brazil. Cristo Redentor.
Have you ever seen it where the lightning strikes it?
I've seen the lightning strike the Vatican. You ever see that? There's a bunch of radar stuff right there. You haven't seen the lightning strike the Vatican? Yeah, I saw it here. I got a picture of it. I'll show it to you. Yeah, I saw it live on television. As soon as they announced you know how they burn the black smoke, that little chimney, and then when the white smoke comes, means they elected the Pope. Well, as soon as that white smoke started coming out, that lightning struck the Vatican at that very second. Let's see, I'll find it. Yeah, it's up here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Actually, I have a couple of them. I'll show you this one. Yeah, this is it. So the second the white smoke started coming out of the chimney, the lightning struck that Vatican. There it is. That crazy?
It looks like it's a hand.
Yeah, look at see, there's a cross on top here. See the cross? It struck that cross. So there's another cross right here. And look at all these statues, man. All them statues. There's your dome. Comes up to the steeple and the cross. As soon as they elected the Pope, bam, that lightning struck it. Right live on television, too. Live. It happened live. Nobody really said, they said, ooh, the lightning struck, and that's about all they said. They didn't elaborate at all, man. They were trying to hide it, you know. But insanity.
We're fixing to sign off, Mark. We love you guys.
Can y'all take us out with the priestly blessing?
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Okay, let's do that.
All righty.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Thank you, Mark. I know you put a lot of
Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom.
We love you
Bye,
guys.
Keith.
Shalom. See y'all next week.
Thank you for
Yes.
everything.
Bye.
Love you all, brothers and
Love you all.
sisters. Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you. Bye.